Australia has just banned social media for people under the age of 16. Or at least that's the headline. The actual story is so much messier. It's so much bigger than just Australia and so much more than just a ban. This is a world-first piece of regulation. The first time we have actually seen big tech be put in its place. Or at least, that's what I thought. Because here's the thing. On one hand, it looks like an obvious win. Social media is the new smoking, and the world is ready to wake up and rein it in. It's been praised by world leaders and celebrities, watched like a hawk, and of course, embraced by the author who got the snowball rolling, Jonathan Haidt. But on the other hand, the idea of a social media ban has attracted some unexpected critics. Experts in mental health, technology, and communication. In fact, late last year, over 140 of them got together to write an open letter to Anthony Albanese and the Labour government to say, please don't do this. There are better...
He quit?
Hour ago, he announced he's leaving his role.
Amazing.
options. We agree that the problem that you've identified is a problem, but a complete ban is not the solution. So, what's going on? It looks like this story is going to go global, and it is definitely worth us investigating. And on a personal level, it is weirdly dense with my interests. How technology affects mental health, the impact of social media on young people, the regulation of big tech, propaganda wars from media companies and governments, critiquing concentrated power, and even my home country. But despite my closeness to every one of these topics, clarity didn't feel close at all.
Prime Minister here, and I wanted to speak to you directly about something very important.
My aim with this video is to understand how to understand this issue, because I think that's the biggest problem. There's this beautiful line in Naomi Klein's Doppelganger where she's talking about all of the various injustices within the world, and she says that the problem isn't that we don't know about these things. The problem is that we don't know how to know them. We don't have a model that makes us feel like we can do something or makes us feel like we are active participants in history, or that any of this information has any kind of significance beyond it just being news. And to me, the social media ban, as it's called, is the perfect embodiment of a very, very murky, nuanced issue.
From December 10, if you're under 16, you're no longer allowed to have a social media account. You'll know better than anyone what it's like growing up with algorithms, endless speeds, and the pressure that can come with that.
So every time this comes up, the same question enters my head. If the problem is algorithms, why are you banning kids and not regulating algorithms? If you observe that algorithms are bad, why are you only concerned with protecting kids when information warfare is poisoning the brains of most people in the global north? Maybe you should regulate the fucking algorithms. Maybe that would be a smart idea. But just like with the mass shooting, I guess banning guns is the easy band-aid solution, and when you're a lazy, feckless government, that is your response. Is, what's the easiest possible solution that will satisfy as many idiot liberals as you possibly can? Banning guns. Great. Then all the white libs cheer and nothing changes. Oh, and look, 6 months down the road, there's another ISIS attack. Oh no, they used a truck. Better ban cars.
Paper, it is a social media ban for children under the age of 16. And within that, we have three definitions. Firstly, we have social media, which refers to 10 specific websites. At the moment, it has the usual suspects: Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok. But the list itself is not static. It will change as new social medias, things like Yope, which has come in to dominate the market, start to get a bit more traction. They will also very likely make it onto the list.
That's great.
So that's social media. Then we get to the word ban, which just means complete restricted access. You just cannot use it. And this is set to be done by the companies themselves to geo-lock and age-lock themselves out of Australia. The fine is just under 50 million Australian dollars for companies who don't act in line with the legislation. Then we get to the definition that is deceptively simple. For children under the age of 16. What does that mean? Now that might sound like a stupid question, but it's actually kind of terrifying when you think about it. To be under the age of 16 in this definition doesn't just mean that you are under the age of 16. It means that you are provably under the age of 16. And that provably can be a very slippery slope. This gets real weird when you look into the actual mechanics of who verifies their age. Is it the government? No, it's the companies. It's the private companies. They've put the onus on them. That's weird, man. We'll get to why later. But first, I want to be fair. I want to go through the best arguments for the ban, then the best arguments against the ban.
Hey, look, man. You got more charity for this shit than I have. There is absolutely no way that I would entertain any argument in favor of the government's band-aid bitch-made solutions. Banning things does not work. We know this. We know this for a fact, actually. Hundred at least year history of governments banning shit and failing at. How'd that prohibition of alcohol go in America? Pretty well? Was it instantly people were drinking illegal alcohol? Unregulated alcohol? And now what happens? Oh, look, an app comes up that's social media for kids. Oh, and look, it's just a predatory app designed to harvest children's data. Wow. I bet you that'll be included in the ban. The government works that quickly, right? It took a year and a half to come to this idiotic conclusion and picking the social medias that get banned. Very cool. But I am curious.
In a good faith interpretation, the story goes something like this. Social media is bad for your brain. Social media is bad for teenage brains. One of the most harrowing stories about Facebook's complicity with the erosion of teenage mental health takes place in Australia. From the Facebook whistleblower, Sarah Wynne Williams, when she describes an advertising executive trying to sell more beauty products to teenage girls. The strategy is to target them when their self-esteem is at their lowest, because that is when they're most likely to purchase, is what he's saying. And the way that they identify when a teenage girl is feeling at her lowest self-esteem-wise is when she has just deleted a photo of herself from Instagram. I'm feeling good, no likes. Now I feel terrible, beauty ad. Buy this makeup. It'll complete you.
That's revolting.
Horrible. Social media being bad for teenage health is a very believable premise. It needs a lot more nuance and evidence.
Sounds like advertising is bad for their health to me.
Sure does. It's almost like the government regulating things is going to be the solution, and banning it and putting the onus on social media companies who already profit from ads by terrorists. But sure, let's leave the regulation to social media companies. That'll work. That's historically worked.
Than what has been provided, but
hey, John, how did the Myanmar Rohingya genocide start again? Something to do with Facebook?
A lot of Facebook stuff. Did Facebook legally get implicated in civil trial
of course
there? No, they did.
They did?
Facebook is, implication is because civil court ruled that they were implicated.
Okay. I didn't realize that actually...
They got sued and fined in civil court. I Mix What I Like has a video coming out, and it says, Southern Fried Bell Curve, Part 1. And I'm like, I'm already interested.
From a political point of view or a layperson's point of view, it's a very digestible narrative. The solution, says the Albanese government, is therefore complete abstinence from these god-awful platforms. That god-awful is not
abstinence, only education. It works.
Now, there is a lot to say about a complete ban as a solution, but before I get to any criticism, I do just want to steel man that as well. I think one of the better arguments for that would be Coke versus Pepsi. So it was the 80s, and Pepsi had a Coke problem. Didn't we all? Ha ha ha. No, Pepsi's problem was the competitive Coke. And what they were finding is that a lot of people were drinking Coke and not drinking Pepsi. However, if they had drunk Pepsi before Coke, if they had drunk Pepsi when they were younger, they would find that they would stay with Pepsi. And then Coke found the same thing with Coke. They found whatever got to the child first stayed with the adult first. So knowing this, they were able to move a whole lot of advertising budget and direct it straight at kids.
It's very interesting. hearing people talk about how people work, and just me thinking about myself and being like, I drank Coke. Now I pretty much only drink Pepsi. Like, none of these stereotypes really apply to me unless it's like the stupid fucking personality tests.
I don't drink
that
sugar.
pisses me off. Because it's like, we also had our own soft drinks here as well, so maybe just because there was a few other options. Coke was never like a big thing. Cola, it's a... My palate... A lot of Australians don't like American cherry flavor. I love it. So, like, cherry-flavored soft drinks and cherry-flavored lollies and shit, love them. They are not here. You can only get them from American products. And it's like that medicine.
That's not evil. And these big tech giants, the Zucks of this world, have done something similar. They try get in first, become the platform of choice, get in before the person's brain is totally formed, and then by the time they turn 18, they've got them for life. So this legislation affected...
Again, I grew up, Facebook came out, I was on it pretty much straight away, right? I don't use Facebook anymore.
Yeah, I was like the first person in my class to get a MySpace and the first person to get a Facebook.
I miss MySpace.
I was on that shit so early.
Bring that shit back. You know, MySpace is only a music social media now?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Actively threatens the entire business model for these giants. If somebody else gets there before they do, they don't get their
Bring
life.
back MySpace.
They
Fuck
age
the
out.
algorithms.
Instead of retaining power for another generation, their critical window of influence is taken by somebody else. Somebody hopefully with better ethics and better morals. In the language of the Pepsi-Cola wars, this could make Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok neither Coke nor Pepsi, but instead Sam's Cola, LA Ice, and Dr. K. Could the Pepsi and Coke be a decentralized alternative? Maybe something offline? Well, that brings us to our third charitable interpretation, and that is the implication. The implication that you can regulate big tech or boss them around. I think it's kind of cool, if for nothing else, other than pushing the Overton window on what's possible for regulation from a staunchly anti-monopoly lens or an anti-corporatist lens.
Okay. This is nothing to do with trust. If they gave a fuck about Facebook having a monopoly, they would force Facebook to sell Instagram and WhatsApp and all of the apps that Meta owns. Instead, they don't. They continue to retain their monopoly, and then they're like, hey, monopoly guy, regulate yourself. And what do we know about monopoly guys?
I'm impressed by the
Specifically
scale to which a
billionaires.
government can bully big tech. The fact that companies do have to capitulate to states is
No, they don't.
mild hope for anybody who is not a neoliberal. It's arguably a precedent for good regulation. In this line of thinking, one positive effect that has already come of this is
good regulation in Australia. The last good look. Hold on. Let me see when consumer protections implementation Australia. So the consumer protections implemented through Australian consumer law was introduced in 2011, replacing a program which was introduced in 1974. So Australia has consumer protections since the 70s. That was probably the last time they introduced good regulation. Not a great track record.
Reddit has decided to self-regulate before it gets banned in other countries. So it's self-regulating for people under the age of 18. And that's really interesting. It's interesting just to be like, so you could have done that the whole time. You could have...
I'm also not opposed to having kids removed from the internet. Not having children to interact with is great.
been kinder to teenage mental health.
Especially 17-year-old fucking Marxists who think they know everything. Fuck those guys.
Whole time, and you didn't. You didn't until you were threatened.
Oh, I'm interested in communism now. I know everything.
Have some
I'm
very
17.
cautious hope
Yeah.
about seeing such bullish regulation. It's cool to know it's possible. Alright, so that's the steel manning of the premise, the solution, and the implications. Now I want to critique it. I guess I'll use the same format. Start with the premise, go to the solution, end up with the implications. Alrighty. So the premise, social media is bad for teenage mental health, is just way too broad to take seriously. There are good parts to social media. However, it must be said that what is good about social media has nothing to do with the private companies who currently own the social media giants. The good parts are the fact that you can connect to other people, the fact that you have access to other people if you might not have physical access to them. And all of these things are really important to teenagers growing up, particularly ones who are marginalized, like queer kids who feel like they just do not fit in their community, but can at least find some sort of friendship online, or disabled kids who might not be able to get out of the house quite as much, but still have the exact same desire to connect to other people. That is what it does really well. I will not give any social media giant credit for any of that, especially when Meta wiggled their way out of a lawsuit by saying that they're no longer a social media company. According to them, they're just another media company, just another big television. So it's like, you guys don't even believe that you do that. But it is very
wait, hold on.
recognizing that there are good things to do.
So if Facebook isn't a social media company, then they have no protections under Section 230, right? Communications Act, Title 5 Communication in General provides immunity to online computer services and respect to third-party content generated by the user. If they're just a media company, then they have no protection under Section 230, which means that speech on their platforms they can be held responsible for. Because I'm almost certain it specifically generally provides immunity for online computer services. So if it's just a media company, then their social media is a product, not a service. Fascinating. We'd have to talk to someone who knows more.
It is technology, which leads us to talking about the solution. If you're going to take something away, it's probably good to replace it. I don't know, man. I understand that the thinking from the government is get back onto the footy oval, go play netball, go hang out with your friends, and that's great. I also like that. But you can't pretend that banning social media doesn't make a vacuum, and that vacuum won't be filled by terribly bad actors who are way less regulated. I'm gonna spell this one out, because I have not heard anybody say this clearly. There are two markets that have been created. The first is for kids. You have so many children under 16 who are looking for an app on which to share personal information, a bootleg app that will go undetected. The second is for somebody who wants what those kids are posting, their data, photos of children under the age of 16, schedules, addresses, and live locations of children. That is the second market. Maybe it's because I'm a CSA survivor myself that my head goes here, but like, kids' photos in the age of AI, man. Like, did nobody think this through? To be clear, I truly hope that all of my concerns are in vain, and that the ban works the way Albo says it will.
Oh. CSA is childhood sexual abuse. Oh. Boy.
Alright, so now let's look at the implications. Anytime a politician or a massive media conglomerate says that they're doing something for the kids, just be suspicious. So remember earlier when I said that proving your age could be a slippery slope? Let's slide down. The current age verification system, which falls on the companies, reads like a menu of future scapegoats. Facial age estimation, providing credit card authorization, a bank card, a passport, a selfie. Truthfully, it makes me suspicious, because I don't have a lot of faith that this verification system will last very long. partially due to hacking.
back.
Everything from proxies and mirror versions of the apps to fake mustaches and makeup wrinkles being used to trick face filters, all the way to a new black market for jailbroken accounts. Meanwhile, a $50 million fine for the social media companies, who are already lathered in legal Teflon, might not lead to the strictest enforcement of rules on their part. And when this verification system fails, I imagine that the government, the Murdoch media, and anybody else involved with the 36 Months campaign will be drumming up more and more support of how vital it is for Australia to lead the way and commit to this experiment. But how do you do it when the verification system fails? Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. One answer would be to pivot to state-authorized digital IDs, not as an option, but as a requirement. And not just for children, for everyone. Slip down this slope one more time with me. How far does this go? No VPNs, social credit scores, getting denied a job, not being allowed to rent a house, instant subpoenas, blacklisted by banks, no flight lists, total digital surveillance. To bring that in all at once would sound too many alarm bells, but it does seem like they're bringing in a system that's designed to fail to give way to it. And there are so many consequences we could talk about. A lot that organizations like the EFF have compiled really well, but for the sake of brevity, let's focus in on two big issues. The first is data breaches. When you have private companies verifying this data, which is currently how the legislation is set up, it's on the companies to verify the user's age.
I'm sorry, but what he just said was really fucking stupid. Like, we're not gonna fucking become China. The issue is very simple, okay? It doesn't matter about the surveillance state because, like, it's not getting there, you know? Like, there's already a degree of surveillance, right? And was it this Daesh shooter known to the fucking Australian intelligence? Isn't, like, every fucking terrorist known to these fucking people?
Mm-hmm.
And still, with the current surveillance state, these things still go on.
Yep.
So, I'm not worried about the government surveillance. It's the fucking corporation surveillance. The fucking, this data breach. Pornhub just got hit with a data breach.
Yeah.
So, all the premium accounts and people linked to them, because there's governments that required you to give government ID to get onto Pornhub. And now there's a data breach with those premium accounts linked to those people.
Uh-huh.
That's the fucking issue. Not fucking tyranny. It's not always about fucking tyranny. Sometimes it's about fucking capitalism. Okay? Libertarians, wake up. This is the whole slippery slope argument they made about masks. And COVID is over. Wow. All that control that the government emitted here didn't stay.
Who'd have thought?
Still a vulnerability there. This is a lot bigger than just losing, say, your email and password. It's losing the thing that would theoretically verify your email and password as things that belong to you. So that's one concern I have there.
See, I would support.
Other concern is.
I would support
the dystopian one. I think the one that everybody can.
If it was like a keychain link where I didn't have to remember passwords and accounts couldn't get stolen anymore.
Yeah. That'd be
Like
great.
if I could verify a keychain link to my social security and it didn't affect anything like sell my data or anything like that, that would be fucking fantastic. When I want to touch a computer, it should know that I'm the person touching that computer, basically. Yeah. Anytime I get a new device and I have to set it up inside my network, it's so annoying. I forgot the password to my chinchilla page, so I haven't posted on it since I got it.
Oh, is that why? That's great.
One of these days when I'm motivated enough to figure it out, maybe.
See, from the outside looking in, the fact that digital IDs are a short walk away from total digital surveillance. It would be naive to think that we don't have a lot of digital surveillance already going on, that we don't already live in a digital surveillance state. But once a digital ID becomes commonplace, all the people who are currently working so hard to help everybody reclaim their online privacy, a verified digital ID puts their
But all
plans
that
in
shit is
motion.
about
All that stuff
fucking
is what Tony Benn
advertisements
said,
and shit.
tyranny in the guise of
Which
liberation.
is the issue
But
at the end of the
other
day
big
with this
critique I
policy.
have
Like,
is
can we fucking
how this
acknowledge?
issue has been framed.
Like, maybe we shouldn't continually build media platforms with a profit motive that revolves around advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe profit motives are bad and
Maybe.
exploitive.
It's incredibly dangerous. It is natural to think of all issues as one side versus another. I think we've all been trained to do that throughout our lives. Good versus evil, bipartisan politics, and pretty much every sport. We are trained to think like this. And sometimes this training gets weaponized. You vote for the douche or the turd sandwich. And when this issue gets reduced into two sides is social media is bad, we need to ban it outright. Government overreach is bad, it leads to tyranny. The first argument has two big problems. It's unimaginative in terms of solutions. It's just like, don't! And as a result, it has the potential to cannibalize solutions, propose solutions. And then I get real nervous about equating heavy-handed regulation with tyranny or government overreach or authoritarianism. While that is absolutely true, and there are countless examples that prove it, it is also true that the thing that they are trying to regulate is itself tyrannical. While yes, banning access to social media is a form of censorship, the social media that they are banning access to is notorious for censorship.
This is why you have to ban Nazi parties from your democracy and shit like that. Like, heavy regulations, it depends on how they're implemented. If they're implemented poorly, the policy's going to fail. And that's why it's very difficult to regulate at like a federal level. You know, like I think the EU is a great example of it. Obviously, nothing is going to be perfect that comes out as a regulation from the EU, but because of how much independence each of the states have in that union, it allows for a lot of things to align within their own state interest. It's not overly regulatory on a lot of these states. Many, especially opposition parties, are going to claim that the EU's over-regulatory.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of arguments that it is. But I think when you compare it to any other federal union, I still think it has the best performance record.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's the only system, but, you know, any other union that we look at, like the EU is definitely the most successful. The EU has been so beneficial. Unionizing has been so beneficial for Europe.
I mean, yeah. They literally almost killed the world twice.
Well, the EU is a modern thing. It's based on economy. Most unions are based around economy. Even workers' unions are based around economy.
Hold on. When did the EU come to be? History. Gained World War One. Oldest European integration. Pan-European Union founded in June 1947. The early EU Parliament.
Like, the EU today isn't the same as the EU of the past.
No, it's not. It says that
it's like, I'm talking about really when you look at the
Pan-European
Euro
Union
being created and stuff. And mainly looking at economic
This is pre-EU flag, but you can already see the EU flag forming.
Yeah.
And that's in 1955.
But it's really
Original
only
flag
recently
in
that the EU has been an economic bloc.
Yeah.
And the regulations that come out of the EU are mostly on economic policy.
Supranational. That's a great word.
See, look at the top. Look at what it's... Economic union.
That's not what I'm looking for.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is that I'm talking specifically about an economic union here.
Hey,
because
look.
most unions are economic.
Man, Europe is really suffering from this 1.8% Islamic population. Wowie.
I know.
Oh my god, there's a literal Christian genocide where there's 72% of the population. Yep. Very cool. I don't know, you should have an established here, right? 24 languages. Why is there no established? Established during internal single market standardizing. Okay. EU was established. No. Established by treaties. Allies established. No, 43. Establishing the Western Union. NATO was established in 49. 57. Signed Treaty of Rome, which created the European Economic Community and established a customs union. Ostpolitik and ensuring the Detente led establishment of the first truly pan-European body. That was 73. Treaties of Maastricht, Amsterdam, and Nice in 1993. I guess it's... So it basically formed out of the Pan-European Union and has expanded and has been expanding the whole time.
That's what I was saying, is that the EU today is not the same as the EU of the past. And that's why I'm so interested in making sure and, like, covering any African Union blocks forming.
Yes.
Like the East African Union bloc. Because if we look at the history through the EU, then we can examine African development.
Yeah.
Social media is a lot worse for press freedom. It's no secret that one of the biggest advocates of this ban was the Murdoch press, who in the 2010s lost a lot of money when they had to compete with social media. The reason that I bring up social media censorship
there's
is not
a James
to say
Bond
it's
movie
okay
where
to
Murdoch
ban
is
them,
the villain,
but to encourage us to think
Really?
of new possibilities beyond the current social media. Something that threatens
Like,
both
it's-
social media
it's-
censorship
it's
and the
clearly-
Murdoch press.
like an
The real trick
original
with this
character,
binary
but
framing
it's
debate
like
is
there's
not that it
very
makes you pick a
obvious
side.
things that point towards it's Rupert Murdoch. But the guy looks more like Steve Jobs, like the way he dresses and his mannerisms are kind of like Steve Jobs, but like all the things that his company is doing and wants to do is clearly Rupert Murdoch. And it was originally called Tomorrow Never Lies, which is like really ties into how it's about running the media, right? By saying Tomorrow Never Lies.
Yeah.
But then someone made a typo and made it Tomorrow Never Dies, and everyone basically looked at it and said, you know what, that's a better title. And so it became Tomorrow Never Dies. But the Bond girl in that, she was the first Bond girl that they were considering doing a spin-off series with. And they also were considering doing a spin-off series with Halle Berry in the disaster Bond movie that might be the worst one.
So I'm just reading about this murder of this Gazan girl. Seems like the Israelis put a tank round in her car and then sprayed her car with machine gun fire, which is great.
Sounds like them.
Sounds like Israel.
They tend to do that.
Yep. Because I thought this might have been the girl that they put 30 bullets... No, well, how much? 30.
I don't know.
30 shots? Whatever. That girl. But it might not have been.
More than one.
Yeah, more than one.
Is that these sides make sure you don't pick the debate. You can have two different opinions on both of these issues. One about social media, one about government overreach.
Oh, so he was
And
still...
odds are
Sorry,
they will
because
not
I
align with the
disconnected. So
loudest
when I said
voices.
what he said was just dumb, he wasn't presenting that his argument. He was presenting it as the other side.
Yes.
Okay. So So he really was just doing a steel man there, and like trying to like say what they actually believe, which is stupid. So hopefully he will also talk about how stupid they are.
Hopefully.
On each side. When people lean into binary framing, it's usually because they want one of the outcomes.
Yeah.
And it's not long before each side arms up with their thought-terminating cliche.
Non-binary.
Where they each become soldiers of some amorphous concept. Protect the children. Protect free speech. Meanwhile, this side is working with a government who literally is jailing children. And this side, they censored evidence about this issue. So the first framing will be to reject the frame. Or at the very least, question who's actually being protected. I know I talk about Marshall McLuhan a lot on this channel, and I'm going to do it again. When it comes to critical moments, when technology and media are set to change our world, McLuhan observed that our imagination was often stifled by what he called rear-view mirror thinking. Only looking at what's been done in order to plan the future. As opposed to realizing that you don't have to be relegated to picking between broken systems, you can make one. Which is kind of the crux of this video. Social media is just a technology, like cutlery or a table or a sewing machine. Blaming an entire technology when you could be blaming an unethical company and some really predatory programming works out pretty well for the company. Meanwhile, you shut yourself off to the technology's actual potential. This magical tool, powerful enough to change society. Instead of wondering what this influence might look like in an equal and opposite direction, what this code could look like in benevolent hands, you sink back to the status quo. If we think of the technology as neutral and the people who deploy it as its moral value, a lot of possibilities open up. But if we ignore this, if you don't have a vision for what to make, this ban solution is just a band-aid solution.
I was just about to say, more like a band-aid solution.
Alright, where do we go from here? Well, what I think is lacking is a model to understand how to critique what has happened here. And I would like to offer one. I wanted to come up with a model. I have opinions on what should be done, but at the end of the day, that'll just be my opinion. But what's more important is I've realized that this conversation is going to be had around so many dinner tables, not just in Australia, but in the world. There'll be teenagers and parents just talking past each other. There'll be podcasts that just talk in circles. There will be so many conversations about this. And if those conversations aren't productive, they are hot air. So first things first, there are two very different conversations going on. One is about social media regulation, and the other is about compulsory digital IDs and total surveillance. I suspect the social media conversation will be more common.
I have only had one thing say age verification, and I told it to fuck off. So if it, the only one that I'm going to do is I'm going to age verify our YouTube so we can monetize it. That's it. If they ask me and they won't let me in, I will not use that account.
So we'll start with that. And most conversations about big political issues do tend to fall into that one side versus the other. So I wanted to make a model to talk about this issue in a way that was easy to understand, easy to remember so you don't have to write anything down, but still somehow magically necessitated nuance. And then I realized that the answer was literally right there in the name. The companies that we are talking about, broadly, we could call them social media tech platforms. And I was looking at these words and I'm like, oh my God, it's right there. This is how we talk about this issue. You break it up into 4 parts. You talk about the social aspects, you talk about the media, you talk about the tech, and then you talk about the platforms themselves. I will show you what I mean. When people talk about these companies, these social media tech platforms, without definition, they could be talking about 2 completely different things. The idea here is to separate aspects of them by default. First, talk about the fact that it is social.
Bro, stealing our color
this is
palette.
the digital equivalent of human interaction. Then have a discussion about the actual content that's there. The media, what you see, what you don't see, what you get served, what ruins your day. Then discuss the tech, how these functions are facilitated, often using predatory tools, and talk about how these tools modify your behavior. Finally, I would encourage everybody to think about the monopolies, the ethics of privately owning the internet. Truly question whether the online equivalent of our third space, our parks, our roads, something that everybody uses, should be privately owned and constantly surveilled. And by splitting this label, this ordinary label, into 4 different discussions, we can come to conclusions that are a little bit more nuanced than just outright banning something. Conclusions that we might find somebody who we would have disagreed with, we actually do agree with on certain aspects. And that's really, really handy. So that's talking about social media. When it comes to talking about digital IDs and total digital surveillance, there are 3 different models I want to offer. The first is to predefine your Rubicon. What's a deal breaker for you? You might not fear the loss of privacy. You might see the upside of having no online anonymity. But you will have a deal breaker. If everybody could access your webcam, for example. But changes, when they happen gradually, you might not notice that your Rubicons are getting crossed. By the time you get to what you thought was your deal breaker, the circumstances have changed. Your standards have lowered. Instead of a slippery slope, it's an imperceptible slope. To combat this, write down a line that, if crossed, would make you take action, whatever that action might be. The second is, I mentioned Tony Benn before, simply ask, here's 5 questions of power. What power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you use it? To whom are you accountable? How can we get rid of you? As for the third model, this one is about recognizing the way that shocks get used to support an agenda. I think I started this with an idea from Naomi Klein, so I'll wrap up with another one from Naomi Klein. A much earlier book of hers, Shock Doctrine. She talks about how there are windows wherein ideas that have been floating around the consciousness find their time to strike. Often
I'm
this
like
is used
trying to
in
rack
very
my
bad ways.
brain
After a terrorist attack,
about who
there's a
she
war that
is.
gets possible. When everybody's scared, war gets justified. A town gets destroyed by a natural weather disaster. Up go the
Speaking about a
casinos.
town
It's,
being
yeah,
destroyed
pretty
by a
depressing
natural
stuff.
weather
This lens is a
disaster.
helpful way to understand the not so charitable interpretation that social media and
Earlier
the regulation
today,
of it is
I
being
wasn't
used
really
as a shock.
watching it,
And the actual
but
aim,
Shin Ultraman started autoplaying on YouTube,
Okay.
and like it's like really like dog shit, and like, you know, it's not like a very high quality movie. It's definitely a B movie.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it literally is like, the way it sets everything up is so fucking funny, because they like the title screen literally says Shin Godzilla, and then they like knock away the Shin Godzilla, and then it says Shin Ultraman, and like it opens with like all these monsters that are clearly inspired kaiju from like Godzilla, including Godzilla, and the like special protection forces able to destroy all these kaiju. And it's like literally just like they have like 20 monsters right in the beginning, and it's just them being destroyed. Like they don't even like show you those fights, and then it comes to like the first monster that comes, and then it like eats electricity, and like Shin Ultraman comes and starts fighting it. And then like later on he was fighting some drill monster that I was looking at, but it looks like a really funny kaiju B movie.
You would think you would claim it's a B movie?
Oh yeah.
Ultraman.
You'll see.
Okay.
Shin Ultraman.
Ah, okay. Is it a new one?
Called. Not really.
Okay.
But they're clearly capitalizing off of the popularity of Shin Godzilla and just kind of doing a knockoff movie where Ultraman fights kaiju.
Okay, sounds pretty B movie.
is total digital surveillance. Things that would confirm this rating are every time there is a shock, the news media or the government finds a way to link it to protecting the children, or the need for stricter online safety, or claiming that something that did happen wouldn't happen if the internet was more censored. This would be the shock doctrine thesis at work. But in the same logic, there is an implication that moments of instability, or moments when the veneer of power is actually pulled away from corporate giants, and we see them for what they truly are, I want to believe that these are also times when good ideas can fill the space.
The good space.
Socialize the social, mandate motive.
How much more?
Don't
Hold on. There's more.
Not
Lazy
lots
Town
more.
will
I would
claim
like
you.
to socialize the social aspect. I would like a digital internet infrastructure on which people could connect that was publicly owned by the commons. In the same way that nobody owns space when I am talking to somebody in public.
Yeah, so
no one is owning that. Why should
I
somebody own it
think-
digitally? If you
I
have
think there is a good argument for governments to basically own all social media companies.
The government to own them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because they are a public service, they shouldn't be dominated by advertisers. They should be paid for with tax money.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. There should be no advertising on them. There's a good solution.
architecture that's privately owned, whatever it is, call it data, call it money, will always get siphoned off to whoever owns that thing. But there is infrastructure on the internet that is not privately owned. Things like protocols, like the HTTP at the start of every website. No rent is paid for that, but it's still infrastructure. The difference is that the architects of Web 1 went for the penicillin approach, not for the neoliberal own everything
See, that's
approach.
the thing. It's just
They
like
said,
when he
"This
says
is
socialize
general purpose technology that
social
everybody should
media,
have access to. It should not be
and
patented.
he's saying
it
it's
should not be
owned by the
privatized.
people,
It
like, that means, like, that would mean that it's government owned, not people owned. Because, like,
Yeah.
where would the profit motive come from? Us paying for it directly? Or would it be a service? And that's what I really don't like, is, like, always saying socialism is when the people own the means of production, and always reducing something that's socialized down to that.
It's not a bad idea.
What?
The government owning.
I mean, I didn't
Social
come up
media.
with it.
Where did you hear that from?
I've heard somebody say it before.
I've never even considered that. You could classify it as a utility.
But, like, with, like, TikTok, like, that's what I wanted with them, is I want, like, if the Chinese government is invested in TikTok, like, we should own, like... And also, if it's government owned and they're funded by taxes, like, it'll be shittier. Like, it will be massively shittier. But it won't be driven by predatory algorithms and advertising.
Yeah. I mean,
There'll be like nefarious influence, of course, from like different lobby and power, but like that already exists. Like, it's the only way to do a
Just
public
be.
model. Not necessarily, because, for example, there's like Blue Sky and Mastodon are not generated with ads. But they're a different type of thing, you know? Like, you
Yeah.
could still have shit like that, but, like, I think Twitter especially should be owned.
yeah. Yeah. Having Twitter back to what it was like would be great.
Like, in every country, the company needs to basically have half the company owned by the government.
Very China.
mandate motives over media. So media is
Well,
something that if you start to police
Twitter's
it,
already-
you can...
Like, Elon Musk inventing this, like, I'm considering when I have free money to pay for Twitter just because, like, he made it so it's pay to be seen. Like,
It's
if
pay to
you're
win,
just,
yeah.
like, so, like, the way I've been thinking about it and how smart this actually is that he did this, as much as I hate it, like, it makes it so anyone can have an account if you're just, like, a small person who wants to interact with their friends and family type of stuff. Like, you're not gonna... Like, your posts are still going to be seen by those people if you're using social media in that style of way.
Well, you would want to hope so.
Well, I'm saying now on Twitter, those are the only people who would be seeing your post. Is, like, people who are, like, your inner, like, friend group, you know? But, like, with actually, like, trying to grow a social media platform on Twitter now,
impossible unless you pay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I just need to get my dopamine to switch over to Instagram again, because when I was doing Instagram, I was like destroying their algorithms to the point where they had to nuke me.
Yeah. I mean, Instagram seems to be maybe better for growth on that aspect rather than Twitter. And we just sort of mirror post on Twitter and post Substacks.
That's why we need to do more
content we can post.
Just reposting stuff and then using the collab feature, basically.
Yeah. Because, like, just with the things that I've been tweeting about the shooting and stuff, like this one, I'm like, for the Americans saying if someone had a gun, this wouldn't have happened. 2 people disarmed them throughout the event and not one of them fired on the terrorists. Your point is completely pointless and your input doesn't help.
2 people
19
disarmed them?
views. Yeah, so the people...
Yes, you're right. When they got out of the car, they attacked him as well.
Yep. And that's where we see dash cam footage of the ISIS flag on the front of their car. That got 19 views. We have 600 followers on Twitter. Right? I posted about the liberals trying to conflate Palestine and the protesters against Israeli genocide and Daesh.
You can literally just screenshot the posts you make on Twitter and just post them on Instagram.
Yeah. I think I might start doing that. Because it's like... Because I go, the Liberal Party has clearly decided that stochastic terrorism conflating Palestine with ISIS is going to be the rhetoric that they're going with. Susan Ley, who's the leader, and the LNP need to be censured for this blatant bigotry and pushed to endanger people standing against Israeli genocide. 175 views.
Yeah, see.
Right, it's just like, but if we paid, we would get thousands of views. Thousands.
So that's what I'm saying, is just like, for the people that just don't really care about size and are just using it for like communication and following accounts, like there should be no advertising to those people. That's where you could have a government account.
Well, I would disagree.
But if you go premium, then you pay out of pocket for that premium access.
See,
like
I would disagree.
The baseline would be provided by the government.
Well, I disagree slightly. I think if you pay for it, you shouldn't get ads. Most premiums are just to go ad-free on most websites anyway. Exactly. So if you're paying, you shouldn't get ads.
But you don't.
Oh, on Twitter? Really?
I believe so.
Fantastic.
But that's really what I'm saying, is like you should, like if you pay for a premium access, it doesn't get ads. And like advertising can still run on government-owned shit too, but it has to be non-predatory style advertising that's not algorithmically based.
Like even this one, like I've been making some pretty good fucking tweets and they barely get over 30 views.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, this helps because I retweeted.
You'd also get hundreds of chuds spamming in your account. That's fine as long as Jack doesn't reply to them.
Only sometimes.
No, I mean if we were paying for it, then you would get hundreds of.
Of course, yes. I would choice responses to invoke more.
The thing is when you have, like that's how Twitter used to be for me. Like especially when like I pissed off those fucking Maoists.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have to fucking constantly debate me harassing bots posing as people, you know? I didn't have to constantly debate that because like at the time there was multiple people who would be in my comments when somebody tried to say that to tell those people to shut up.
Yeah.
And that's how it used to be. It's just like it got to the point where I didn't even have to worry about those chuds because like people are more than happy to argue in my fucking section to tell those people off anyway. And that's kind of how we'll be in chat sometimes when we get real dipshits in there.
Yes, that's true.
And I tell you to ignore them, like
off.
the chat will still fucking argue with them while we ignore them.
Like I did this one tweet here where I retweeted the Masih Ahmadinejad, the Iranian woman, who's
Yeah.
like, hours before the terrorist attacks at a Jewish gathering, the son and former Iranian regime ambassador posted openly anti-Semitic comments. Like, I just posted, I'm like, this helps nothing. This doesn't help figure out why. It doesn't help the motivations. This only fuels conspiracy and harms the victims. This feels like conspiracy weaving when you've got zero evidence. Please stop. 30 views. But when I've, I
You
have
want to see a banger post I made that got
Is this the 9/11 one?
Nope.
That was a good one.
Nope, it's way funnier.
All right. I'm down.
36 views, no likes.
Ah, amazing.
Okay, so first, as always, I'll start with the original post before showing my dumbass comment on it. Okay. I didn't brush out my hair last night, and I'm suffering today. 36 very views, difficult to do a mohawk on top of a mohawk. Okay, so... Okay, just making sure that background is not looping. Okay, so here's Phidias, the idiot. Which, you know, where's he from, Jack?
Isn't he like Bulgarian or something?
Nope.
Polish? Ukraine?
Cyprus.
Russian? Cyprus.
He's
Really?
He's a Cypriot Greek.
Wow.
Okay? Now, I watched 5 seconds of this
Mm-hmm.
before I made my comment. So this will be my live reaction, basically, when I saw it at the time.
The worst politician in the European Union is Kaya Kallas. She is the...
And that's as far as I got. I just
Okay.
saw him slapping the chair like this,
The worst politician in the Europe...
and I said, based on how staged and performative Phidias is, does that make him the good or evil Drew Pavlu? who's also
that's
from
great.
where ethnically, Jack?
Cypriot Greek.
Yeah.
Ah, how interesting. That's fucking great.
Fall down a very slippery slope very quick. I mean, even right now, if I wanted to go to the US, like right now, I would be judged on the past 5 years of my social media activity. That's weird. That is a lot to think about. Whereas free speech doesn't find its way to tyranny quite as quick. There will be consequences for what you say, but there will all be social consequences, as opposed to state-mandated consequences. Which is why I think
that would be the
mandating
argument
media
against the
can get real problematic real quick. What we
government-owned
can
media
influence
is look at the U.S. government right now.
In what terms?
Like, they're already patrolling social media for
Yeah.
foreigners and all this shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
is the incentives that lead to that media. Hence, motives, mandating motives over media. I love words. Social media is a perfect example where incentives have just ruined what we might call art. Because the incentives are, keep you on the platform for longer. We didn't set those incentives. The people at the helms of these platforms did. They set the rules of the game, and then everybody flocks to the game and they start playing it. Can you blame them? Can you blame people for saying, okay, clickbait has material gain. Exploiting the entire range of human emotions has commercial gain. These aren't things that people would do if those
that's
incentives
especially with
weren't
blue checks
there.
now.
And those
It's
incentives can be
increased
shifted. This technology is not as
effectiveness
mysterious
of
as these companies would
information
like you to
warfare
think. We can
because
optimize for something
it
that isn't engagement.
incentivizes
We
it
can optimize for
for
education,
people
for
doing that
intelligence,
shit,
for
even
kindness.
if they aren't
The kind is
intending to do information warfare.
Yeah.
There's so many accounts that just do transphobia just for clickbait,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that both sides will react to a divisive issue.
I usually just tell them to kill themselves. Yeah. You can do this one handy trick and you'll never have to deal with a trans person
these,
ever
you know,
again.
These are the meme pages. Meme pages.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're saying you'll never have to deal with a trans... Oh! As in they kill themselves. They won't have to deal with trans people.
Exactly,
Okay,
yeah.
I see what you... I was like, what? Are you telling trans people to kill themselves?
No.
That's why I had to think, because I knew you wouldn't be saying that.
No, and that's why I think it's funny. Because it's like, it's so subversive almost, where it's like, hey, I've got this one handy dandy trick.
Person wins. Imagine that. Imagine that if empathy was like the top thing that we made all these AIs train us for. Because these algorithms are training us. They are. They are making our behavior different. They are hacking us. So why are we not putting better incentives there that align with humanity's? If it is going to be this gigantic behavioral change miracle machine, why wouldn't we use this incredible technology for something good? And that's not rhetorical, by the way. The answer is once again motives, incentives. Because their incentives are set.
Profit
Shareholder growth.
Money, brother.
How do we maximize it? How do we keep
Profit
maximizing it? How do we grow? How do we grow? How do we keep getting bigger? Anyone who is familiar with even the most basic critique of capitalism will know if the only metric that you're meant to chase is money, it leads to exploitation pretty freaking quick.
Yep.
But if governments can tell big tech what to do, as they have this week, that is one change that I wouldn't mind saying. Now we get to tech.
I saw one of the... dude, I've seen so many accounts. There was an account from Indonesia. There was an account from Israel, an account from India, an account from, like, Malaysia or something. All posting trying to be like, oh, Anthony Albanese is directly responsible for this terror attack. But mind you, none of the other terror attacks have ever been blamed on the Prime Minister. They are literally standing on the bodies of terror victims trying to score political points. These people are scum. Scum.
I mean, like, no different than Assad using any tragedy in Palestine.
Yep. And the thing that I keep keep saying is that what you said is that Daesh doesn't give a fuck about Palestine.
Yeah.
Daesh would attack Gaza if it was politically viable for them and it worked. But it wouldn't work. So they
There's
don't.
no way in for them.
Well, that too. And it's like, they don't care. They're terrorists. They're Islamic fundamentalists. And the other funny thing, because we will get into this, I've been seeing people like, what do you mean labeling it far right? Like, you morons. It's far right religious fundamentalism. It is right-wing terror. But because it's Islam, it's left-wing.
We separate this from right-wing terror for a reason. It is in its own category for a reason.
I know.
Actual right-wing terror is a completely different outline.
I know.
And anytime I try to argue with those people, they try to argue that those attacks are being included with the right-wing terror spectrum, when no graph does that I show.
What includes what?
Like the terror index. They specifically have a page on why these are different than right-wing terror.
Yes.
And the thing is like, with Daesh, like, what we need to understand about Daesh is that, like, the biggest fracture that occurred within in Daesh was the excuse of the ignorance. Like, we can, if you look at our history of Islamic fundamentalism or radical Islam episode with Bazistan, this is what we talk about, is this split that occurs in ISIS over the excuse of ignorance.
Yeah.
So basically what it comes down to is that, like, if people are ignorant of God's laws, is that an excuse for them? You know, they have to be educated, right? So, like, this is a debate kind of that goes down to the sword verse, where it says that you should give them a chance to repent.
Yeah.
And then you should decide after if they are repenting just to repent, or if they truly live by God's will. Like, that's specifically what the sword verse is saying in that. So their interpretation is that, like, Daesh doesn't see ignorance as being an excuse. Like, anyone who hasn't bought into their doctrine wholesale at this point is an enemy. So even within their own ranks, they had a civil war between themselves in Syria over this specific small thing, an interpretation of a single verse, basically, of the Quran. You think that they're gonna fucking get along with Hamas?
No fucking way. Actually, that's
like they literally see Hamas as
that.
no different than Israel.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they specifically attacked Jews, though.
Yeah.
And I think we'll get into that more when we actually cover that. When I'm ready to lock in.
Yeah.
Tame the tech. May I suggest the following regulations instead? The first one, greater UI and UX control over the platforms themselves. This is something that is looking like it will happen in Europe, and something that Reddit is already anticipatorily doing to themselves in order to soften the blow of what they see as an inevitable government-led tidal wave. But enforcing UI and UX that provably does not cause addiction, that is not geared towards engagement, constant engagement, would be a very good place to start. The casual version would be asking the platforms to stop things like the infinite scroll, stop things like incessant notifications, not drip feed things in order to keep people on the platforms, not show rage bait.
Like, even...
Hi, you can turn off notifications. I do it on Twitter.
In, like, in Kojima games, like Death Stranding, he even keeps going, remember to take a break.
He does. There's a whole mechanic where you can sit down.
Yeah, but he wants you to also take a break. You know? And, like, Death Stranding, some of the most of the subtext there is social media.
Yeah.
Better version would be to give people the opportunity to customize those controls for themselves. And if we can regulate with this heavy-handedness, then surely we can ask for that. The second is algorithmic transparency. We want to know why things work the way they do. There was a really interesting project a few years back called TheirTube, wherein a website showed you different homepages of YouTube based on different psychographic profiles. So you could say, hey, what would a liberal or a conservative see? Or hey, what would a climate denier see? Or what would somebody who's really into conspiracy theory see? And what I liked about it is it makes the thing that we all know that's going on, the filtering, the atomization, the fragmentation of people, it makes it obvious. You can see it right in front of you. Like this. This is reality.
That's really cool.
But it's not. So an algorithmic transparency would be freaking nice, man. Knowing why things get recommended, knowing how things get recommended, being able to audit these companies in their algorithms. I mean, if you want to take it further, algorithmic control. Let the user set the controls. How would you like to be at the end of this phone session? I don't know. I want to feel like I can make some change in my life and the world, and I...
Okay. I'm going to put this on.
So yesterday we read Donald Trump
Keep on keeping on.
post in reaction to the murder of, well, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer, is it?
His wife.
His wife.
I mean, he basically reveled in it and said that he had Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, he said
what
that
killed him.
He at that point, I think it was at least his son, or I should say the Reiner's son, was taken into custody. He has had a long history of both substance abuse and emotional issues. One can only imagine, absolute horror show.
Awful.
And like Emma said, Donald Trump goes on Truth Social and ostensibly says, like,
I have it. It's just so deranged. I just want to, like, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, the level of narcissism, sociopathy, the moral decay that he has dragged this country all down to for like 10 years at this point. I mean, he has had such a corrosive impact on not just even our politics, but just our society. It was really, really nasty stuff.
I mean, what's the problem with young men is a large part, this is the model they've had for the last 10 years.
Leadership matters. Like, it does.
And, you know, it was pretty clear, I think, that that the reaction to this was going to be problematic for him. And not like the normal one, because it was such a horrible tragedy, and I think most people can relate to having problems in their family, and because they're not sociopaths, they have empathy for other families that have problems. Now, Donald Trump clearly has had problems within his family. I mean, God knows. Maybe only God knows the depth of those problems. But because he's a sociopath, he has no capacity to empathize with other people having those problems. So they asked him again yesterday. This is after people probably have had an opportunity to go like, hey, boss, maybe.
Hey, yeah.
They asked him again, and he doubled down.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Okay, now, very easy for him not to have said anything about it in the first place. But this is, I will tell you, this is, I think, a function of his dementia. Because I just don't, I mean, he is not a completely unsavvy politician.
I mean, remember the Ruth Bader Ginsburg clip with the Elton John song in the background where he performed sadness about her death, right? Like, this is who he is in private, and he is increasingly unable, but I think maybe due to his, yes, dementia or health stuff, but also the pressure since the Epstein stuff. He's unraveling a little bit.
Well, those two things aren't necessarily mutually exclusive.
Right.
Like, I can tell you that in my own experience that with family members, that any type of like stress can exacerbate, the progression of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I actually think that, like, with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you know, she never said anything publicly against him. I actually think that he may have had some measure of sympathy, but this is just like he has lost a certain cognitive ability. And we predicted yesterday that this was going to be a problem for him because, I mean, to be frank, in terms of like even with his people, like, you know, he's going after a white person. And he's going after a white person who made movies that people liked, like, you know, Harry Met Sally.
And The Princess Bride. I mean, his whole demo of white man loves Rob Reiner movies. I mean, everybody loves Rob Reiner movies, but that's the prime nostalgia piece for his kind of...
Few Good Men? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, or his Gen X, like, cohort.
And I don't think everybody's as online as he is,
Yes.
or as searching, you know, like who's, this is Donald Trump resenting that a famous person was so vocal against him. Because, you know, like in the same way that he was so, like, upset about the New York Times.
Yep.
Like Rob Reiner, I think, like, represented something in the culture that Trump it just stuck in his bonnet. But listen to the way that people, I mean, there are Reddit threads out there. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that the people, not to like the super hardcore MAGA, QAnon style people, but like the next cohort over, somewhere between, like, his approval ratings at like what, 36% right now.
Yeah,
it's probably like we're hearing now from like 6%, like 6 or 10 of those points. Here is Emily Jasinski. She's got a call-in show on Sirius, And
Maybe she's filling in for Megyn
she
Kelly.
could be
I'm not
filling
sure
in
what
for
this-
Megyn Kelly, but here it is.
Wrap-up shows are usually hosted by like producers or somebody. Howard Stern had this too.
Gotcha. So it's a conservative show, and they got some
Megyn Kelly
calls.
listeners, essentially.
Yep.
Jill in Indiana, you're on the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show. What's on your mind this afternoon?
Hi, just sort of glomming on here, but it matters to me what Donald Trump said, and I'm deeply disappointed. If we value human life as Christians and Americans, then this stuff, it's indefensible to sort of gloat like right after someone dies like that, just for having a difference of opinion.
I'm very disappointed in President Trump. I voted for him 3 times. I still love him as my president, but it was wrong what he did. He should have just kept his mouth shut after the first paragraph. I don't know why he had to bring that up. It was a tragedy, and I didn't
kicking my
like
internet over.
Rob Reiner as a person. Politics. He was really sometimes very virulent from what he was saying about the right, and particularly about Trump too, of course. However, I mean, it really hurts me to the core what happened to him. And
Rob Reiner was one of the guards. He was a guard, wasn't he? He was in Team America, wasn't he? Rob Reiner, he's gone again. Team America.
Yeah, my chat wasn't refreshing. Fuck that 3-time idiot.
Team America.
I just know Michael Moore is got a bomb vest in it. That's
Yes.
the only one I remember.
Puppets in Team America. I could have sworn that he was. I swear he was one of the puppets. No, he was not. I must be thinking of shit.
And I think as a human being, anyone has to be just sad about what happened and not bring politics into it. And Trump just doesn't know when to stop.
I would just like to say that we have a God-fearing president. And he talks about the power of prayer and praying for victims.
These people are dumb.
On and on and on. So let's act like that, President Trump. I voted for you. This is the most sacred
What's crazy
season
is
of
like
the year.
Megyn Kelly is one of the better
Turn the other
ones.
cheek like Christ would.
I will tell you that. One of the better ones. 15-year-olds.
Yeah.
One of the better ones.
I've been a Republican my entire life. I voted for Trump twice. I don't consider myself a MAGA Republican, but I do consider myself a conservative. And I think this comment that he made, this post, reminds me a little bit of when Walter Cronkite made an announcement talking about the Vietnam War to the American people, saying if we,
oh my holy
and
crap,
Lyndon
they're
Johnson
Valence
said, if I've lost Walter, I've lost the country. I really think that Trump's comment has just officially put that nail in the coffin.
I just got to say, I mean, we're not conducting a scientific poll here on the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show, but the callers today, our phone lines have genuinely not lit up like this before.
I wonder if
Emily, who does the Rising
one
show
man,
and
but
shit?
the rest of those callers, I believe, are women.
The Crystal and Saga girl?
I wonder if Megyn Kelly has a higher.
Say that again.
The girl who is, go back. What's her name? Emily Jashinsky. She's the one who does Rising, right?
No idea.
And she's the other girl on Crystal and Saga. Like she has her show with Ryan Grimm.
Yes, actually, you're right.
Right? That's her,
yes,
right?
that is her, yes. It looks
It's
like
hard
her
to
in
tell
the
from the picture, and I couldn't tell from voices. But then at the end, I realized, oh, those were recordings, because I dropped out, you know? And I heard her voice at the end, and I'm like, okay, it is that girl. Because it didn't sound like her, but then I realized those were phone recordings.
We're not conducting a scientific poll here on the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show, but the callers today, our phone lines have genuinely not lit up like this before.
I wonder if one man, but the rest of those callers, I believe, are women. I wonder if Megyn Kelly has a higher proportion of conservative women that listen to her.
I would imagine.
I would imagine, similar to Candace Owens. I'd be curious to see what Candace Owens' viewers, how they feel about that. But I think that women, mothers, perhaps they know people that have had a child that has a mental health issue or substance abuse. That I think hits like a conservative woman in the heart a little bit, in a way that perhaps his other comments haven't.
I also think that there's a permission structure.
Yeah.
And an accessibility issue with this. Like, this is something like you don't need to know anything about politics to sort of say like he's wrong here.
Surface level.
And it is surface
Where's your
level,
hall
and
pass?
it is like, you know,
Screw
character.
your hall
I mean,
pass.
it's very hard for me to imagine a scenario where someone's like, I've really delved into Donald Trump's character, and I am completely supportive of this guy. I think what this is, it is not, there is no deniability now. Like, you know, one of the things that, one of the values to conservatives in having, you know, what's that guy's name? Thomas Sewell, or
the reason
you know, like
why they're
having
outraged
you know,
about this is because the media they consume isn't going to tell them about slashing Snap.
No.
This is like, it's more direct. It's something that like gets into the home for them. Most people are, even people who consider themselves political, aren't actually engaged in politics. I'm centrist is equal to being a pedophile. I don't know, man.
Your shit's very echoey. What's your mic setting on?
Oh, I haven't turned my air filter off. Sorry, I'm so out of it, bro.
Oh, is that the air purifier? Ah, okay. Because I thought it was feedback from your mic.
No. There.
Yeah, that's better.
So much quieter.
Oh, yeah.
Black icons in the conservative movement, or having women icons in the conservative movement, is they provide a deniability about the sort of racism or misogyny that is built into the ideology. And this type of thing also sort of tears away the veneer of like sensibility.
But Epstein, it's a continuation of it too, like an insensitive. But with women.
Wait, let me just finish this.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The past like 2 or 3 months, outside of like where it's gone with the conspiracy, you literally had people arrested and visited by the authorities because of what they said about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And so there was like a belief system that we are more civilized than the left. And this, you know, despite the fact that Donald Trump, and this just sort of like destroyed their whole cover. And it's almost like the fact that like having to look in the mirror and see like, oh, wait a second, that's not who we are. This is why the reaction, I think, is so strong.
Well, I think in terms of the personal nature of it too. Can we go to the second chart here? This is a point I want to make about the Republicans here. I think the Epstein thing is connected with the women maybe being now openly critical of Trump, right? Where you have also those Republican women in the House who spoke out about Mike Johnson and their lack of comfort, I guess, with like these victims who have been harmed. But that number on Trump's handling of the economy here, where you see that he's actually lost support with Republicans, 9 points from this AP North poll from a few days ago. He was at 78% with Republicans on his handling of the economy in March, and now it's down to 69%. And I do think that, like, his pettiness, his focus on being so vindictive, affects those numbers, because it gives people this idea, this impression, and you can see 74 to 69%, a lot of that dip started really around September, that he's not for you. He's obsessed with the ballroom. He's obsessed with his petty personal grievances. And he's not fixated on making your life better. That's my case about that, and why I think this is a problem for him.
It's possible. I mean, it's also, you know, the further you get away from being able to blame Biden. I mean, I think all of these things probably combine into it. But what makes a conservative call into a show and say, I need to disavow Donald Trump, I think at this stage is like, I've lost my cover.
Yeah.
Like I've like all the stories I've told myself about how the left is so vicious and with Charlie Kirk and blah blah blah. I've lost that cover when my president basically comes out and is so explicitly horrible about something like this.
I mean, this is the acceleration of the trend that started in his first term when his popularity dipped and people would start complaining, well, look, I don't like everything about Trump. I don't like his tweets.
Right. That's what we said yesterday.
Exactly.
Like, that was like the big focus testing group was like, I wish he just would lay off the Twitter.
Because I can't present myself the same way when he does that because it reflects upon me.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't want to have to own that.
Yes.
Yep. Right.
And Trump's like, well, he's bad because of Russiagate. And everyone's like, Russiagate? What's that? People don't remember that.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
They're thinking like, was that one of his
People
movies?
even remember January 6th.
Russia invaded a country since then.
Yeah.
Is that the one with the few good men?
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? Oh my God, for me? Oh my God, thank you guys. I got a gift.
Wow, I wasn't expecting this.
Let's check this out here. Oh my God, I love it. I can talk into this.
I could make a video with this.
Did you ever think you would make it? Did you ever think you could go to Somalia? Paul Davidson? Oh my God, thank you, Jesus.
Thank you so much, Jesus.
Hey, are you listening to me? I've been asking you for a lot of crap.
Usually don't deliver.
But this time I do praise and thank you, because we got another one of my man. My main man goes by the name of Paul Davidson?
Tassan Parker?
That's the full name. What's he up to?
In America, they do this thing called sleepovers. Okay.
They do?
And I'm not a fan of sleepovers.
Okay.
Now, let's just say a kid wants to sleep over at our house. Oh my God.
Okay? Oh my God.
With me on the floor, with 3 security guards, nothing upstairs in the room, nothing by themselves, nothing door closed.
I love
nothing.
This kid.
It's not compatible with my values and principles.
Okay. Do the kids do this? Right.
When what if they say, but we do it all the time. I don't care what you do. I don't do it.
Yeah.
So
The fuck is
if
he
somebody's
talking
like,
about?
well, what's wrong with this? This is their values and principles. You know, it is not compatible with the values and principles of America. It's just not.
The weird
Should you just
example.
sit there and compromise your values and principles?
Oh man, there we go. One of the funny, what is that? Accidentally one of the funniest guys ever in all media. He does this like once an episode where it's like, I think that might be the funniest thing I ever heard. He goes off on this thing about sleepovers. He starts off like, look, in America.
That is going to be our funniest soundbite.
What?
Is that an American only?
And it's only funny if you know what it is.
British kids are, hey,
I brought me sleeping bag, you know.
there's a thing in America called sleepovers. I don't like that.
I don't like that.
I would like to see this, like some little kid, some grade schooler comes over to Patrick Bet-David's house, comes over to
Paul Bet-Davidson's
house. Paul Bet.
Hey, do you want to see this painting I commissioned that has Atlas Shrugged and the Communist Manifesto? Awful painting. Hey, look at my Mr. Brainwash artworks.
Davidson's just like, who is this kid? Who even is this kid? Let me ask you this, little kid. Do you have insurance? How much money do you have? You know, this is a weird thing. He's clearly been, like, thinking about. Like, over the weekend, his kid had a sleepover, and he's like, this sucks. Who even is this kid? I know nothing, literally nothing about this kid. Patrick Bet-David's tracking the kid the whole time, following him. I think I get it, though. I think I'm kind of with Paul on this one. Oh, great, I have a kid. I'm responsible for another kid now, and his safety.
I like my
if anything happens to that kid, it's my fault. No thanks. Yeah, you'll see that little weirdo on Monday.
You're a little baby.
He's just been fuming about this little kid for 2 days. Who is that guy? Paul Bet-Davidson's looking at this kid. He's like, who is that guy? Who's that guy in my home? His wife is like, that's a kid. That's your kid's friend. He's 12. All right. But I like that he's using this in a little rant about, oh, you know, some people from other cultures, they can't adapt to our crap. And, you know, it sounds like he's still fuming about this sleepover. Yeah, you know, people from other countries, they can't adapt, man. Some of them just can't. They just shouldn't be here. It's kind of like this kid that stayed over my house the other day, which won't be happening again. He wouldn't even sign the NDA. I would like to see that little sleepover kid actually do that, though. He marches in. Just to let you parents know,
In
I'll
this
be taking the
octagon,
master bedroom
I'm the
tonight.
boss.
You sleep in the garage.
Hey, Paul Bet-Davidson?
Couch or garage, your decision.
Tassan Parker.
By the way, my name's
Tassan Parker.
So, you know, you talked about the book, The Anxious Generation, right? We talk about social media and,
Never heard of
and
it.
comparison and everything like that. Anxious Generation, I
Oh my
can't even
God.
imagine. Going to school, okay, guys, get ready for finals. Here we go. And
Calm down, man.
a terrorist, who knows who it was, just comes in and starts shooting up the school. This is so common.
Okay, this is a bit of a little aside here. There's a bit of a little aside
right here.
But poor old Adam, the most hated, the most detested of the cast of my favorite program here, he's got this like all mixed up in a typical Adam fashion here. He got it all contorted and wrong. He's talking about like school shootings and stuff. And he's like, it's like that book, The Anxious Generation, which pretty much has nothing to do with that. It's a book about like social media is a cause of all our problems type crap. I think, from what I understand, he's trying to make some point about, again, people from other cultures. People from other cultures, much like kids from other families sleeping over your home, taking over.
Doing a hostile
occupation. That's what PBD thinks of a sleepover. It's like an occupation of your home. It's like Chaz or whatever. They're coming in, they're taking, you know, whatever. But that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to do some like people from other cultures. Oh, it's making kids anxious because they never know what's going to happen in the school, all this crap. But this is a little aside. There is a story they could talk about with this anxious generation thing. The guy who wrote this is like the new enemy of this program. Because they're using this book, which was like a runaway bestseller.
It's Jonathan Haidt.
Kinda
Bro, is this the same shit that the Australian government used? Isn't it the same dude? I'm pretty sure it's the same guy.
You tell me.
Great. I love that the conservative networks globally are using this guy to justify their
No, I think he's saying that they're
banning of
against
kids.
this book.
Maybe.
Go back.
trying to do some like people from other cultures. Oh, it's making kids anxious because they never know what's going to happen in the school, all this crap. But this is a little aside. There is a story they could talk about with this anxious generation thing. The guy who wrote this is like the new enemy of this program because they're using this book, which was like a runaway bestseller, to do all kind of nefarious crap, or at least this book is helping spread this kind of cover for a bunch of wretched crap that they're doing. And one of the things, I just found this out, I talked about this in the Patreon. Ooh, Ooh, a reason to subscribe to Patreon. They just like a couple days ago banned social media in Australia for kids under 16, and a report just came out.
Buddy, speaking of Patreon, boy, have we got some shit for people on Patreon. Finally, we've been a bit quiet on the Patreon front. We appreciate everybody who's still paying for the Patreon. That's great. We love you guys. But we're going to be starting to actually upload shit to the Patreon. Extra content. That sort of stuff. I'm not sure how John wants to do the movie thing in the podcast. But I'm sure that we can try and organize bonus movie content. Maybe we talk about movies we watch on stream. 30 minutes or so. Maybe that's what we can do after Monday streams. We can do a 30-minute talk about the movie and then upload it to Patreon. Maybe.
Like days ago, that was like,
and what we could maybe do is attach it, because you'll be downloading the files for the movies.
Did you download so I can upload another one?
I haven't yet, no.
Do that and also post on Instagram.
Yeah. Well, we're not moving on to the shooting thing yet.
Well, still, you should post on Instagram now and later.
Yeah.
Fuck. Because Instagram, it takes a while to see the stories.
Yes. I think it's this one. MKV, hour and 55 minutes. Yeah, it looks right.
Download that and then upload it somewhere where it can sit privately.
Download anyway. What was the movie called? What was the name?
I don't know what one
Seven
that is.
Psychopaths.
I just picked one. I didn't look at what the file was.
Okay. New folder. Christian movie records. I'll go there. 7 Psychopaths recording. Save. Alright, it's downloading now. I'll let you know when it's done.
It looks like actually the gambling ad lobby got them to push that so that they could keep doing gambling ads. There's a story they could talk about, but what do we got instead? Who knows? Whatever the hell Adam's saying, who knows what he's trying to say or what he is in fact saying.
Paul Davidson?
Right.
Why would CBS? Because by the way, I heard allegedly they all knew all the questions. They knew what they were going to ask. This guy is a complete liberal lefty. Look at what he goes up and asks.
Liberal.
Widow of the guy that you were asking a question when Daesh shot. Go ahead.
La la la, chopping up children's genitals, happy fun. La 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 la.
Oh man, easy.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Literally,
I believe
the
that they
last
stoke
person
the
to
flames
talk
of
to Charlie Kirk, and they have an issue with this guy.
I guess so.
He was literally the last person ever to talk with Charlie Kirk.
You could call it that.
That's literally what it is, though.
But even
no, I know. I'm just making a joke because it was Charlie Kirk talking through him, rather than talking with him.
worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames.
Shifting.
When they do it,
Vinny, I swear to
the
Christ.
flames can become an inferno.
He's going to Trump.
And
Shut
this
up
leads
again,
me to
Vinny.
Donald
I
Trump, the
swear
most
to God.
powerful and
I'm trying to hear
influential
that
person
guy.
on earth, who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out.
I think Barry has
Just
to do
last
that.
month, President Trump
let
called
that
on
guy talk, you
6
goddamn
Democratic
guys.
lawmakers to be.
Okay, this is a funny little moment here. They're talking about this. What the hell is this? Oh, it's the CBS town hall with Barry Weiss crap. And some guy, I just saw this part. Some guy gets up and he's like, hey, you know, you're saying tone down the violent rhetoric, all this stuff. It's getting people hurt. What about the president? He does that. Do you condemn him? And she's like, hey, I don't know. But Vinny takes us in a funny direction. Here we go.
And then he goes on, Pat, to ask, like, condemn. The conversation is about this, about, you know, conspiracies and all that stuff.
No, it's
and you're
not.
going to bring the guy that was asking her husband a question to try to condemn Trump. They can't help themselves to make it about Trump. But the people that are like,
Oh my God.
leave Erica alone. And I just want to say something. When you're in front of a camera all the time, you have to know if you don't want the heat, stay out of the kitchen. This is 2025. People are going to judge. Look at us. I work for Mossad. Tom's whatever, Qatar. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. But at some point, it's like people are analyzing this, and it's the talking, the looking up to heaven. It's like, and by the way, if you're going to cry all the time, with all due respect, take your makeup off. Take your makeup off. And it's like,
that is kind of funny. I do that every once in a while where I have like some kind of vague thoughts. And I'm like, I should really fully bake these. And then I like talk to somebody. I'm like, here's these thoughts. And they come out like. I'm like, oh man, I should really flesh out these thoughts. And then I walk up to somebody and I say, cut your meat. And I go, oh, that sounded better in my head. I feel like that's what happened to Vinny. He's like, I'm going to make a point about like, it's a big job. You need to be ready for it. People are going to come after you. What it came out as is like, how dare this creep at this town hall hit her with this hard question? You know, she's a widow, man. Just show some respect, man. And then somehow he ends up in like, take your makeup off. That crap's all over the place, all over that face. That stuff is all over that face like, I don't know, Vinny. Didn't you just say go easy on her? She's a widow.
Look at what he goes up and asks a widow of the guy that you were asking a question when
he's like, the thoughts aren't fully baked. I took them out too soon. But yeah, I don't know, man. There's a part that's kind of interesting where Vinny goes into this thing about like, this is no little stupid operation. This TPUSA crap. There's a lot of money there, man.
There's a lot of money there, dude.
And this kind of reminded me of a weird little segment I heard on another one of my favorite news programs that I get information from. And I remember hearing this. I was like, wait a second, what? Let's play that clip.
Considering Charlie was paying himself, I believe the numbers are around $1 million a year, breaking up his salary through 4 different nonprofits, which I think is shady, mind you.
Okay.
But it's not really that he was doing anything wrong. It's just a way to make it look like you're not getting paid as much, but you're getting paid through a bunch of different nonprofits you are running. I don't think Charlie was doing anything against anyone's wishes within the organization. I think the likely reality is that there is a uniparty deep state that does not like the right populist movement.
It's funny. What does that have to do with the last? Hold on. Okay, this is kind of another aside, but that kind of came out of completely out of nowhere in this little Tim thing. In this little
the man asks me a hard question
segment, like completely out of nowhere. He's like, oh man, Candace Owens. Also, this guy had 4 different companies, nonprofits, or whatever, and he was paying himself through all 4. That's kind of shady. Anyway, moving right along here. It's like, wait a second, what was that? This is kind of interesting. It's not a totally new thing. Jane Mayer wrote a thing about this, like, I don't know, 10 years ago for the New Yorker, where she like looked at Turning Point USA, and she's like, there's some, let's just say, interesting things going on money-wise with the Turning Point company. You go read that. I think that article's still up. So this is not a new thing, but I didn't know this. Like a month ago, people started uploading these videos where they're like, we're going to do our own audit. Like, you know, they claimed allegedly, I don't know, I'm not a accountant, so I don't know what the hell's really going on, but you can find these videos where somebody's like, I went on the IRS website, downloaded all this stuff about Turning Point USA. Some weird stuff going on there, money-wise.
What he ended up doing was, it seems like he wanted $1.6 million a year, so he divided it by 4, and then each of the nonprofits he gets
like 400,000 or something.
Right. That really caught my attention. I was like, wow, this seems like a real shady way to make their salaries appear less egregious. Candace Owens has a nonprofit.
Blexit.
Right. So does she want to start drawing attention to what we can uncover when we investigate nonprofits? There's a reason why this is bipartisan. Notice how Democrats never go after Republican nonprofits and vice versa. Because once you open that up, then the public goes, wow, I didn't know this.
But there's one video I watched where this guy who he's in the sort of finance accounting world, and he's like, I'm going to do my own audit of this goddamn TPUSA
Jack, you're behind
thing
flowers.
right here.
The flowers. Laptop in front of you.
From my audit,
Fine.
That's
You're
what I call
facing-
watching a
you need to
YouTube video.
face
I'm gonna
the
do an
camera.
audit. Let me audit these TikTok videos real quick,
You
and I
don't
go.
necessarily need to face
I
it.
look at them like
Yes,
this.
you do.
You know.
You can't
but
sit
what
here
it
and
seems
talk
like this
shit
guy's
about how you're
saying
better
to
than
me
all these
is like
commentators and not have
TPUS.
basic fundamentals.
At least they don't eat in the microphone like fucking Hassan.
I eat the microphone too, but at least I'm in the microphone.
I don't agree that you have to look at the mic at the camera the whole time, because there
Yes,
are
you
people
do.
who have setups which are like, unless I'm talking to the camera, that's a
But
different
you
thing.
need to be facing it. You don't need to be looking into the camera. You need
That's
to be
what I
facing
mean.
it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But you're not facing it. You're over here
I was
out of frame
looking
like
this
this.
way. I was looking this
Every
way.
time. Every time we have to have this conversation.
That download is done, by the way. Can we watch another horror movie? It is not Monday.
They did this thing where they set up 4 different nonprofits to kind of make it look like, among other things, to try to make it look like Charlie Kirk wasn't making as much money as he really was, which was, according to these people, a massive amount of money. So, yeah, it's funny that Tim Pool just dropped that in. By the way, kind of doing some shady stuff. Anyway, the guy that I've been defending, kind of doing some shady stuff with the money.
President. I think we're losing sight of this conversation. So Candace
Condescending,
Owens
man.
is meeting with Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is meeting with Candace. Why? Why are they meeting? Why?
It's a lost drop right there.
Why?
Stephen Baldwin.
Paul Davidson?
What does Erica owe Candace? What does Candace owe Erica?
Shut up,
That's
man.
the question I have. The reason they're meeting is because Erica wants to go confront Candace and be like, you're freaking lying about everything.
Hey, shut up, man.
And you've
No,
said
she's not.
publicly, Miss Owens,
What did I do?
that if I wanted you to stop, you would stop.
Okay, there we go, man. That's the most hated guy of the Patrick Bet David, Paul Bet Davidson group.
Okay, what chance do you think there is that we will see in the eventuation of the 7th party system a 4-party split? So like libs, so like the liberals.
That's not how America's system is set up.
No, I know, but what's the
there already
chance
is
of that
party
happening?
splits. They still coalition together.
Yes, but I'm talking like hard party splits, like new party, like the, I don't know, call them fucking
The system's
Lib
not
Dems.
designed for it. It's not going to happen.
It wouldn't work.
No, it's not. The system in America is not designed for that. You still have to coalition. There's, you know, like, there's plenty of people who will run independent and they'll still coalition with Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm talking like on the ballot itself, because you know how the ballot has different parties and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, where
That's
a party
just not how it
splits off
works.
from the Democrats, right?
You're
so
not,
let's
you're
say,
not really going to do shit if you're not running on the Democrat line.
Interesting. Because like, in theory, if that was to happen, so let's say the squad splits off with, I don't know, fucking Bernie, and starts another Democrat-adjacent party, and takes votes enough that they take states. What happens then?
That's just not how the system works. It's not going to happen.
I feel like that's very short-sighted. Like, I understand it's not set up that way.
It's just not how it works.
There's no room whatsoever for anything like that to happen?
That's why they have independence. If a different party wins a state, they can be an independent and coalition. No matter what party they are, it will always be independent. Now, the parties can change because it wasn't always Republican and Democrat. Now, that could happen. I just don't think it will at this point in time because it's already too solidified. Because that's why, like, you had the Republican-Democrat flip post, like, slavery and stuff. but the names didn't change, but the stances on the party completely changed.
Yes.
And who voted for those parties completely changed.
Yeah, the demographic shift. Because this is what I'm kind of theorizing is now that we are in, like, solidly in the 7th party system, demographics have shifted. Voter base has changed. We're seeing it solidify now. It's settled.
It's
and
just not...
you think the Republicans and Democrats are going to stay? As they are?
Both parties have shifted incredibly. Like, they're not even close to how they used to be a few years ago.
But, like, and, well, it's... I use the Democrats as the example, but it would be more likely to happen a hard party split on the right. A split between, like, traditional Republicans and MAGA. Depending on how frustrated they get with Donald Trump, of course.
I think it also depends on... Because of it being... The nature of the democracy means that basically they have to always kind of have this populist edge to them. Because if you're too far out from the Republican agenda, and Trump is like, you're an anti-Trump person,
you lose votes.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what I'm saying.
You're gonna lose your power and your position.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I'm saying, is like the Republicans are getting starved out. So that's just a shift in policy towards MAGA. But there's
when they get annihilated at midterms, right? That's when party shifts and movement will happen. They're only gonna shift and move things if it shows that they potentially have their seats threatened. And the people are too disorganized to actually lobby their power of being able to threaten seats. It all just basically comes from Trump on who they fucking weaponize their agenda against at this point. Small government conservatives are now God Emperor conservatives.
But this is what I've been thinking about.
In that admin, like Rand Paul, who's like a dill hole, but continually stands on his libertarian independent principles, and he coalitions with Republicans. Mitt Romney as well, he's still a Republican, but like he constantly was like, Trump's an asshole.
Because like this is just what I've been thinking about, is like whether Republicans are just gonna, and I'm talking like traditional Republicans.
A lot with Republicans, they don't actually answer to constituents because their constituents are too illiterate to begin with, basically. So like AOC, like a lot of people gave her flack over voting to approve defensive weapons purchases for Israel, right?
Yes, but she was voting in favor of the constituents.
She's in New York, where you have enough people who are politically engaged that they can shift a system there. But you look at someone like Mitch McConnell, he's Kentucky, right? And he's been there forever.
Mr. Turtle Man.
Like, it doesn't matter what he does. He's going to continually win that seat. And I think that's more likely to happen in Republicans, where they only have to basically, as long as the people who vote Republican down the line think that those Republicans are establishing their broad-line ideas, then they're going to vote on that party line.
Or do you think not vote? What do you think the line is for traditional Republicans, where they'll be like, "All right, I'm fucking done"?
There is none. It's always going to be determined by the community around them, and if if the community around them is all this fucking idiot MAGA, like people are not politically engaged enough to see through shit like this.
That's a good point.
It's just going with crowds.
Yeah, because it's. I really would like to see hard party splits. It would be so interesting. But yeah, okay.
The thing is like, I think that there is a pretty big split in the Democrats, but at the end of the day, they still coalition with Democrats.
With each other,
and they're gonna. That's the thing is, it's like it's more like interpolitics, not outer politics. Like these splits come in on the interpolitic line. The Republicans don't have that. You know?
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Like you can't even like speak out against Speaker Johnson, and that only recently has started happening, right?
Yeah.
Because of the misogyny and shit.
Only recently, yeah. Hold on, I'll just take the photo here. That'll work. Streaming now. Yeah, because it's like, cause I'm just sort of pondering a little bit. I'm just like,
Yeah, I agree with what Cal just said too.
people voting Republican will take the hit if they think. Yeah, okay. Very interesting. So not
Like
yeah.
it's like the one person we were watching, I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about how there's a reckoning with the Democrats that they can't be both for corporations and for the people.
Yeah.
And they need to choose, and older Democrats are sticking to the corporations while the new progressive Democrats are for the people.
Yeah.
Right? Republicans don't serve the people. They've always only been serving corporations.
That is true.
And the conservative base is just much easier to control. Because they're already, you know, like they're already being like educated as a form of bowing to authority from the gate.
Yes.
Like how many of these people revolve around churches in their community, right? And then they'll stick up for pastors
who touch kids
and get it buried.
So that Trump really has pretty much dominated the entire Republican Party.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm like, well, okay, so if we're talking about coalitions, what if there was enough progressives to coalition to counteract the Democrats, and the Democrats were so obstinate about refusing to change party leadership that they keep dipshit in power?
Is that
would they split off and create
already,
a new dominant party?
That's already what's happening, but the thing is that happens in the House and not the Senate. Because of the structure of the Senate, it's always going to mean that even if the Progressive Caucus dominates the House policy, they still have to cater it to the broadline Democrat because the Senate needs to vote on that policy.
It really makes it hard, huh?
Yeah, that's why the Senate shouldn't exist.
Fair.
Group / cast.
If the Senate didn't exist,
the most loved
then
Tom.
They would be more
But there's Adam, the most
multi-party system like other countries.
Yeah, true. Would have more control.
It's the fact
that
the Senate is set up that you get 2 representatives
per state
for every state, and because it's set up like that, it's always going to be this party split because you can't afford to go outside the party lines.
Party. Increase the number of senators.
Just get rid of them. Don't need them.
That works too.
Most hated guy being very condescending and annoying, and we all hate him.
This episode, Curbster writes, I am praying that our girl is playing the ultimate long game while staying true to her convictions and true toward all of us who have backed her and Charlie from the beginning. I am praying that God keeps you strong, righteous, and faithful in every step that you take.
And stay haunting. Hey, Candy, I just want to say you keep haunting. Stay haunting.
I'm going to haunt you. May God save America and protect us all. I want to say this to you guys just plainly. If I was going to sell out, it would have happened in the last 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Those offers were made. Those threats were made. I hope you have seen what I have gone through.
What'd they say? Okay, this is what my gorgeous PBD boys are talking about right here. What is it? What the hell? I lost track of this stupid, meaningless crap right here. Hold on. What is this called? Erica and I sat down. Here's what happened. Who's Erica? Oh, right. That's the one. That's the lady. Okay, got it. Sorry. And I listened to this whole thing, and I was kind of like, what is this? Kind of sounded like mush. I was like, what? Okay. Seemed like she was saying, some of the stuff I asked, I don't know. I got a lot of questions or something. I don't know. Who knows? But I did notice this, watching this, is that she does a lot of this, like, people think I'm selling out or I'm not sticking to my crap. I am. I can assure you, whatever the hell I'm doing, it's righteous. Anyway, I have merch. But the comments on this 2.1 million viewed video in 5 hours and 250,000 live stream viewers video is some kind of interesting crap in here. We learned nothing. Absolutely nothing. Hey, shut up. Yes, you did. Props to all of us for not believing. This is a funny one. Props to all of us for not believing whatever this was. Oh, are we seeing the end of the haunting?
I'm gonna haunt you.
It's a big club and we are not in it. Hey, yes you are. For real, I feel dumb after being invested in this BS. BS.
Lol.
Oh, that means bullshit. That guy can't say that. This guy replies to that guy, I feel dumb for ever being invested in this stupid crap. Somebody replies to that, you should. Most of you have become way too obsessed with this. Go take care of your family.
All right. Long video. This one. I think? No. This one.
A pirate. Yep. I taught them how to torrent, my elementary school kids, because on December 31st of 2023, PlayStation announced that they were deleting 1,318 seasons of Discovery programming from customer libraries. Mythbusters, Deadliest Catch, Shark Week, shows people had purchased, not rented, purchased, gone. Warner Brothers Discovery decided maintaining that content wasn't worth the cost, so they just deleted it. But then my kids asked me a question that I really couldn't dodge, and I had to explain to them. They asked me, Dad, what about all the stuff that's on our Plex server? So in this really short video for the next 15 minutes or so, I'm just gonna kind of casually talk about why corporations are creating a generation that don't know how to preserve their own media, why younger kids today can edit videos across 3 different mobile apps, but the second that you ask them to find a downloaded file on a desktop, they just start panicking, and why learning how to pirate or download or torrent or whatever you want to call it, how it can teach you that that's just the way it is, doesn't always have to be that way. And more often than not, that's just the way we designed it. Because something that I don't really see a lot of people talking about, despite this being one of the first fully digital generations, like all-encompassing digital generations, we are still having a lot of trouble preserving the memories that really matter to us. It's all being held by corporations who control what we see and when we can, and paywalling all of it at the same time. Step on it, Daddy. That PlayStation announcement revealed something that most people don't want to think about. True. You don't own anything digital. You're renting permission to access it. And that permission expires whenever it's no longer profitable to maintain. Now watch how this same pattern shows up in something new.
Sipping coffee and saying, step on me, Daddy? Am I getting that right?
I think that's what I said.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Come here. Got it.
have probably dealt with at least once in your life. My kids can edit videos across like 3 different apps simultaneously. There are Gen Alpha kids that understand the YouTube algorithm better than like Mr. Beast probably. But you ask a young kid in elementary or middle school how to find a downloaded file on their desktop or laptop computer, actually finding where the file lives, and genuine panic sets in. That's been my kid before, and that's not their failure. That's intentional design by platforms that profit from her not understanding how these systems work. When you don't understand where your information lives, you can't preserve it.
That keeps Captain Hook afloat, shrink into a tiny boat.
You know what's also really cool? Corporations sell you devices with less and less memory and charge you even more. And then charge you even more if you want to upgrade your memory. Very fucking cool.
Controls access, and when they decide it's not profitable anymore, it disappears. That is the business model. That's it. You want to watch Pokemon from the beginning? Season 1? It's on Netflix, I believe. Most of the middle seasons are somewhere on Amazon Prime.
There is a website that tells you how to watch this. You start off on Netflix, then swap over to the Pokemon streaming service, which is the only place that has season 2.
But the rest of it, it's all just a complete mishmash of separate services,
on there.
multiple services, managing multiple subscriptions, realizing that any season that you want is going to be on another platform. This is fragmentation as a very deliberate business model. Same content scattered across corporations, each charging separately. Not because it has to work this way, because it's more profitable this way.
If you love Trolls like Leah, Netflix has Trolls Holiday, but not Trolls Holiday in Harmony, which is on Hulu. If you love the first half of Titanic, that's on Crackle, but then you gotta switch over to Vudu to watch the rest of the movie.
It's owning something versus renting permission to see something while the corporation pretends that you own it.
Like, I know a lot of millennials and probably a lot of older Gen Z, we all grew up in this era where downloading the wrong MP3 file from like LimeWire or Kazaa could completely just mess up your family's computer. And because of that, we had to learn some basic semblance of how technology worked, at least on the inside or in the backside. We had to learn how files move from one place to another, how to make sure what you are downloading isn't going to be a virus. We had to learn by failure because the systems that were set up for us were, to be quite honest, very clunky and very ugly and not very intuitive. But because of that, you had to learn to swim by treading the water, so to speak. But unfortunately, our search for the most seamless user interface has completely flipped that on its head.
They hide every mechanical detail behind toddler-proof interfaces. A simple tap and swipe and information appears. You never see how it works, and that ignorance is the entire strategy, because users who understand mechanics are a lot harder to control. So in my household, we have a NAS, Network Attached Storage. It's a server that is sitting in our home that we physically control. It's not cloud storage where data lives on Google servers or Apple servers. It's a server that I own and where my memories live with me. They are.
Well, this is the thing, Fudge. It's just cable. it's just modern cable. Like, that's all people need to realize.
Already understand this from Plex. Our NAS lets them access movies and shows across devices without needing a company in the middle. Yes, I know we use Plex, but you know what I mean. When Netflix or Disney Plus deletes something, and they will, I can make it reappear on Plex. And once it's there, it stays there unless we choose to remove it. Or even better, I can find the unaltered original versions of things like Star Wars. And it's not just like movies and TV shows. These are our family photos. These are our family memories. These are everything that my wife and I have gone through since we've pretty much been together. And it's all stored in this one little box. And I can't ever imagine giving all of those memories to someone like Apple or Google and paying them for the privilege of keeping it there. Like the music that will be paramount to.
So I've been playing through the Spider-Man game again. And this playthrough, I noticed the gay flags that are all over the city. And I'm like, the first playthrough, it didn't even register. Yeah, it's New York, right? So I'm like, oh, there's fucking gay flags everywhere because when I played the first time, I would swing and jump over buildings, but I've been fast swinging through the city. And I've been seeing the flags on the buildings, and it clicked that I saw some shit like when the game came out about people having a mod to remove the gay flags. And I'm just playing the game and I'm like, if this bothers you that much, you probably shouldn't play video games. Like, it literally does not impact a single thing in the entire game. It's just aesthetics on a building. And I'm pretty sure they're only in, like, certain places of the city, too. So it's like... I just don't understand how these people play video games.
in New York City.
And not see gay flags?
Like that's the whole... They're like, it breaks my immersion to see gay flags. Bro, it's set in New York City.
Like, what are you talking about? And the game is fantastic. That's the thing. And
Mods
it's like
to replace them with American flags. That's so funny.
And there are American flags all over the game too. It's crazy. It's almost like that's how New York is. It's like, fuck off. Like, imagine if The Division had a gay flag anywhere in New York, which granted it's like post-apocalyptic, it's probably not going to, right? You could easily argue that there wouldn't be in that kind of universe. But like, it's Spider-Man. It's
also
supposed to be
Marvel,
an alternate universe.
Who,
yes,
like,
that too.
From the beginning, Stan Lee wanted to always be inclusive and stuff. And it's what's funny is because I think both Marvel and DC are very progressive in different ways. But like the whole reason for the X-Men existing, like, and like also like the chief villain's like motivation is that he survived the Holocaust. And so he's against the otherment of mutants and wants to eradicate anything that feels that way.
Yeah.
Like, that is a good fucking villain motivation.
I agree.
And, like, for some reason in comics, because you know how these people cry about race swapping? How often does that happen in comics? Do you hear
All
people
the time.
crying about race swaps?
Oh, crying about it? They don't.
Yeah. Because, like, I was saying literally yesterday, like, I'm like, when are we going to get... I haven't seen all the new... Like, I don't know, maybe the new Batman, they have a black Catwoman in it. But, like,
What do you mean? Halle Berry was the original Catwoman in film.
That doesn't count. Fuck that movie. I'm talking about a Catwoman in a Batman movie.
Right.
Being black, because, like... I don't know if
literally
the
doesn't
comics
matter.
did it first, but Eartha Kitt being Catwoman on the show is why. And then another one is like before Sam Jackson was cast as Nick Fury, there was already versions of Nick Fury that were
white,
black,
or black. Ah, okay.
There's two different versions of Nick Fury, and in fact, I believe if you play Marvel Ultimate Alliance in the first game, no, it's probably an alt costume for Nick Fury.
Possibly, yeah.
Where you can race swap them and stuff. But, like...
Those kind of characters don't really matter if they're race swapped, though.
The first time I remember anyone complaining, or bringing... Not even complaining, just bringing it up, was... Like, a few... Like, maybe 20 years ago, when... Miles Morales officially became Spider-Man in one of the comics. People are like, how do you feel that they made Spider-Man black?
I mean,
I
he's
remember that. And I don't remember anyone actually caring, but they still brought it up.
Miles Morales is a great character too.
But before they wouldn't bring that up. Like, nobody cared about that. Nobody cared when Nick Fury was Sam Jackson in the movies.
No, they didn't.
Even though Nick Fury is... more often he's drawn to be white. And I want to see now how much Sam Jackson has affected that.
It has changed. There are iterations of Nick Fury that are black now.
Well, I knew both versions of Nick Fury before Sam Jackson and the Avengers came out. Nick Fury was already black. That's why like it just wasn't a huge deal that it was race swapped, because Nick Fury had already been race swapped in certain comic lines. And that's the same with Catwoman. She gets
if you were to give them charitable interpretations
and then there's the Mandarin,
of
which instead of making him Chinese, they made him a Green Goblin guy.
Like giving a charitable
A little green
interpretation
ghoul.
of them whinging about race swapping, I can understand if they're coming at it from like a Hal Jordan is a white guy, do a different character if you're gonna do black Hal Jordan.
Yeah,
I
but
get
they
that.
did do that. Jon Stewart is the second Green Lantern.
I know, and this is what I'm saying, right? And this is why I don't think there was as much issue with Miles Morales. Or Nick Fury, maybe Nick Fury.
Yeah, because it was a
is
different
not the
character.
same
But I
thing.
think at the time, because this was right after Disney
Mhm.
acquired them, I think
Yeah.
at the time already there was some conservative zeitgeist pushing they're making Spider-Man black thing.
I'm sure there was.
But I don't remember it happening before that.
Because it's like the two examples that I brought up, they're different characters. Nick Fury is the same character, technically. Right? But also, you can explain it away by different universe. Like, both Marvel and DC have this. Like, also, you're correct, Fudge. Like, the whole thing about Spider-Man is that it can be anyone behind the mask. That's literally the whole point. He's just the regular guy. And that's why Spider-Man was such a popular character, is because it did put you in the that mindset of like, oh, you're that nerd at school that's an outcast, does their own thing. It can be anybody. Yeah. Not surprised.
I was just looking up, and I got reminded of two problematic whitewashing of characters.
Mm-hmm.
And Bane not being Latin American, he's a fucking luchador.
True.
You know? Like, the Dark Knight Bane is completely different than any
It
other
is a
iteration
different Bane,
of Bane.
yes.
And the other one was the ancient one in Doctor Strange.
Yep.
The ancient one is Tibetan in the comics. They specifically made it Tilda Swinton in white because of China.
Yes, I was going to say, do you know why? It's because they didn't want a Tibetan representation because Tibet is China. The PLA
Oh,
occupies
here, another
it's
one.
Tibet.
Wally West.
Yep.
So sometimes Flash's wife is black.
Yep.
Sometimes she's white.
Yes. But again, it's
Lois Lane
inconsequential.
sometimes will swap, and same with Lana
Okay.
Lang. They'll
Yeah,
sometimes
these are
swap.
all inconsequential race swaps, though. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but Nick Fury and Catwoman are pretty big.
Yes. So what's
That's what I'm saying.
Catwoman's
It's like
backstory?
comic books have always been kind of fine with race swaps like that. There's certain
Yes.
ones that won't work though. Like Storm is one that stands out for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could do a different Storm who has the title of Storm, but you couldn't do Oro Monroe, I think her name is.
Yeah, you couldn't do the Storm that is the wife of Black Panther, Queen of
And
Africa.
if anything in
kind of
comic
shit.
books, they whitewash them more than anything. Like, even in like Marvel Rivals, like I was like, come on, why am I not Roma when I'm Scarlet Witch? Like, who's
Well,
this
yeah, that's
white
a good-
lady?
that's
But then
actually a
she has
good
an alternate
example.
costume where I can be Roma, so.
But that's actually a pretty good point. Is they could have cast Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch as Roma, or at the very least,
I don't know if Quicksilver is Roma though. Scarlet Witch is though.
No, they both are.
I don't know that. I don't know for sure.
They're brother and
because I
sister.
don't-
What are you talking about?
I don't. Yeah, but that's only in one iteration of the comics.
Scarlet Witch.
I think they're also
Quicksilver.
half brother and sister.
Are they always brother sister?
I think they're half brother sister. Because I want to say sometimes Scarlet Witch is his mother, and because he's the son of Magneto.
Okay, so this is the main universe, the 616. Early life, Maximoff is a speedster and the older twin brother of Scarlet Witch. So that's the main story. So that's the main thing. Okay, for years, he and his twin sister Wanda believed that they were the children of Romani couple Django and Maria Maximoff, later revealed to be the twins' maternal uncle and aunt. So they are Roma by their mother's side. Both of them.
Yeah.
As per 616.
For some reason, I remember at one point Scarlet Witch being Magneto's wife instead of daughter. So that's what I'm saying is, like, I think at that point, but I might be confused.
Possibly. Because I think...
I'm not a fucking comic book expert or anything like that.
Because I think Magneto was always their parent, like their father. I think. But it seems like, yes, they are, at minimum, half Roma. Or maybe minimum quarter. Maximum
Anyway,
half.
It's always fine to make them white if they've been anything else in the comics. It happens way more, especially when it's issues of cultural sensitivity.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you couldn't just make a different nation and have the person be, like, Tibet, but a fictional Tibet. They did that with Iron Fist.
Yeah, they did.
Like, he doesn't go to Tibet. He goes to some weird mountainous portal, but it's not Tibet. It's like it's like Shangri-La or something. I don't know if it's called Shangri-La. That's just a common place that's used.
That actually might be what it is. Let me look up. In the show?
Yeah.
Here you go for...
That's another thing. People are like, how come Iron Fist is white? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's always been white.
Yes, he has.
I think there has been a white Luke Cage, though. But I'm not sure on that one either.
Mystical city of Kunlun, where he learned martial arts and earned the title of Iron Fist. Okay. So yes, fictional.
My kids becoming adults right now. Like, my eldest daughter is really into...
But also the Ten Rings was fictional place too.
Wait, they like to talk about gingers being replaced by an anagram of ginger? What? What does that mean? I haven't heard this.
You'll let you figure that one out.
Music that will be paramount to my kids becoming adults right now. Like, my eldest daughter is really into Lupe right now, and who knows if her music is going to be on Spotify 10, 15 years from now. And this is one of my big things in regards to downloading as opposed to doing like Spotify or Netflix
scramble?
or...
Yeah, you rearrange the letters.
Oh! Sorry, I was thinking it was... My ass was thinking that each of the letters meant something, so I was like, gay, Indian. What would N be?
Anything like that is that those services will remove those items. Like the movies that my kids watched growing up, the things that would comfort them when they were sad, the stuff that formulates who they are today, those are all able to just be removed at the whim of some executive, some random person that I know that I cannot trust. And more than likely, they're going to charge me more money for, once again, the privilege of taking in media that might have more importance to me than it does to them. Like another quick example, 2009, Google remotely deleted George Orwell's 1984 from Kindle devices. People who purchased the book woke up to find it gone, along with all of their notes and highlights. A high school student lost an entire semester's worth of annotations, and he ended up suing Amazon because of it. If it's on someone else's device, it's never really yours. And it replicates across every system designed around controlled access. Gabe Newell, founder of Steam, recognized this years ago.
You know, there's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people who want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, you know, $2,000 PCs and, you know, they're spending $50 a month US more on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money.
And I broke down Gabe's strategy in my previous video about how Steam doesn't solve piracy. It just makes controlled access feel like ownership through convenience. And the biggest defense that I see in the comments of that video is, Steam is the best we have. They provide a good service. They don't need to do anything else. Here is what that misses. Valve could reinvest in the communities that built them. Portal started as Narbocular Drop, a student project at DigiPen. Gabe Newell saw the demo and hired the entire team on the spot. Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod. Valve hired the creators in 2000 and took the IP. Dota 2 came from a Warcraft 3 custom map. Valve hired IceFrog, the creator of Dota 1 in 2009. Team Fortress.
Like, why didn't you make Half-Life 3?
Who knows?
Like, even if it's bad, who gives a shit?
Do you see that Islamic leaders are refusing to take the guy's body? They refuse to bury him with Islamic rites.
Epic.
How funny is that?
Alien Swarm, and most recently in 2024 they did it again with Hoppo Games, the Risk of Rain developers. Now this isn't a condemnation of Valve or Steam or anything like that, but the pattern is consistent. You find something successful in your ecosystem, you hire the talent, you absorb the IP, and then you profit. Like, what if they had done something different? What if they've given those developers funding and independence to build their own studios? Not, you work for us now, but here's capital, go build something that you own. That's ecosystem investment. That's recognizing the difference between extracting value from your community and genuinely empowering it. But extraction is always going to be more profitable, so that is what you get. The best that we have becomes a lot harder to argue when you know what best we could have actually looks like. And bookmark this comment, timestamp it, whatever. If I ever get video game donkey levels of YouTube famous, you best believe I am opening a creators fund. That has always been the plan. But anyways, you want to do something like play video games with your kids? Like the new Call of Duty just came out. Your family of 6 all want to play together. Well, here's the math. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 supports 2-player split screen and multiplayer. That's it, 2 players maximum per console. So for your family of 6, you're gonna need 3 complete gaming setups. 3 Xbox Series X consoles, that's about $1,500. 3 copies of the game, $210. 3 extra controllers on top of the ones that came with the consoles, $180. And then 3 Xbox Game Pass core subscriptions to play online, so you can all play together online. $225 a year. 6 Activision accounts. Okay, so I just put everything in a cart in Best Buy, and it's like $2,800. So it's, oh man, it's even worse. Jesus. Back in my day, couch co-op used to be the standard. 1 console, 1 game, a few extra controllers, and everyone got to play together. The technology to support 4-player split screen absolutely exists. We had it in the 90s, but fracturing your family across multiple $500 consoles is more profitable than letting everyone play together on one. Like, Nintendo is probably the best example of this now with games like Mario Party and Mario Kart, but even then, I'm not gonna start defending Nintendo in any way.
Don't you have a Switch eShop? Yep. So you could make your legacy content available there at any time. Yep. I'd like to purchase those games on the eShop with my money, without resorting to piracy, which you so thoroughly despise. So you should make them available for Switch. That makes sense to me. Then do it. We currently have no plans to offer classic content in other ways and also don't pirate our game.
But my whole point is that modern American life looks far more exploitative when you have more people to care for. Oh, we also have a 3D printer. My kids can design and print replacement parts for toys and controllers and, you know, Warhammer miniatures. They see how cheap production actually is. They recognize when a company will charge like $70 for a piece of plastic that I could print out for about $3. And because of that, they can recognize actual technological advancement versus planned obsolescence. It's the same philosophy when it comes to digital access. Is this a genuine technical limitation or is it a business model choice? So the moment that I knew the things that I was teaching my kids were actually starting to get through to them, after we got my son's PC set up, I was showing him some websites where he could play, you know, cool free games, stuff like that. And he found out that there was a Pokemon game that he was able to emulate. He knew about emulation and running modded versions of games from watching like Breath of the Wild speedruns and stuff like that. So it wasn't a foreign concept to him. He asked about the game, asked if it really was playable, and I said, yeah, more than likely, but here's the thing. If you want, you can try it out, play it for a little bit, and if you really like it, you can spend your allowance money and buy it for yourself, for your Nintendo Switch. And so he looks at me and he's like, well, how much does it cost normally? And I'm like, well, it's Nintendo. It's gonna cost $70, and you're gonna have to wait for a sale if you want it cheaper, and because it's Nintendo, that's not even guaranteed. And so he does the math in his head, and he's like, well, I could just buy like 3 Gundam model kits for that same same amount of money. And that's what he ended up doing. He didn't end up
Fair
downloading
enough.
the game or anything. He didn't steal anything. He just made a cost-benefit analysis, looked at what they both provided in terms of actual value for him and his wants, and he made a good decision. I think he made a very mature decision. And I'm very proud of him for that. And now they can spot it in their daily lives.
actual
The printer that
parenting-
refuses to print unless you buy the
Mohawk!
groceries. The car that requires a subscription for heated seats. The streaming service that removes shows that you purchased. Each one reveals the same pattern: convenience as a control mechanism. When console limitations frustrated them, we started going the route of my eldest two kids building their own gaming PC. Not because I pushed them towards it, I was more than happy to help them, but because once you understand that restrictions are intentional, it becomes near impossible to accept them as unchangeable. So to wrap up, like, the whole beginning and end of this is that the literacy gap was always the point, and the literacy gap is how a lot of these corporations just maintain control over art, over media, of all things. Like, yes, there is a lot to be said about the ethics, who's really getting hurt, who is really at fault for whatever systems we have in place. But in my opinion, we are debating about the sharing and proliferation of information, of media, of entertainment, of news. All of that stuff falls under this purview of just being able to download and send data at your own discretion. Like, for years now, we have been told in regards to our media consumption, this is the way that it is. This is the way that it has to be, and we're going to have to keep charging you more for it. But it doesn't. And like, that is the crazy thing, is once you see what your world can look like with a little bit of just knowledge and a little bit of freedom of information, in a way, it's really crazy about how much more your world can open up. Like, I didn't even get into subjects of like censorship.
The thing is about
I barely
GoldenEye
touched on like revisionist
is
history.
that Perfect Dark's just better. That's the thing, is like GoldenEye's multiplayer so laggy it hardly runs, but you can still play Perfect Dark on 64 today, and it's still going to be a good experience.
Fair. I'll have to take your word for it.
And art and stuff like that.
Have it. I just haven't
but in a
played it yet.
world where dead internet theory is real,
Yeah, well,
I
that's
mean,
the
how
thing, is
else
that
are
they
we
need
going
to-
to keep and share
the remake,
the real?
they need to make that available on like Steam and stuff. Like, it's only for Xbox 360. And it's a very good remake where they modernized the controls, and really that was the only thing holding it back.
Yeah, okay.
Stuff that people made. That is why I kind of just wanted to ramble and rant about this topic today, just because we as
yeah, okay.
But I like that game a lot more. I think the last level is a total cunt, but I think there's
Of
a
which
lot of
one?
The World Is Not Enough.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's really fun. The thing is there is like an aspect to the multiplayer that's super annoying, where they make it so like, I don't know why they did this, but like, if you play as good guys, the other team, like if you're on blue team and you want to be James Bond or something,
okay,
you couldn't put M on the other team because good guys can't fight good guys. But
That's
you
pretty
can put villains on both teams. But it's weird. There's a whole like personality thing that goes into all the multiplayer AI, and
Yeah.
basically all the unlockables in the game aren't stuff that's codes for the games. It's unlocking
okay.
more multiplayer content, including like
Huh.
different characters and stuff,
Interesting.
and new multiplayer levels and stuff.
Very interesting.
And there's like different personalities that the AI will use, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Weird.
But also Perfect Dark had that as well, where there was multiplayer exclusive unlocks, but it was all tied inside the multiplayer.
Ah.
Like there's a whole challenge system inside the multiplayer
Yeah.
where you have to complete the challenges, and that will unlock harder simulants, and the simulants there can also have personality types, which is why you can have Perfect Dark, and you can have a 4-player split-screen zombie game by making all the simulants fist sims. So they only punch, and then you turn on one-hit kills.
Yep. That's funny.
consumers, we that live in a society, like we decide what comes next and
And then
how
you can play
we
Team
move
King of
forward.
the Hill.
And especially now that we are increasingly just
So you
giving all of our
constantly have
data,
to
all
be
of our
moving
information,
and
all of our
reinforcing and
memories over
defending
to
different areas.
whoever can hold it to us.
As the hill moves around. Great.
Yeah.
Zombie game type.
Since it's Christmas time,
Oh, God.
this video was going to be about video games. Hear me out. Sometimes I like to talk about, you know, like pop culture or movies or video games to lighten the mood. Until we had another tragic, horrific, tragedy-full weekend, like, again, I don't recognize this world anymore. Don't worry, I'm going to still try and get the video game video game
No
video
fuck? What the
out
fuck?
this week. So please subscribe if you're not
It's coming,
already.
just
We
wait.
need a little happiness and fun in our life. But I
wish
felt
Daesh
so
would stop
horrible
this
if
week.
I did make a fun video without touching bases
Don't say
on
that. That's
everything
rude.
that happened. Let's first begin with the horrific story of Rob Reiner, who is also a Pisces. He is very, very talented.
Oh my God.
He is famous for directing some of the best movies. As a Gen Xer, one of your top favorite movies has to be The Princess Bride.
Yeah,
Stand
it's
By
a great
Me,
movie.
A Few Good Men, Sleepless in Seattle, When Harry Met Sally.
Aren't these all gay movies?
The Princess Bride? Hell no.
Isn't it?
No!
Why do I think it was?
Because it's called The Princess Bride. so
No,
you
no,
think
no,
it's
no,
about
no, no, no,
princesses.
no, 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 no. I swear to God, it was like a.
Oh
one
my
of
god,
those-
she's an astrology believer? She's a woman!
I recently made a friend watch When Harry Met Sally because he's never seen it before. He loved it, of course. Sidebar, I also recently made my friend watch the original War of the Roses, made I think in like 89 or something. I love that one. It's a masterpiece. Did you guys know that Danny DeVito directed that one? Okay, anywho's, when I heard about what happened to Rob and his wife Sunday night, I kind of had a feeling it was going to be a child or someone they knew that closely, just because of the injuries. It's personal, and sure enough, I hate to be right, they got one of their sons in custody. Nick is in custody right now. I think his bail is
And that just said, I hate to be right. True. I think that explains a lot of that.
Have a bail. Apparently, their son did have a hard upbringing with substance and a life on the streets. I've heard a lot of channels talk about Rob's political affiliation. Apparently, he was a liberal who isn't in Hollywood, and he has said a lot of disgusting stuff throughout the years. He also has said nice stuff. I think he said something nice about Charlie Kirk when he passed. I heard he might have said disgusting stuff when Trump's ex-wife passed. I don't know. It's not about politics. He was a great director, but who knows? Maybe they weren't the best parents. Maybe he was a horrible father. Reverse that. Let's go back. By all means, I'm not excusing what the son did. No matter how horrible a father is, you should never unalive anybody. I'm just saying this wasn't like politically induced. I'm just saying if someone's son did this, maybe the guy's a horrible father. What if? I'm kidding. I also don't want to put all the blame on Rob Reiner. I mean, most likely his son has mental health issues. A lot of people we're going to be talking about today have mental health issues, and that seems to be a pattern in today's world.
Y'all want to know the real reason why America is absolutely losing its mind? Look at this graph. In 1995, there was about 40 rock and roll bands on the Billboard Hot 100, and in the same year, there was about 14 million Americans being medicated for their mental health. That's a lot of medication, probably too much already, but do you know what that number is in 2025? Over 45 million Americans are now being medicated for their mental health issues, and do you know how many rock and roll bands are in the Billboard Hot 100? 0. My advice to you is if you're feeling like shit, you had a bad day, a bad week, a bad month, or even a bad year, find some rock and roll music, crank that shit up, go start punching your pillows, go scream, go dig some holes, find a concert to go to, jump in a mosh pit, drink some beers, scream, run around,
This is
and
dumb as
let
fuck.
that energy out. Just do it. We need rock and roll back in the mainstream before we totally lose
Notice
it
how
as a
he
country.
doesn't show rock
God
and
bless
roll.
you.
Now let's discuss what happened in Australia, shall we? I
Can't wait
don't
for
know
another
where to start
Seppo's opinion.
Without this channel turning into a warning to all countries about Islamist
Don't call me that, bitch.
terror attacks. Apparently, it was a father and son duo. You know, maybe a bonding moment for their religion to pew pew up a festival, a Hanukkah festival that was going on. With at least 15 unalived and several more injured, it was horrible.
Did you hear what she just said?
Get over your TikTok self-censorship. It doesn't do anything.
Did you hear what she just said?
What? It's a bonding exercise for their religion?
Yeah.
Yeah, typical dumb fuck opinion. And watch, she's gonna talk some shit about fucking Palestine too.
And
yeah, I've been seeing liberal politicians say that people fleeing genocide in Gaza should have their visas rejected because they're Islamic. Like, these people are literal scum. Like, slime in the gutter scum.
There was a few heroes. I think there was a couple that was trying to disarm someone. They both passed away in each other's arms. There was another good Samaritan that was successful at disarming one, getting shot himself.
A Holocaust survivor did not die in the Holocaust. He survived that, only to be murdered decades later at a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach. Alexander.
The guy was born in 1939, by the way. Like, I understand the sentiment, but, like, I feel like this is a bit of a ridiculous plot point to go with. Like, I understand, this guy was born during World War II, he died here, like, it's a tragedy. So's the fucking tragedy of 15 people dying at the hands of ISIS pledges. That's the story. But you want to focus on this one thing? Why? Because you care so much about the Holocaust? Hey, don't you support Netanyahu, the guy who literally tries to downplay the Holocaust to justify his own genocide? The Hitler apologist, that guy? Aren't you his biggest fan? Kind of interesting that now you care about the Holocaust, but you don't care enough about the Holocaust to call out Netanyahu when he's blatantly apologizing for it. Yeah, cool. Just so we're clear.
Alexander Clayton escaped unimaginable evil as a child. He survived Siberia, he survived the Nazis, he rebuilt his life in Australia. And this week, he was killed at Bondi Beach in a terrorist attack while shielding his wife. His wife said that he stood up to protect her, and that's how he died, protecting the woman that he loved. And he wasn't the only one. A 10-year-old girl named Matilda, a rabbi, a young man named Dan who was just getting started with his life, Peter, a former police officer, a man who fled the Soviet Union as a teenager for a better life, a 78-year-old grandfather who died trying to shield a family friend with his body, an 82-year-old woman, an accomplished professional, a brilliant bridge player.
Why is this attack all of a sudden some special attack that now you guys care to read out the victims? How interesting. How interesting that only now you guys are on board with what I've been saying for fucking years. That we should focus on the victims and talk about the victims. And only now. Why right now is the decision to actually be ethical about reporting on this situation, even though you're clearly being facetious and malicious with your intent? Why now? How interesting. It really is so interesting to me that right now you guys are so interested in being ethical about the reporting of this specific terrorist attack. Where were you for all the other ones? That's what I want to know.
These weren't symbols, these weren't headlines, they were people. A man who survived the Holocaust died protecting his...
Should I get a list of all the kids killed by Israel in the last 2.5 years? Or 2 years, or however long it's been? I think 2 years, right? 2 years? Yeah, 2 years. Do you care about them? What about the ones squished by concrete? You like them? Well, they don't matter. Do they not matter? I don't know. Do you talk about that? Probably not, right?
Wife at a Jewish celebration. Let that sink in. If that doesn't shake you, then I don't know what will.
Quick note to me, future me, you're gonna have to be back.
Terrorist attack. If that doesn't shake you, I don't know what will. 2
Quick
years of
note to me,
genocide.
future
Nothing
me.
matters. Yeah, 2 years of genocide and you're sleeping on it. Yeah, you, even going as far as defending and apologizing for it. This is, boy, I really believe your sincerity here. Yeah, you really care about kids dying and victims of violence. Yeah,
By the way, did
you
you do the
totally
tags
care.
today?
I didn't do the tags, no. I'll do them now. I don't stop speaking over Australians, you racist bitch.
About a lot of words I'm gonna say because YouTube doesn't like them. There was also a survivor from October 7th. He was in Israel on October 7th from that terror attack that was also in Australia and injured this past weekend. This is so crazy. I don't want to harp on this topic too much because it makes me so mad. Muslims do not assimilate. Just keep them out of your country.
Oh my God.
We're gonna
Fuck
move
off, bitch.
on to Brown University. Another pew-pewing. Another pew-pewing took place in
Who was the guy who
Jewish
stopped the
studies
shooter?
class. That's kind of weird. That's
Muslim.
Is it another coincidence?
From Syria.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
Although,
I think it was.
Apparently he was in the police force, possibly for Assad. So.
No, he was photographed with a resistance flag.
Was he
In the hospital.
I because I was gonna ask. That's why I was asking because
No,
I was
think
like
he was a
in the
cop
police.
in Australia.
See, I saw that he was a cop in Syria.
Doesn't matter. Still anti-Assad.
Okay, that's great. Because that's what I was asking because I wasn't sure. Not that it really matters, but I was just kind of curious. Okay. Australia. Bondi. Shooting. Nice. Get that one. Terra. Okay. Tags have been changed.
2 were unalived and 9 injured, I believe. They haven't caught the guy. They have no suspects. They have a man of interest. And the video they have is a nothing burger. It could be anybody. And it's been 4 days. 4 days with no suspects. They did question this one guy and they released the poor guy's name, but then released him and then released footage of the guy's chubby. The suspect they're looking for now, the person of interest.
Wow, who released
he has
that
a little
name?
annette. He's 5'8".
Whose fault was that?
Everything.
Hey, Annette, who did that?
You can't.
I'm not
tell.
sure
Who did
actually.
that?
Who was it?
Who jumped the gun? Was it the same guy who's continually been jumping the gun in all these high-profile attacks and shootings, and labeling people who they suspect to then be the person who commits the crime, and then later that person turns out to be wrong? Kash fucking Patel.
Seriously?
Yes.
That's
all he does is put out wrong information.
Unreal. He's gonna get somebody killed. That's fucking nuts.
In the video, they said, "Oh, maybe you
I
can
put a bunch
pick
of
up on
Kash
his
Patel shit in
mannerism
there.
if you know how this person walks." I don't know if it's another Muslim trying to prove a point. I don't know if it's another libtard that has mental health issues.
You're an idiot.
That's the biggest issue that's going on right now. Everyone is self-isolating and they only have the internet. That's indoctrinating them. I believe they have already put out all the victims' names. They did say the first victim was was a vice president.
I love that
of the
Annette is talking
Republican,
about
like,
internet
party
indoctrination.
club at the university.
Yeah.
And a beautiful,
And,
young, gorgeous girl with
she's
her whole
indoctrinated.
life
She gets her
in
facts
front
from
of her,
TikTok.
Ella Cook.
Yeah.
So who knows if it was targeted? I mean, it kind of sounds like it was. I'm just sick of all these tragedies. I do, like I said before, I do want to make another video this week that's a little bit more happier since we are in the holidays. Maybe I will make an updated video. My heart goes out to everyone who lost somebody. Like, I'm just sick of this. We need
Your
this
heart
world
goes
to
out?
look different. If you're with me, please give this video a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already, and I'll see you in the next.
No fart? There was no fart.
No fart. I guess it was too serious of a subject for a fart.
We should look at the Brown stuff with Cash Patel before we go into the Bondi shooting.
Okay.
The FBI's decision to announce and then release a person of interest detained in the deadly shooting at Brown University has reignited criticism of FBI Director Kash Patel.
That sometimes you head in one direction and then you have to regroup and go in another, and that's exactly what has happened over the last 24 hours or so.
Patel touted the FBI's response in a lengthy social media post detailing how they identified the person of interest. But within hours, officials acknowledged that the individual would be released, prompting criticism over the FBI's public messaging. Former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan told the Washington Examiner that in his view, the Bureau's mistake was not detaining and interviewing a person of interest, but broadcasting the development publicly before confirming it. Kaplan said the FBI's increasing tendency to provide real-time updates during active investigations has eroded public confidence and created unnecessary...
Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure they found him, didn't they? They knew who he was. He didn't necessarily turn himself in. I think they named him and he was like, oh, fuck. I don't think... Unless I'm misremembering. I don't think he turned himself in. Because if I recall correctly, he got caught going back for the gun.
No, he went back for it, and they had already recovered it, I believe.
That's what it was, yes. And that, yeah, okay. And they had biodata from that, yes, okay. So, yeah, they already knew who it was. So there was...
His dad, urged him to turn himself in.
That's right, it was his fucking father. Yeah, his dad kind of turned him in. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yes.
Backlash when early leads fall apart. Following the death of Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk,
said Kyle
Patel
Rittenhouse's
posted...
mother should be charged as an accomplice for being a getaway driver and not urging him to turn himself in?
Not this guy.
To X that a subject responsible for the murder of Kirk was in custody. Hours later, he retracted the post and said the person was released after interrogation. Law enforcement experts caution that acting on tips that later prove incorrect is an unavoidable reality in fast-moving manhunts, particularly after mass casualty attacks. Detentions based on evolving evidence are not unusual, but publicizing them can magnify missteps that would otherwise not garner as much attention.
Friends, it looks like FBI Director Kash Patel is either unwilling or unable to learn from his mistakes, because in yet another high-profile shooting, old Kash just got it wrong. Again. Let's talk about that, because justice matters.
Okay.
Hey all, Glenn Kirshner here. So friends, it's pretty clear that no one can ever accuse Kash Patel of learning from his mistakes. Remember when he posted during the Charlie Kirk shooting incident that we've got the guy in custody? Only to be wrong about that. Well, he's just done it again. This
I
time
can't believe
in
it.
the Brown University shooting case.
Crazy.
This from the New Republic. Kash Patel makes another major error on Brown University shooting. The FBI director has once again prematurely announced details about the suspect.
My brother,
begins.
this is haram.
Kash Patel celebrated too early again. On Sunday, the FBI director made a lengthy post boasting about the Bureau's efforts to detain a person of interest in the Brown University shooting on Saturday night that killed 2 and wounded 9. And friends, I'm going to get to Kash Patel's post in a minute, but the article continues. The person of interest was released hours after Patel's announcement. This blunder from Patel reeks of the same overeagerness that led to this same outcome in the Charlie Kirk shooting. In September, he, Patel, drew the ire of the left and right for his premature social media post the day of the shooting, declaring that the subject for the horrific shooting was in custody, a claim almost immediately contradicted by local officials. Patel later backtracked, and the manhunt ensued for another 27-plus hours before the suspect, Tyler Robinson, was turned in by a family member. Okay, friends, now let's turn to Kash Patel's premature, counterproductive, and inaccurate post. An update on the FBI response at Brown University. FBI Boston established a command post to intake, develop, and analyze leads and run them to ground. So that's Kash Patel taking time out of his busy investigative day to let everybody know that law enforcement is doing law enforcement stuff. But it gets worse. We acted the FBI's cellular analysis survey team to provide critical geolocation capabilities. You know what Kash is doing there? He is revealing in real time the investigative efforts that are being undertaken. You know, he's revealing how they're trying to catch the bad guy, which signals to the bad guy that, oh, I guess I better dump my phone. Believe it or not, it gets worse. As a result, early this morning, FBI Boston's Safe Streets Task Force, with assistance from the U.S. Marshal Service and the Coventry, Rhode Island Police Department, detained a person of interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island, based off a lead by the Providence RIPD. So, friends, why is this a significant blunder? The same blunder he made in the Charlie Kirk case
That's what the
previously.
cops should be called.
Well, first of all, he made clear by inaccurately relating that they've got the bad guy in custody, he made clear that the FBI screwed up because they got the wrong guy holed up in that motel room. 2, he inaccurately signaled to the people that the coast is clear. All is safe. Killer is in custody. And that was wrong.
Get off your phone.
And that's dangerous. 3, he's disclosing facts to the public that
Can't
the
talk
public
shit if you
doesn't
don't have
need to
basic
know.
fundamentals.
The public has no
baffled.
right to know.
Baffled.
And the public shouldn't know. Why shouldn't the public know that, you know, the suspected killer is holed up in a motel in Coventry, Rhode Island? Because you're feeding them facts that they wouldn't otherwise have. So if some witness wants to nefariously insert himself in the investigation and say, yeah, that's right, I saw the killer go to this motel in Coventry, Rhode Island. So, you know, maybe I'm up for some reward money. You don't gratuitously put facts, evidence, information that the public doesn't need to know and has no right to know, because you're really infecting the investigation. But even worse, you are giving the ultimate shooter, assuming the FBI gets the right person, indicts them, puts them on trial, you're giving that person,
Don't
the shooter,
police his language,
what's
Nazi.
called a third-party perpetrator defense by, you know, grabbing up and announcing, you've got the guy, when it's the wrong guy. What is a third-party perpetrator defense? The actual shooter in the Brown University horrific shooting incident, if he goes on trial, is going to be able to call as a witness FBI Director Kash Patel. Because what did you do, Mr. Director? You announced to the American people very publicly in a big splashy post that you've got the guy. You've got him, and you're holding him in a motel room in Coventry, Rhode Island. And that guy that you had in that motel room is not my client, who you're now trying to convince the jury is the actual shooter, right? And Director Patel, you would not have announced to the American people and to the world in that big splashy post that you've got the guy if you didn't have significant evidence that in fact that was the actual shooter. And that's not my client.
Is it the guy?
And then the defense attorney turns to the jury during closing arguments and says, and ladies and gentlemen, that, what Kash Patel posted, that should absolutely give you at least reasonable doubt, and you should therefore find my client not guilty. You know, Kash Patel got it right the first time when he announced the American people, we got the guy in the motel in Coventry, Rhode Island. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily a winning claim, a winning third-party perpetrator defense, but
and then you compile
friends,
it with all the other shit.
I tried criminal cases for 30 years.
All
you need
Charlie Kirk's murderer is going to end up getting away with it.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair Magular. My heart goes out to the victims.
Heart goes
Your
out.
heart goes out? Uh-oh.
Mass shooting at Brown University. I hope law enforcement catches the murderer soon, and that person is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I also request FBI director to stop putting out false information. It's not the first time he's done it. He wrongly identified.
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
In this case, there's literally no reason for the FBI director to have to be the first one to tweet something, to put out these things before verifying the facts. And when he does that, it ends up potentially ruining lives, putting the public at risk, and it's not something that FBI director needs to do. I ask him to just stop doing that. I also want to say that my prayers are with the Jewish community, both in the United States and across the world.
My thoughts and prayers.
Oh, you have no idea. If you're doing that to the soundbite,
No, they're not. They're 30 seconds behind you.
yeah, that's what. It's not 30 seconds. It's like 10.
That's still, it came in instantly after the soundbite.
We'll see.
A heinous attack in Australia. It was completely
Heinous.
devastating. No one should ever be targeted because of their religious beliefs, especially when they're practicing those religious beliefs. And anti-Semitism both in the U.S. and around the world.
Like I understand it's an ISIS attack, right? Can we claim that it was because they were Jewish and not just because it's a holiday event? Like,
Well,
is there actual
yes.
evidence that they targeted it because it was
ISIS
Jewish?
did it because of the climate, knowing that that's the most effective people to target
okay.
right now.
And
So
that
yes,
you reckon
the climate of anti-Semitism influenced the ISIS attack. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I'm like I don't know if there's any like evidence or is that like the
they're gonna attack
agreed
the
upon
people that's gonna get the most reaction out of people.
Oh.
As continue to grow, we need to do more to stamp this form of discrimination out, one of the oldest in humankind, and it is a scourge upon humanity, and we need to all work together to eradicate it. Now I'd like to talk about jobs, which we've now reached the highest unemployment in since 2021.
Nice.
4.6%. The American people know that.
I don't care about this.
Breaking news out of Rhode Island, where a manhunt is underway for the person suspected of fatally shooting 2 people on the campus of Brown University. Earlier tonight, the FBI released these new images of a person of interest while announcing a $50,000 reward for information that leads to
50
arrest.
grand.
It's the latest cleanup effort coming from the very
Cash
top
in,
of the
son.
FBI. Sunday morning, FBI Director Kash Patel raced to social media to announce an arrest had been made in connection to the case. Local authorities confirmed they acted on a tip
What
that
an
came
asshole.
directly from the FBI.
What a dumbass.
The only problem? The wrong man was apprehended. Here's how one Brown student, who herself is the survivor of a prior school shooting, described the terrifying negligence.
The second that we found out that the shooter, or the supposed shooter, was in custody, this weight was lifted off everyone's shoulders. And I remember last night I was with friends when we started getting all the alerts that they released him, that they got the wrong guy. And you felt the tension grow in the room, and you felt that weight kind of go back onto people, and people became scared again.
Real mistakes with real consequences. Here with more, Michael Feinberg, MS Now national security and intelligence analyst. He's a former assistant special agent in charge with the FBI and a fellow at Lawfare.
Michael, let's start where
kind of
Alicia
fellow?
ended, and she's right.
A nice
real mistakes have real consequences. If the FBI is now releasing new video and photos about 48 hours later, what does that tell you about where this investigation is? And we welcome your comments about just the posting from the FBI director that then prompted the authorities to give out information that they had not given out.
Yeah, so there's a few things to unpack in those questions. And I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by noting that this is not the first time this has happened with Cash Patel. During the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination, he tweeted out information that often directly contradicted past tweets, specifically dealing with the supposed apprehension of the subject. During the raid on John Bolton's house,
Cash Patel
he was
has a history of not knowing
about
when to shut the fuck
search
up.
as it was going on, which directly puts the involved agents' lives in danger if people flock to the scene and decide to take issue. With respect to the plot that was unmasked in Michigan, I think around Halloween, it was reported recently in the Wall Street Journal that his tweeting about that arrest before other nationwide efforts were complete caused other suspects in other regions of the country involved with the case to speed up their plans to leave the United States. So at the most basic level, he is throwing a wrench in the works of the investigative process with every tweet or pronouncement he makes without actually knowing the facts. Now, this has other consequences too. It is incredibly cruel, as we just saw, to the community of Providence, and particularly the students at Brown, who thought for a moment that they were safe, that the problem was contained, and that they did not need to worry anymore. And we've got to note, there are students there for whom this is their second mass shooting. That's probably another topic. But lastly, I'd point out that if he's telling people that they have the subject, then other law enforcement agencies, which are not directly involved in this particular manhunt, but are in the surrounding areas, who would probably have their feelers attuned to what was going on and be on the lookout for anything suspicious in neighboring areas, might have let their guard down thinking that there was no longer a problem. And that might have caused us to lose a tip, to not check certain surveillance footage, to not review license plate readers. It could have caused any number of things that should have happened not to.
Michael,
that's such a good point.
Understand and contextualize.
He announced that they had the
because
suspect, so other people involved with the search of the suspect at a critical time when they needed to be looking for him gave him a window to escape because of Cash Patel.
Yeah. This guy should be fired.
I mean, we have to look why Dan Bongino left.
On students' response.
He said, "I've had it."
About how when these events happen, the importance of getting it right before you go public with any comment, let alone information specific to the case. Help me understand and contextualize this yippee-ki-yay, sling it and wing it attitude and approach of Cash Patel. You have laid out accurately other examples of this rush to get information out. It can't be just trying to impress the boss, Donald Trump, and to be in the game to show just how much of an FBI director I am. There's got to be more to this because the impact it is having is consequential and results in bad
Trump
police
is a
work,
piece of shit, you're right.
bad FBI work, bad process. And for any investigation, process is paramount, right? But more importantly, for the victims, it is also paramount that they feel
Paramount Plus.
safe at some point in that process, that the authorities are getting it right. Cash Patel gets it wrong every time.
Yeah, look, I think the director of the FBI in any administration at any point in the nation's history really has three entities to which he or someday she needs to be loyal and true to. The first is the White House.
Names.
You know, I get that. But that is easily the least important element of the FBI director's responsibilities. The second is to the FBI workforce.
Both of those
again,
are
that's
lies.
relatively unimportant. You want somebody who's going to be a good leader, who's going to be a good boss, who's going to set a moral example for the workforce. But the most important person, the most important group that the FBI director has a duty to is the public.
Yeah, dude.
And Cash Patel is utterly failing.
Oh my God! I keep hitting the wrong fucking
these
keys.
Tweets, he is
Trying to press backspace.
Whatever
just
trust
remove
has been
not.
built
I'm
over the
trying.
past
I keep pressing the
117
keys
years
around
between
backspace
the
instead of
FBI and the
backspace.
He is repeatedly feeding them information that is not true and then having to walk it back.
From the Bulwark here, the Timu Oprah has dropped her latest interview with Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, and his girlfriend, country music sensation, Alexis Wilkins. They sat down on the white couch with Katie Miller herself. She has, as mentioned in a couple podcasts earlier today, a knack for bringing in Trump cabinet officials right at the moment that they are under scrutiny for a little bit of a soft touch.
The same person who Mike
Miller knows
Johnson
something about
said
that.
that dumb shit to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had to do that to you. I'm taping this late at night, and I just had to watch Katie Miller interview Kash Patel and Alexis. So just let me have that one. I want to run through some of the clips. I got to tell you, the main takeaways here that I've got are this is extremely awkward, and it's a very awkward and cringe situation, just like the Bureau.
Get off your phone.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I'm not on my phone. Fuck off. Where are the clips?
You're going to see your girlfriend perform.
Let's listen to his answer.
It's ironic that they're saying, oh, you're going on vacation, or you're going to see your girlfriend.
I want to make sure they let you know that. We get in pretty early to questions that have been raised by my colleague, Will Summer. Drew attention to this based on some reporting he had done and some sourcing from some disgruntled former FBI agents. The Kash Patel is taking the government plane he's required to take, but he was making an inordinate amount of trips to see his girlfriend. He went to go see her sing at a wrestling match, etc. Will did a lot of reporting on this. FBI spokesperson came out, called us fake news. The administration calls us fake news from time to time. That's what they do. Kash is asked about that reporting and the amount of time he's spending flying to visit his girlfriend on taxpayer-funded jet, and let's listen to his answer.
It's ironic that they're saying, oh, you're going on vacation, or you're going to see your girlfriend perform. And if I was actually abusing it, I would go see every one of her shows. I think I get to like 15%.
Just to clarify, how often has he traveled to see you since January 20th?
Oh, gosh. I think like Nashville. You've been to Nashville, like.
Yeah, I've been to her house a couple times with her family for the holidays and birthdays. I've seen her perform this year, I think 3 times.
Yeah.
He's only been to 15% of her shows. Only been to 15% of her shows. That was my excuse when my mother called and asked me why I wasn't going to class as much in college. She said she keeps hearing him on Widespread Panic Tour. I'm like,
I only abuse a little bit of the power invested in me.
Only been 50% of the shows on tour. And then when a follow-up question was given about like, okay, but then how many times have you gone to Nashville? Let's just play that part one more time.
Yeah, I've been to her house a couple times with her family for the holidays and birthdays. I've seen her perform this year, I think 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Let me think about this. What? 3, couple, maybe, some, holidays, birthday, had holidays and birthdays, performances. Don't know. Don't have a number. It's quite a lot. It's only been 1 year. I mean, if you asked me how many times I've been someplace in this year, I would know, or at least be able to say in the same ballpark. And I've been to New York a lot this year, for example. You said, how many times have you been to LA this year? Once. Went to LA once to do the Jubilee taping. How many times have you been to Miami this year? I haven't been to Miami this year. How many times have you been to New York this year? I'd say, well, I'd have to think about that. Quite a few. I don't know, probably 6, maybe 7, maybe 5. I don't know. But it's been quite a bit. That is the answer you give when you've been somewhere a lot. And so Kash seems like he's been going to visit his girlfriend a lot, I guess is the takeaway there. So
guy wants
an attempt at cleanup. Katie did her best to help him clean that up.
I mean, look at it.
And what he came away with
leave
was
the man
he's
alone.
been to Nashville enough times he can't quite say how many, and that he's been to about 15% of his girlfriend's concerts. Again, totally fine. And that's a normal percentage still going to.
Not
it's maybe
bad.
a little low if you have a job as like an accountant or whatever, like a mid-level PR executive. But when you're running the FBI, when you're the nation's top cop, it's a notable amount. And it's a lot of D-list country music to be seeing. I want to play one more on his travel here.
And I think it's ironic that members of Congress, who, by the way, travel exclusively on government-funded programs and go see their family and friends wherever they live, whenever they want, not to mention the junkets they take overseas, are the ones criticizing us and me specifically for daring to go see my girlfriend, my family, my elder parents in South Florida, or when I get to, on the rare occasion, go home to my house in Las Vegas. It's home, and it's been home for 5 years for me. So I enjoy doing that, and it's hilarious when they hold up, photos of me in Las Vegas and they say, "What are you doing in Vegas?" And I was like, "So I can't go home now?" And they just don't even do the basic research. But it's the ultimate hypocrisy. They do it more than I do, and they see this as a point of clickbait.
He's not just going to Nashville. They're just going to rural Pennsylvania to see her sing in front of a wrestling audience. They're also spending a lot of time in Vegas, sounds like. where Cash lives. Like initially, he lived at a rich guy's house, which I find kind of strange.
Freeloader.
Rich old man gave him his house. Again, I don't exactly. Does that person have any business? Do they have any crimes that they might want to cover up? I don't know. There's other weird stuff happening. I don't know. Just generally, like the FBI director, you wouldn't want them like living in another rich person's house. Maybe it's his own place now, but at the beginning, I can't speak to. I'm not following exactly where Cash is living minute by minute. But for a while, he's living in someone else's house in Vegas. Anyway, he's upset that, as you mentioned this in the clip, it's like, oh, I can't go home now. But later he like talks about how he likes to say his favorite restaurant is in Vegas. They go out to a restaurant together there. So it's like, all right, well, you're going to Nashville, you're going to see 15% of her concerts, and you're going to Vegas. It's a lot of girlfriend time. It's a lot of personal travel for the FBI director, I will say. I mean, maybe she could come to DC and stay in your apartment a little bit more. That'd be something to think about. Just one thing I should mention. Maybe we shouldn't look into this too much. Everybody who's watched this feed knows I firmly believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. All the evidence points to him, and that he'll be convicted by a jury of his peers. If I'm wrong, people can come back and find this clip. But given all the conspiracies out there, I did think it was kind of strange that Stephen Miller's wife would make this caveat.
Do you find that the people often who are submitting these death threats are the ones who are actually actioning it? Or is it more of a Charlie Kirk type situation, if we all believe that Tyler Robinson was the person who shot and killed Charlie, that it is someone who is not going to post online? Like, has political violence and the death threats picked up since Charlie's murder? Or is it about the same for where it's been, say, since January 20th?
I think this January 20th, it's maybe picked up a little bit. I just think it's gotten a lot more attention.
If we all believe that Tyler Robinson was the person who shot and killed Charlie, what if? Maybe a little slip of the tongue there, but I think when you're with the FBI director and when you know that there are a lot of conspiracies out there about that, you should probably be a little bit more precise in how you talk about it. So just one other thing that caught my eye. We're getting towards the fun part of the show, which is where it gets really awk. So stick around for that. It starts here when Katie asks Cash how he got the job. Great question. We're all wondering that. And here's his answer.
How did that all come together? Did you know you always wanted to be the FBI director?
No. I think Katie Miller had a lot to do with it. But I was sitting in our friend's house in Florida we were all doing all the transition work. Yeah. And so actually, I think as I remember it, I was one of the last agency heads he appointed. And I was sitting in the living room and I got the call, and you can imagine my reaction.
Maybe that's a joke there. I don't understand. Some kind of like inside joke, but like Cash saying that Katie Miller helped get him the job and then big laughs. Like, is that right? Is like the wife of the political advisor, an immigration advisor to the president? Did she have input in the choice for FBI director? Crazier things have happened. I know Weekend Talk Show co-host runs the military now, so I don't know why Katie Miller would have a lot to do with him getting the job. I don't know why he has the job. He seemed to take that question more like literally, which was, "Thank you for your help." I guess Katie Miller may have had some role. That was something worth following up on. And then like he's talked about how he called his mom and how he's excited. So again, these answers aren't demonstrating a ton of focus on, I got the job because I've been dedicated a long career of commitment to supporting federal law enforcement and to ensuring that people in the country are safe. There's the kind of things you'd expect like a Chris Ray to say in that moment, not like thanking a random political advisor's wife for their help and then talking about calling their mom. It's not a guy that's demonstrating a lot of confidence. Now we can get on to the more fun stuff, because this is what it's all about, right? And you're running the FBI. Haven't talked a ton about like the work, like the people that you're arresting and the plots that you're covering and the work that you're doing in the counterintelligence space, going after spies. And we had a big takeout in the board this week about how the FBI is doing a horrific job going after Chinese spies. That didn't come up in this interview because there doesn't seem to be a lot of focus and interest between Katie Miller and Cash Patel and his country singer girlfriend on like protecting the country from foreign spies. It seems to be a lot of interest in like protecting their personal brands as influencers. And to that end, let's hear a little bit more about our influencer director. This one is maybe a point of personal privilege, but they're asked, he's asked his favorite musician. Let's just hear the answer here.
I know Cash, you're a big country music fan. Mm-hmm. Who's your favorite artist?
George Strait.
Really? Even outside of country? Because I was half joking.
100%, all day long.
He's so serious. He just got like the Kennedy Center honors, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Did you meet him?
I did not meet him there, but Alexis, for my birthday, surprised me by taking me to the George Strait concert, and I'd never been before in my life, so that was pretty awesome.
It's cute that she got him to take us to George Strait, but like, George Strait is his favorite musician? Even Katie seemed like that sounded strange. It's like, okay, well, he's now dating a country music star, so is he just trying to come up with the only country musician he knows? I mean, George Strait is great. He's a traditional Texas country singer, long resume, but it's like, that's your favorite musician, but you'd never seen him in concert? You're a grown man? He's a grown man. He's my age. Like, he's maybe one thing, like, I had never seen Oasis in concert, but that's because they've been on, hiatus for 20 years. Like, George Strait tours.
This guy
and such.
would be an Oasis guy.
I don't know. Again, it just seems fake. It doesn't seem real. He seems fake. It all like, or he seems like a person that maybe doesn't like music.
When I think
and he's
of
making it up
the audience
his
of
now
people
girlfriend is a musician.
who would be
Maybe
at an
maybe
Oasis
it. I don't know.
concert,
That one checked
all
out.
this guy. It's just 100 different variants of him, copy pasted.
I mean, let's hear a little bit more about them. Let's hear about their secret talents.
This is for both of you. Separate answers. What's your secret talent?
Ooh, you go first.
I don't have one.
You gotta have a secret talent. We all have one.
What's yours?
I think I can see over the horizon and see what's bad or good in the future.
I think I can compartmentalize.
It's just not natural. They're not natural. They're awkward. It's awkward. They're uncomfortable.
I can compartmentalize because I'm a
his secret
man
talent is
and I don't have a
compartmentalization.
spaghetti brain, is what he said.
I mean, I guess that would make sense that would be what he would bring up as he's sitting here talking about his favorite place to Uber Eats from and his favorite musician and, his dating origin story, his little meet cute, while he's supposed to be running the nation's law enforcement bureau. He's definitely compartmentalizing. He's compartmentalizing, the very serious job that we've tasked him with. He's putting that in a little box for a while he does Timu Oprah. So I don't know. And I think we kind of get a sense for why that might have been the thing that popped to mind in that moment for his secret talent after he said he didn't have one. That might have been really the honest answer. He doesn't really seem to have that much talent. Two other little strange moments that I want to end with. One was she asked, who's the queen of country music? Let's watch this again.
Who's the queen of country music?
She is.
Very sweet.
I need a Poly market now on when the two of you are getting engaged. I will be there front and center.
Neither of them can name anybody, and then she weirdly cuts to a Poly market ad. So maybe she does have advertisers that she has to fulfill content for. But it doesn't seem like Cash Patel likes music. I think he probably couldn't name a female country singer. I guess maybe Alexis can't either. I don't know. It doesn't seem authentic. I watch a lot of interviews with people who actually like music and these are questions they could generally answer. Lastly, they have a dream dinner party, and well, that also just gets weird.
If you could host a dinner party with 3 people, dead or alive, who's at the table and what are you eating?
Okay, I would pick Ronald Reagan, my papa. I know, not a celebrity, but my grandfather meant the most in the world to me, and he knows everything about history, and he's the reason that I got into loving and appreciating history and veterans. He was a veteran, all that stuff. I could talk about my papa forever, so I will move on. Third one is hard because that was kind of as far as I got in my head.
Okay. I mean, Ronald Reagan and Papa, and Cash can't follow the rules either.
Peepa.
And the awkward laughter, and Katie's trying so hard, and you can see why the ratings are what the ratings are on this show. So I appreciate you guys watching my show because I don't knock it out of the park every episode. You get some hits and misses.
True. All right. What else? What was the other thing you wanted to cover?
Oh, really just that. The Brown shooting and how Cash Patel's a fucking idiot around it.
Okay. Let's go to Kagan.
Unless you've been living under a rock, you're probably aware of the terrorist attack that took place on the 14th of December of 2025 at a place called Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, during a Hanukkah celebration, which authorities have since determined was an anti-Semitic attack targeting the Jewish community, specifically on the first day of Hanukkah during a celebration they were having there called Chanukah by the Sea, which is something that they do traditionally every year there, apparently. The attack took place between 6:45 and 6:47 p.m. local time and lasted approximately 10 to 11 minutes. And in this video, what I want to do is break down the time.
No, that's literally what it's called.
Timeline of events, what took place, some acts of heroism that happened during the attack, some after-action responses from public officials across the globe, and a little bit more information breaking down who these people were that perpetrated this attack, as well as some of the people that lost their lives, unfortunately, as a result. So we'll cover all that in this video, and that way it kind of puts together all the different reports that happened into a nice, crisp package, because there's a lot of different videos covering all these different points that were all over the place, and this will package it up so that way you can watch one video and see what actually happened. All right, so let's get into it. So, started at 6:45, 6:47 p.m. local time on December 14th of 2025 at Bondi Beach in a place called Archer Park near a playground and the Bondi Pavilion, which is right next to Bondi Beach. Now, the two gunmen that opened fire did so from an elevated position on this pedestrian bridge that happened to be there, targeting the Jewish community. The event was attended by over 1,000 people. So it's a target-rich environment for them, which is why they picked this location specifically. Now, like I said before, the attack lasted approximately 10 to 11 minutes, and there were dozens of shots fired by both attackers. And of course, panic ensued as soon as shots started being fired. At first, people thought that there were fireworks being shot off, so they weren't sure what was going on. They didn't know that there was gunshots. And so people didn't react immediately. They thought that there was some fireworks happening, and so they didn't, respond. And then once they started seeing people were being shot, then people started freaking out. And obviously the beaches cleared out very quickly. People were fleeing for their lives. They were fleeing along the beach and into surrounding streets. Bystanders were performing aid on people that were getting hit. Police responded pretty quickly, trying to engage.
People were also opening their doors to people fleeing. So people literally let people shelter in their houses while it was happening, which is pretty cool.
The gunman. However, there were a lot of interviews that happened where people said that the police were afraid to act. I mean, I saw one specific interview from a bystander, an old man, an old Jewish man that watched this thing unfold. Here's a clip from that.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes, there was two shooters, one on the bridge, one under the bridge, and just started to shoot for 20 minutes. They shoot, change magazine and just shoot. Simple as that. 20 minutes was 4 policemen there. Nobody gave fire back. Nothing, they are froze.
You knew what a magazine
it looked like 20 minutes, and they shoot. The guy changed magazine. I look at him all the time. I was doing my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just.
What?
I said he used the term magazine correctly. That's so rare.
That is rare, correct.
Rifle and a pistol, and just shoot. And the other one was under. They started to come close to the audience. I think one of the people took his.
There were no handguns in the shooting, from what I'm aware.
Rifle and shoot him. That's one of them. That's what I saw. I didn't know how much I saw, but.
Who were they targeting?
Oh, all the crowd. Anyone, Jewish, just shoot. Doesn't matter who. Men, all kids, everyone. Was no.
Did they say anything?
I couldn't hear. The shooting was so loud that we couldn't hear if they say. I was too far. He was.
I had one fucking moron.
This is
claim
exactly
that they were...
what this guy said. Is exactly why it can't be the IRGC. Because of how random and how indiscriminate they were.
Yeah. There was some dumbass trying to claim that they were shouting Allahu Akbar. And the only place that's reported that is some Christo-Fash outlet that I looked up. Turns out it's literally just an outlet for one racist to put out her bigoted views. And that's the only source that they were able to produce.
I'm shocked.
Claiming that. So that I can safely file away as didn't happen.
On the bridge, I was near the tent, so... But I saw, I look at him, I look what he shot, I look at his rifle, he aimed, he really take his time. He should take his time. And 4 policemen there didn't give fire back. I don't understand why.
What was going through your mind?
Nothing. I'm Israeli. I'm familiar with this situation, but it's terrible in the middle of Bondi.
But usually I'm on the other end of the gun.
It's terrible.
What was tonight supposed to be about?
Hanukkah events. Jewish Hanukkah events.
I think it was the first night of Hanukkah is what it was the event. And specifically, I think this sea thing is the specific event at Bondi that occurs every year. Yeah. Are we surprised? We're not surprised at all.
Yeah.
Like, every time.
We do it every year. Sunday, first day of Hanukkah, we do it here.
There you go.
For me, it's not.
Look, I had to do
I
it.
get used to that, but
What is this?
like try to kill us, like this, like terrorism, like try to kill Jews. Doesn't matter who you are, what you are. You kill a Jew. That's it. And it's time to people in Australia to start to understand we are not a target. We are civilian like you. We do the same thing. There is no reason that we feel not safe here in our country. This is our country. This is how we live, where we live. We need to feel safe.
If I remember correctly, he said he was Israeli.
Family safe? Is your family okay?
I come with 6 kids, and thanks a lot, yes.
Like, as long as he's, like, it's the whole where it's like that's what we want is we want them to come to countries like Australia and say, this is my country, I should feel safe here.
It's just interesting that he wouldn't say Australian or like Australian Jew or something like that.
He clearly isn't born in Australia. You can hear he doesn't have an Australian accent.
No, I know. But it's just interesting. Interesting phrasing, and then the term, like using the phrase
like it was
my
obvious
country,
he
but
was
it's
Israeli.
like
I said it was obvious he was Israeli by his accent.
Yeah. I'm just curious how long he's been here. I wonder if that's something that just is a stickler with Israeli people specifically because of Zionism and Israel in general.
I think it's
or
just
whether that's just like a
normal if you're
first generation
from a country
thing
to say you're from that country. I don't think it's
Yeah, 'cause
anything
I
to
wonder
do
if-
with him being a Jew or something like that.
I wonder if other diaspora first generation moved
Yes,
to the
that's what I'm
country would
saying.
say it like that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with him being a Jew or Israeli or anything like that.
Everybody's safe.
Okay, and what did you see?
Nobody's
People
saying the
what
guy
did you
who
see anyone
interfered is
injured?
Australian.
I see
All
6
saying
people
he's
dead
Syrian.
and
It's Syrian, yeah.
6 or 7 people injured.
What words come to mind? How do you describe this moment?
I was a soldier, so
You hear that?
just check that my kid is okay.
What?
Everybody around
I
is
was
okay.
a soldier.
Put
But,
call
mandatory
medical people.
conscription.
Yes. Okay. So I just looked it up. The guy who disarmed the gunman moved here in 2006. So 20 years. That's a long time. I wonder how he would refer to himself. That's just curious. I wonder if a first generation migrant would drop it and say that they are
Normally that's how it
country
works.
Australian. Or
Normally
they
that's
would
how it works. They won't say
retain.
they'll say where they are literally from.
So what about second generation then? Do you think if they're
Then it
100%?
Then they'll say I'm something and referring to their ethnicity.
Okay. Is that where the hyphenated country
I don't know,
origin
bro. I'm just
comes
saying
from? I
that
don't know,
this
it's
is
interesting.
more likely to happen where
Yeah.
second generation will identify as being from the country they were born in. I think you identify with the country you're born in.
Okay.
But also at the same time, depending on the context, like if this person is persecuted, immediately I
They're
think
going for the
also in this
diaspora.
conversation he said he's Australian. Because when it's I'm just like you, they're Australian.
It's interesting.
It's all about that like assimilation
Yeah.
process.
like it's just interesting because I don't speak to enough.
Jews?
No. Immigrants, like first generation people who move from a country to. Because I'm just trying to think. Because my grandma is Dutch, came from the Netherlands in World War II, and you know what? I'm gonna ask her when the stream ends. I'm gonna ask if she would call herself Australian. That's an interesting question. I wonder. Because I don't speak to enough people who move from a country to have enough data, I guess, to judge it. It's just interesting.
For the injured, and that's what I can do, to collect my kids and run away to the car.
You were a soldier in Israel?
Yeah.
Did you ever expect a war zone at Bondi Beach?
But I know it's come one day.
I wonder if the hyphenated country thing is an American thing. It's like a nationalist American thing mixed with the ethnic diversity of the United States.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Because that hyphenated ex-American is a very common thing. Even for, like, black Americans, too. It's African American. But you don't say white Americans, do you? Euro Americans.
No, they say on the census. They say Caucasian.
Yeah, okay.
Incident, I know it's come one day, but not that level. No, I thought one gun car, one shoot, one bullet, not 20 minutes.
What's your name, please?
My name is Shmulik.
Could you spell it for me, please?
SHMULIK.
And your surname?
Scuri. SCURI.
Thank you so much.
Now, there were a lot of bystanders that were helping and
report?
performing first aid. There's a lot of volunteers out there that were just performing life-saving assistance on people that were shot all over the place. There's a lot of folks trying to help. Now, police...
the lifesavers from the beach did a lot. Like...
Is that what you call lifeguards?
Yes.
Just checking.
And I think...
for us,
Bondi
lifesavers
Beach,
are a candy.
We have those as well.
I know, but that's probably what people think. And then if they don't think of the candy and they think of the context, they're going to think of the ring that the lifeguard throws.
Because there's a TV show called Bondi Rescue, which focuses on the lifesavers from Bondi Beach, and it sort of focuses around them. So a lot of them are getting a lot of press because a few of the guys that are in the show basically led teams of them into the fire to help treat people. Because I'm pretty sure they're trained, pretty much trained paramedics.
Yeah.
So, like, they had the facilities to help, and instead of hiding, they ran into the danger. Like, the fucking hell. Like, these guys deserve more praise than they're getting. And they're already getting a lot.
I think really what it comes down to is how police are trained. Police are trained not to rush in. They're trained to, like, assess the situation and, like, have a tactical appraisal. Then firefighters are trained to go into danger, not wait.
Yes. Cops are supposed to have the same training.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's why I think it's more likely for paramedics and firefighters to do something in these situations
to actually
cops
act.
Do.
Yeah. No, that's a fair assessment. And I mean, their literal job is saving tourists who are drowning in Bondi Beach. So
yeah, they're trained to respond to crisis with action, while cops are trained to respond with crisis with inaction.
Most of the time, yeah. Waiting for backup.
Yes.
Did respond pretty quickly. It took about 10 minutes or so, but they ended up engaging the gunman and...
Alright. What do we got? There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. When I refer to hyphenated Americans, I do not refer to naturalized Americans. Some of the very best Americans I have ever known were naturalized Americans. Americans born abroad, but a hyphenated American is not an American at all. This is just as true as the man who puts native before the hyphen as the man who puts German or Irish or English or French before the hyphen. Americanism is a matter of spirit and of the soul. Our allegiance must be purely to the United States. We must unsurprisingly condemn any man who holds any other allegiance, but if he is heartily and loyally to this republic, loyal to this republic, then no matter where he is born, he is as good as an American as any other one. That was from Theodore Roosevelt. People like to selectively quote the first part. Interesting. Native American at the time meant white people. Ah, it was nativist. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Wasn't he a big anti-Indian, Native American kind of guy?
I mean, the Rough Riders, like the Rough Riders was what he established, and their job was pretty much to defend settlements. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Very problematic in that regard. But
yeah.
Guess what? In Civ, still give Teddy Roosevelt Rough Rider, where you can make Rough Rider units. He has really good light cavalry. Good at raiding. You know, that's what you use the light cavalry in Civ for. You get those helicopters in there. Start chopping up their land.
Neutralizing one of them at the scene, which was turns out that it was a father and a son.
So instead of, when you play Civ, instead of going on an attack where you're planning to take the city, instead think about attacking the tiles, because you're slowing them down. You're causing a bigger wave, you lose units trying to take cities, but if you just raid all their tiles, you get, food,
bonuses,
gold, profit, and all that stuff, and they move the other direction. So it's actually a really effective way is to use light cavalry to penetrate deep into the enemy territory and
so
start
just do
raiding their
surprise
capitals.
wars.
Well, it's while you're at war. Instead of trying to take a city at the front, you just move through their civ and raid them.
Yeah, take like 6 of them.
And that's what Roosevelt is really good for.
I've never thought about that kind of.
And the Vikings, they're good at doing it, especially with the boats.
That really makes me reassess. That really makes me reassess the game, because I've never thought about playing it like that, where I just use light cavalry to devastate their logistics.
Well, also because I was doing light cavalry, also because I was establishing a beachhead from a separate continent, so I was producing a lot of light cavalry in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, actually, thinking now back to the game that I played, Alexander, that's probably what his special medieval units or classical units are probably really good for, because they have massive move allotment, but they're not very strong. So maybe that would be a good idea, and especially because you don't get war weariness.
You have to make sure you don't fight anti-cavalry.
And because you don't get war weariness.
And the AI normally does build anti-cavalry. And anti-cavalry is, pound for pound, the worst unit, by the way.
Oh, funny.
Perpetrating this attack, they ended up neutralizing the father and critically injured.
Oh, I got mortars in the Korea science game I played. And holy shit, mortars are great. I love mortars. I want more.
During the sun. New South.
Look at what I was doing with the artillery, where I was literally shooting from 8 tiles away because of how I stacked it. The artillery is so fucking strong. If you
South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lane.
Artillery pieces that are extremely long range.
Yeah. Because I had the self-propelled launchers and 2 tanks. The Netherlands griefed me. They're like, oh, we don't like you. and my carrier was right off their coast, and she's like, "Your troops are near me. What are you doing?" I'm like, "Haha, surprise war." And then I upgraded my carriers to nuclear carriers, and I lost 8 planes, and I had no aluminium. So I started a war and lost all my planes, which is great.
Well, when you upgraded them, the planes got deleted?
Yeah, because they were stationed on the ships, and they just got deleted when I upgraded it to nuclear carriers with gold. Which is very strange.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, neither did I. Now I do.
I think that might be a mod thing. By the way, that reminds me, I'm
Possibly.
gonna fucking find and turn off that mod, so next time we play, I'll be able to tell you what one it is.
And the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese both declared this a terrorist incident, which was motivated by anti-Semitism. And this is Australia's second deadliest attack since the 1996 Port Arthur massacre. But it's the deadliest
He's
terror.
only played it a few times.
Oh, I'm awful. I've only
played
won
it a few times.
a single game that I've played.
Should I?
I'm
gonna. You think I can open the game we were playing to show what the map looked like?
Yeah.
At certain turns we took.
Yeah. You could do that. Yeah, we finished it, right?
Yeah.
You can pull up the timeline. But in the Korea game that I played, which I didn't play with John, I ended up just dumping. I got really lucky, where instead of moving, I had a bunch of city-states strategically placed around me. So there was one on the west coast, there was one north of me, and there was one south of me. I had 2 natural wonder things. One was the cliffs of Dover, another one was some mountain peak. And what I ended up doing, because the city-state south of me got huge. So I just dumped a bunch of envoys, and because I wasn't using religion, and I had a bit of religion points accumulating, I just fucking annexed that bitch. And I just got a massive city-state, which is where I ended up building my spaceport. Because it literally had the most tiles of any of my cities. It was insane. So I just sort of... And I ended up building... Actually, what happened is I was allied with Poland and Montezuma, who were to the left and north of me, and Poland kept losing loyalty in her cities, and I kept taking her cities, and then instead of taking all her cities, I liberated a couple back to her, and then I just started using her for gold. So I gave her a couple cities back, kept her alive, gave her a bunch of trade routes, so she got a bunch of shit and kept giving her gold, so she got back a little bit, and she ended up keeping her cities, and I ended up... And that's what happened with the Netherlands, is I hadn't gone to the other continent yet, and it was packed. And I ended up sailing my army to the left and a couple ships to the right. And that's when she was like, I don't like you anymore. And then asked me if what I was doing with my aircraft carrier, and then I destroyed the Dutch. The Dutch no longer exist. But this was like, I ended up losing a lot of amenities, and I was struggling to build them back. And instead of doing conquest and war, I ended up going with diplomacy and trade. I ended up doing research and economic alliances with a few people, and ended up getting all of my amenities above where they needed to be. So my production was insane. So I was able to build a spaceport and do all that stuff really quickly once all the amenities had come back. But it took me like 3 ages to build my amenities up. It took so fucking long. So I'm slowly learning how to sort of manage everything and getting a little bit better, but I haven't played enough to know. But I'm getting there.
incident in the country. In addition to the gunshots all over the place, there was an improvised explosive device which was found in the nearby attacker's vehicle, but it was neutralized by bomb squads. Now, the majority of the reports I've seen coming out of this say that at least 15 civilians lost their lives as a result of this attack, with victims' ages ranging anywhere from 10 to 87 years old, including children, a Holocaust.
So, like, the saves that I have, that one game that I fucking dominated in,
yes,
the first save we ended up doing, which would have been at the end of the first time we played, was 1856.
Yep.
The game ended in like 1999. Like, I remember I won before the year 2000.
150 years.
So the second half of that game was all post 1850.
Interesting. Industrial era.
Survivor, rabbis, and also community leaders. That also includes one of the gunmen as well. There's been 40 plus people reportedly wounded, with dozens of them hospitalized, 26 to 40 remaining in care as of December 15th of 2025. A lot of these injuries include gunshot wounds, several in critical condition, including 2 police officers. Now, this attack was carried out by 2 individuals, a father and a son. And the father apparently was shot and killed at the scene.
Nice.
While the son was shot, injured, and was rushed to the hospital to treat to keep him alive. The 10-year-old girl who was shot was named Matilda in some reports. Apparently her name was Matilda Poltavchenko, 10 years old. Apparently there was also a Holocaust survivor, like I said, that was shot by the name of Alex Klaitman. Imagine going through all that, surviving up till now, only to get shot by somebody else. The whole damn thing's tragic. A retired police officer also lost their lives, a young French national, among lots of others. Now, the 2 attackers, one of them was named Sajid Akram. The other one is Naveed Akram. Sajid was 50 years old. He was a licensed firearms holder with 6 registered guns, all of which have been recovered. He arrived in Australia in 1998 on a student visa, which he later ended up obtaining residency, and he was shot and killed at the scene. His son, Naveed Akram, who is 24 years old, was an Australian-born citizen and was critically injured and brought to the hospital, expecting to face charges. He was apparently previously assessed by the Australian Security Intelligence Organization in 2019 due to ties to a Sydney-based Islamic State cell. Now, we're going to come back to Sajid because Sajid Akram, his father, was disarmed by another man by the name of Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who was a local fruit shop owner and also local resident of Sydney. And we'll come back to that. Now, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, called this terrorist attack a targeted attack on Jewish Australians and an act of pure evil, horrific anti-Semitism. He also went on the news and said that he vowed to strengthen Australia's gun laws to make them even more restrictive, which would be the first major overhaul since the 1996 gun law restrictions that they put on national fire.
I wonder if they'll pass these in 12 days as well. That'd be great.
That'll stop ISIS.
That'll work.
Firearms registries.
Now you can't have a straight pull bolt action rifle. Now you can never do another shooting, you see? Problem solved. Now we don't need to solve the problem of ISIS violence or religious fundamentalism. None of that matters because we've strengthened gun laws, you see. This actually works.
You know, it's like I remember, you know, in Catholic school where they were talked about Noah's Ark and they said that the gods had a rainbow at the end and that was his promise to never destroy humanity again with a great flood. And I said, wait a second, what was that conditional part at the end there?
With a great flood. Any other way is optional.
Restrictions on licenses and all that stuff. Here's what he had to say on the news, right here.
We take Asia's advice very seriously.
What did he say?
That's
Israel?
not what that's
or Asia.
That's not what I'm sighing at.
What did he just say?
We'll go back. Did you see the watermark on this?
No.
It's above the lower third.
Australians versus the agenda?
Yeah, that's a Nazi page.
Oh. That just looked like it was the news branding.
Yeah, no, that's a Nazi page.
Okay, here we go. I finally got the game loaded. Ready?
Excellent. I'm gonna leave a comment.
This is what it looked like.
Okay, again. Great reporting.
In 1850, as you can see, Stalin is here. So this is me over here. I the Inca. Okay. And here's Jack. He's got some cannons and some musket guys. If we go in here to look at this tech tree, you can say, here's me in the lead in the atomic era. And then here's Jack. Needless to say, this guy was already eliminated. That's why he's behind. Okay, so that's science. And we go into culture. Okay. I'm tied with China here. And then he's back here. So at this point that he got mad that I started settling mountains.
Yeah, he fucking ruined my plan. This motherfucker.
As the Inca, bro's like, why are you settling mountains on my continent?
It's my continent.
While asking for me to help him.
Hey, I was struggling. I had to waste time fighting a bunch of shit. Because your stupid fucking... what's the fucking mod that makes the barbarians into city-states? Get rid of them, they spawn somewhere else.
No, it's not even a mod. It's an intended game mode, but it's
fucking annoying.
It's supposed to turn them into city-states, but I set city-states at 0, thinking that they'll still turn into city-states. There just won't be city-states to start. So they never became city-states. That's the issue.
That makes sense.
So it made it really fucking difficult.
Yeah.
But I got lucky because basically, all the barbarians were being killed by Stalin and Montezuma and spawning outside their borders instead of mine because I was between them.
The Director General of Asia has warned about a range of threats, be it
Director of what?
anti-Semitism, the rise of right-wing extremist groups as well. And we continue to work closely with our security agencies.
Now, however you want to feel about gun laws, I have my own personal feelings, but you can decide for yourself. I'm sure you probably already know my feelings about these types of gun laws. But let's talk about why there were major gun laws put in place, including a national firearms register, and why they banned so many firearms in Australia. Now, like I said, this is the first major overhaul that they're planning since 1996. But what happened in 1996? Well, the worst mass shooting in the history of Australia took place in 1996, called the Port Arthur Massacre, which was a mass shooting that occurred on the 28th and 29th of April of 1996 at and around the historic Port Arthur site in Tasmania, Australia, and remains the deadliest mass shooting by a single perpetrator in modern Australian history. Now, the gunman was a guy by the name of Martin Bryant, was a 28-year-old from Hobart who apparently had intellectual disabilities with no prior criminal convictions, and he ended up killing 35 people and wounding 23 using semi-automatic rifle.
If you ever get the chance, look up Port Arthur conspiracy theories. They are so much fun.
Now, the attack targeted tourists and staff at the popular former penal colony site, which shocked the nation and resulted in all of the politicians and the federal government of Australia passing national gun law reforms, including a national gun registry. They banned semi-automatic rifles for everybody. I'm pretty sure they banned all semi-automatic weapons in general. You had to have a specific justification for purchasing any firearms. Like you had to be like, I'm a hunter, or I'm doing this, or I own land. In any case, after this attack was perpetrated in 96, he was sentenced to 35 years to life, plus 1,035 years without parole. He remains incarcerated at Risdon Prison in Hobart. Now, obviously,
No
this
risk.
massacre prompted national outrage and bipartisan action, which resulted in the National Firearms Agreement. So within 12 days after this took place, the newly elected Prime Minister John Howard and all the states and territories agreed on the National Firearms Agreement, which banned all semi-automatic rifles.
All right, let's have a look at this. Let's full screen this. This is a fun little thing. Alright. So, type of firearm death by type of firearm involved 1980 to 1995. Handguns, accidents, suicides, homicides 92. 5.3%. Right? Shotguns 30%. Hunting rifles 63%.
Found it.
And the good old military style
issue.
rifle is a big old whopping 1.3%. Isn't that cool? Isn't that a fun little graph? You know what else is fun? Here's a graph showing firearm deaths from 1980 to 1995. Really seems like it was already dropping, huh? Kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing to it. That was the Australian Bureau of Statistics, by the way. So, the guns that accounted for 93% of all gun deaths remained legal. I bet you that really helped.
And shotguns. It started enforcing strict licensing requirements, a 28 cooling off period, 28-day cooling off period, National Firearms Registry,
Okay,
and a
now-
mandatory buyback scheme of over 6.
Here's how the game ended, right? So here's the science. Here's me. At this point, I had been researching Future Civ for a while.
Yeah.
Like, I had all my science for a while. I think only China was the only other people able to even build a spaceport.
Possibly. I don't think I got there yet.
And then, like, I've got some,
Or maybe I had, and I just chose not to.
I know I have, but you got some fighters and a machine guns, but I know I have, like, a giant death robot somewhere.
Yeah.
And then, here's me in culture. Already at the end.
Future Civic. Every
Yeah,
time you
just-
research that, do you just get a governor title and 50 diplomatic favor?
Yeah.
That's funny. Because at the end of the science game that I played with Korea, they were trying to vote for military emergencies, and I had like 2,000 diplo favor. So I was voting that shit down. You can't fucking attack me, you motherfuckers. I am the dominant civ.
640,000 firearms, which were surrendered and destroyed. Anyway, back to this attack that took place on the 14th. Now, something pretty miraculous happened during this attack. A man by the name of Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who was a 43-year-old Muslim Australian father of 2 young daughters,
Fantastic.
did something that most people didn't have the intestinal fortitude or the guts to do. In fact, he's being hailed as a hero for his extraordinary bravery during this time. Now, Ahmed Al-Ahmed is from Syria originally, and he's now an Australian citizen, and he owns a fruit and vegetable shop in Sydney's Sutherland Shire. He doesn't have any prior experience with firearms and was simply in the area.
Tell us the
There you
fruit
go.
shop
Not a
name.
cop. No.
Not a
No.
cop, yep. There we go.
No experience with firearms.
Mm-hmm.
Having coffee with a friend or his cousin when the attack unfolded. Now, during the chaos of the attack, the 2 gunmen that were firing all over the place were really close to where Ahmed was, and Ahmed spotted Sajid Akram, who was the 50-year-old father. Now, the father, Sajid, ran out of ammunition temporarily, and so he was like kind of paused behind some cars near a car park on Campbell Parade. And Ahmed seized the opportunity to run up to Sajid and disarm him. He charged up to Sajid Akram and he took his rifle, which was a long-barreled rifle.
Yeah. It would have been funny. Actually, now that we know that the gun was empty, it would have been funny if he grabbed it and whacked him.
For shotgun from his hands, wrestled it out of his hands, and briefly held it at the shooter to force him away. Now, he didn't fire the gun at him. He just eventually Sajid ran off, and then Ahmed lowered the gun, propped it up against a tree, and raised one hand to signal to arriving police that he was not the threat. Now, in this commotion, he got shot in the arm once and was also injured in other places as well. But the bottom line is this intervention disrupted the attack significantly and likely prevented far more significant shooting and a lot more loss of life. Now, while this was happening, Naveed Akram, who was the second gunman who was on the bridge, was firing and shot Ahmed at least twice, apparently in his shoulder, arm, or hand, or multiple times, shortly after he was done disarming his father. Now, he's since been in the hospital undergoing multiple surgeries and was visited by numerous public officials while he was there. And apparently he's recovering well as of December 15th. He's at St. George's Hospital, apparently. Now, after Ahmed did this, it took a while for people to figure out who he was, but his cousin was interviewed by a local news station and said, yeah, he went in and intervened and, you know, this is what's been going on. This is the interview with his cousin.
He's in the hospital.
I think his parents also were interviewed.
Inside, but they said the doctor he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's like is 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him. But they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting to see him.
Now, in addition to his cousin being interviewed, his mother and father were both found and interviewed as well. And this is what they said about the bravery of their son.
He has a fruit shop that sells fruit and other produce. He's been here since 2006 and he's an Australian citizen. What happened is, his friend told him, let's go have coffee at Bondi. They got there and were shocked to see armed men firing their weapons and terrorists. Their lives were in danger. He noticed one of the armed men at a distance, from him hiding behind a tree. My son is a hero. He served with the police and in the Central Security Forces, and he has the impulse to protect people. When he saw people laying on the ground and the
Central Security Forces?
blood everywhere, immediately, his conscience and his soul compelled him to pounce on one of the terrorists and to rid him of his weapon. At the same moment, the armed man's other friend was on the bridge, or whoever he is. I feel pride and honor because my son is a hero of Australia.
I'm proud that my son was helping people. He saved lives, souls. God would not harm him because he was a do-gooder. My son has always been brave, helps people. He's like that. He saw they were dying and people were losing.
A lot of people, particularly Americans, who don't want to praise a Muslim, have been lying profusely about this guy and are trying to convince people that he's a Lebanese Maronite Christian. And that his name is something else. There was also
he was Lebanese before I saw anything else.
That's funny. Netanyahu also claimed that he was a Jew, and you've also got...
I couldn't tell you what the Central Security Force is, though. I don't know if they were called that in Syria. I know they're called that in Egypt, and that's about it.
And then there was another one.
But also, there was a time
they were
when
trying
Egypt
to say it
and
was
Syria were the same country, so.
Well,
maybe
they were
it
also
is
trying to
called that in
claim
Syria because of that.
he was some local guy, some white local guy.
Or if you're Netanyahu, a Jewish hero.
That's what I said. Yeah. So there's been a lot of lying about this guy specifically while he's undergoing surgery, which is hilarious.
Like, when I first heard Netanyahu said that, I was like, oh, you mean like Oscar Schindler.
That's fucking funny.
You know, like, thank
their
you for
lives.
saving Jews, Mr. Schindler.
Yeah, that's a pretty favorable interpretation.
Yeah. And then I saw, like, that he gave an entire speech right after, not knowing shit about it, and I was like, oh my god.
It's actually nuts how much disinformation has come out since the shooting happened.
And when that guy ran out of ammo, he took it from him, but he was hit. We pray that God saves him.
Now, obviously, there was a bunch of press conferences shortly after this attack happened, and the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns had this to say.
This attack was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying, evil attack. Commissioner Lanyon will speak about the investigation, the police response, as well as the designation of this attack as a terrorism event in Sydney. I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's a responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger.
In addition to the New South Wales Premier, the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also vowed to strengthen gun laws, as well as praising some of the heroism of Australians who ran towards danger during the attack. I also saw a clip of U.S. President Donald Trump calling Ahmed very, very brave and said he saved a lot of lives. Here's that clip.
And in Australia, you probably read it's been a very, very brave person actually who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives. So
a full frontal
person who's right now in the hospital, pretty seriously wounded. So great respect to that man that did that. But we're here for.
Now, once people found out who Ahmed was, there was a GoFundMe style fundraiser made for Ahmed, and I've seen it shared on Puberty and a bunch of other really big Instagram accounts that ended up accruing $1.1 million in donations within a couple of days.
Damn.
And here's the GoFundMe right here.
Hot
because
damn.
like the entire world saw that this one dude was brave enough to try to stop these guys from killing any more people. Despite like religious differences. He didn't care. He just rushed in with complete disregard for his own life to try to reduce the destruction. Now, the community response after this thing included vigils in Sydney and Melbourne, blood donation drives, and memorials at Bondi Pavilion. The beaches remain closed for an investigation, obviously, with support service
differences thing.
A little bit. It can be overlooked. It's a pretty good report.
resources activated for victims in the Jewish community. And since then, there's been a bunch of other terrorist attacks that have been thwarted in different places, like one in Amsterdam, I think one in Brussels, maybe one in Germany. There's been a few other ones that were planned during Hanukkah's season that have been thwarted as a result. Now, the two perpetrators of this attack, like I said, I wanted to dig in a little bit more on them. They were two Pakistanis, essentially. They're of Pakistani origin. One of them, the father, Sajid Akram, who was 50 years old. The other one, Naveed Akram, 24 years old. And authorities confirmed that they acted alone with no evidence of a broader cell involved directly at the time. Now, Sajid, who is deceased now, and also the one that was disarmed by Ahmed, was 50 years old, arrived in Australia in 1998 on a...
Fudge. That would be an actual solution that would take effort. That's too much work.
Student visa from Pakistan and
That would cost
transferred
money.
to a partner visa in 2001, later held resident return visas. He owned a fruit and vegetable shop. He ended up holding a valid category AB firearms license for approximately 10 years, which required a demonstrated special need, i.e. recreational hunting / vermin control. Now, he was linked to 6 registered firearms, including long guns, shotguns, and rifles.
By the way, bullshit requirement. It literally doesn't matter. You don't have to prove anything. To hold a Category C and Category D license, you do. You do need to have a demonstrably provable case that you need a semi-automatic firearm or a pump-action shotgun. Yeah, it's semi-auto 22. So, like, a lot of people could opt for a Cat C license and get a Ruger 1022, for example, which Americans are going to laugh at that because it's like the gun that people learn on, but it's like a heavily restricted firearm in this country. And in order to justify your purchasing of that gun, you need to prove that you are a farmer who has pests on their land that needs something with repeating fire to take care of them, right? Category A and B, all you need to do is be a part of a gun club. That's it. You don't even need to shoot. You could literally hold the license, say you're in the gun club, never shoot, and go out bush and pop cans. And you can keep a valid license. Like, this is a bullshit requirement that is only there on paper. Which is how it should be.
Rifles, all believed to have been recovered after the attack from New South Wales police. Now, Sajid was killed by police at the scene during an exchange of gunfire on the bridge. Apparently, he lived with family in Bondi, Sydney's southwest. Now, Naveed Akram, who is his son, who's hospitalized...
What would have been epic is if somebody else with licensed firearms was, like, driving past at the time and had just come back from shooting and was like, you know what? Bang! From behind, from downtown.
Hospitalized now, is 24 years old. He was an Australian-born citizen in 2001, lived in Bondi with his parents and younger siblings. He attended Cabramatta High School, studied briefly at Al Murad Institute in Western Sydney, which he studied in Islamic studies, and was recently unemployed after working as a bricklayer, apparently. He was described by his family as not particularly social. And like I said, he was assessed by Sydney's intelligence office in October of 2019 for 6 months due to close ties with a Sydney-based Islamic State terrorism cell, but was not considered an immediate threat at the time. Now, the big reason why people figured out who he was because his driver's license got released through open source intelligence reporting showing him wearing a Pakistani cricket jersey. And so that's kind of how people started connecting dots really quickly. The two of them basically told their family they were going on a weekend fishing trip to Jervis Bay, which is a New South Wales South Coast area. And they ended up staying in a short-term rental in Campsie, which is Sydney's southwest, before the attack. CCTV footage actually captured them leaving around 5:15 p.m. on December 14th en route to where they were going to stage the attack.
Our version of West Point is at Jervis Bay. funnily enough. The ridge in the cove is where they practice dropping bombs. It's also a tourist destination where people go hiking, which is really cool dual use thing.
They traveled to Bondi in a vehicle containing IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, which were later neutralized by bomb squads. And apparently they had Islamic State flags in the car. Now, Naveed's
On
mother
the front of the car
expressed disbelief in this thing because she said that the last time she spoke to them on Saturday, she could not imagine her son being involved in violence or extremism, which is...
There's just a presidential address. You want to check that out real quick?
Oh, yes, that was supposed to happen at 9 o'clock. Sure,
So-
chuck it on.
We'll see if we even want to listen to this, because he's probably just going to talk in circles and say the same 5 things he does every time.
Which caused price. Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums.
It's
There
funny
were drug
that he's
dealers,
saying this
gang
is
members, and even
when we started
11,888
hearing
murders,
the word affordability,
more than 50% of whom killed.
When we know for a fact that, like, that word wasn't something that he was using until Zoran Mondani.
That's funny.
Like, until they realized that affordability was, like, the crisis that they're going to face in the midterms, Trump was not using that word. It's for him to say,
No.
this is the first time we heard the word back when Biden was around.
More than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, zero illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border?
Oh, my God.
He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best.
You've
We're
also
deporting
destroyed
criminals,
most trade
restoring safety to our
relations.
most dangerous cities.
And America's
Just take a look
standing
at
in the
Washington,
international
D.C.
world.
It's at levels
Lucky your
of
border's strong.
safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated
Hey, what did Rome do before it fell?
bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so
Something about
proud
walls?
of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We
sure they
have
are.
broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools.
Oh my God,
and
you fucking
control
moron.
over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the
God.
Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000
Hey, Israel
years
just said
peace
that
to the
Iran
Middle East and secured
make a
the
nuclear
release
weapon
of the
still.
hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels
Hey,
never
what about
seen
your
before.
crypto business
I
that
am
gets
bringing those
anonymous
high
donations
prices
of
down
millions of
and
dollars that
bringing
is
them
direct
down
profit for
very
you?
fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car
pretty cool,
prices
right?
rose 22%, and in many states,
not looting the
30%
public.
or more. Gasoline rose
It's not
30 to
selling access
50%.
to the president.
Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now, under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries
Great.
soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was
Great
down
news.
33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March,
Fucking
and everything
eggs.
else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're
Goes to
bringing
show you
back
that they were hiding
clean,
it from-
beautiful coal.
$100 a month
$3,300
is what he's boasting
and
about.
for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history.
What's the federal minimum wage again?
100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion.
Okay,
Everything's record-breaking, apparently.
shut the fuck up. That's about what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him
The rest of the
longer than I
family.
normally
Now,
would.
Fair enough.
like I said, as a result of this,
I had
the prime minister has made
Something to
mention
do
of
on my
tighter.
phone. So that's why he got the time that he did.
National firearms registry and restrictions, and it's likely that they're going to tighten their gun restrictions as a result of this in general.
That'll stop the
for
next
public,
one.
which sucks because that means that lawful gun owners are going to be punished for the actions of 2 guys. So
Yeah.
which sucks because they did.
This is the Australian government bowing to terrorism. This is what happens when you have weak, feckless leaders who don't need to compete for your vote.
It's a place already famous across the world, but now Bondi Beach has a new indelible legacy. The scene of a mass slaughter of Jewish people celebrating the first day of Hanukkah on Sunday. It was here in a fenced-off event on Sydney's iconic waterfront that a father and son shot into a crowd unable to escape. 15 people have been confirmed dead. The oldest, Alexander Kleitman, an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor. The youngest, a 10-year-old girl called
You know,
Matilda.
the bridge
Pete
that they
Meager-
chose to shoot from as well.
Mm.
It's one of those. So there's certain things where attacks happen where it's like anytime you go by there, you're gonna think of that attack. Like,
Yeah.
anyone walking by that bridge is gonna think about this attack.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if they put up some memorial plaque there, honestly.
Uh-huh.
A retired detective
But they would
sergeant
probably
was
be best
also
putting
killed.
it somewhere else, not on that bridge.
I agree.
Or
maybe
they could make
where
it
the
a
people
memorial
died.
bridge to the victims, I guess.
Yeah, you could do that.
As well as London-born Rabbi Eli Schlanger. At least 38 others, including 2 police officers, are being treated in hospital. Some are still fighting for their lives.
It's kind of like, I don't know, it's fish in a barrel. Like, the guy had I think of what I've been told, he had an automatic rifle,
Hello.
big gun, standing on the bridge and just target practice.
So I sort of opened the blind to see what was going on, and I just saw an older lady get shot, and she was on the floor. Saw an older guy get shot, very badly injured on the left-hand side, and I just saw a bunch of people screaming, run towards me. I didn't know what was going on.
This Israeli tourist says he no longer feels safe in Sydney.
I just realized it's a terror.
We just looked at Trump's little speech, and it's not worth listening to. It's just him boasting, basically. It's
Making stuff up.
Attacks against Jewish people. And then, like, I just run and run and run. I didn't think anything. And then when I just stop after I feel like it's a safe place, I stop. And I was just thinking like, wow, this is felt like being the same like what happened in 7th of October.
Oh my God.
In Nova Festival, people are celebrating, enjoy the moment, enjoy the holiday.
But amongst the horror are tales of courage, of volunteer lifeguards working on victims until emergency services arrived, and how this man, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, a Muslim Australian man originally from Syria, seen here in new footage given to Channel 4 News, tackled the gun off one of the attackers before getting shot himself.
I haven't seen that
His
angle.
parents, who recently arrived from Syria, spoke of their pride outside the hospital he's being treated in.
My son is a hero. He served with the police and he has the impulse to protect people. When he saw these people on the ground covered in blood, his conscience and morals compelled him to attack one of the terrorists and take away his weapon.
You know how a mother feels when she hears that her son is involved in an incident. Then, when I knew the details, I became very proud that my son was helping people and saving
John,
lives.
send me the link to
The Australian
Trump
Prime
speech.
Minister praised Al-Ahmed, saying he'd
Oh,
fought the
you mean-
terrorists
sorry,
at great risk
you
to
mean the
himself
footage?
and promised change.
Well, this
as a
is it
result
was
of the
blurred
attack.
footage. I
What we saw
would
yesterday
want to
was
find
an
the
act
actual
of pure
footage.
evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism, an attack on the first day of Hanukkah, targeted at the Jewish community. A dark day in Australia's history on what should have been a day of light.
The incident is one of the deadliest mass shootings in Australian history. The attackers have been named locally as 50-year-old Sajid Akram, who was shot dead at the scene, and his 24-year-old son Naveed, who is in a critical condition in hospital. 2 ISIS flags were reportedly found in the suspect's car, and bomb disposal teams have found 3 improvised explosive devices at the scene.
What we got here? Tube fed, straight pull bolt shotgun. Straight pull. Looks like shit. Probably Turkish.
The Australian Prime Minister confirmed Naveed, an Australian-born citizen,
no death
was
penalty
known
here.
to police but not thought to pose an ongoing threat. His father, who arrived on a student visa in 1998, was a licensed firearms holder with 6 firearms.
Oh my God.
The shooting has led to promises to tighten gun licences, but they are
That'll
already
work.
heavily restricted after a mass shooting of 35 people in the Tasmanian town of Port Arthur in 1996. A near ban on automatic and semi-automatic rifles and a government buyback scheme led to a huge reduction in mass shootings. But firearms
really.
registrations in Australia have been increasing, largely down to individuals owning more guns, something that the government is now considering restricting. On Bondi shore, there are floral tributes and moments of quiet reflection. The spot supposed to be the Sunday scene of Jewish celebration has instead become a memorial to lives so callously taken, as people here mould the question how
that's
those
possible.
celebrating a festival
Not
of
sure,
light could have been plunged so violently into darkness.
Well, joining me now is the Australian broadcaster Hamish MacDonald, presenter of Mornings on ABC Radio Sydney. Hamish, Netanyahu had incredibly strong words for Albanese, which he has rejected. But how heavy do these accusations hang in Australia today?
I think the great difficulty that the Prime Minister is going to face, Krishnan, in responding both to Netanyahu and the international community is that those sentiments described by the Israeli Prime Minister are shared by a significant proportion of the Jewish community here in Australia. There are long-standing critiques of the Albanese government in terms of its efforts to stamp out anti-Semitism. There was a report handed down in July of this year by the government's own anti-Semitism envoy. It contained a raft of specific suggestions, recommendations for the government to implement. And as of today, the federal government still has not formally
What percentage of Australians do you think are Jewish?
2.
Like, just have a guess. What percentage?
I just did.
Oh, 2%?
Yeah.
No, lower.
0.2%.
Close. It's, hold on, we got a guess? No, 2 or 3 in America? Maybe. It's 0.46. 0.46% of the population.
That was close.
Why are we bending down to Israel? Or even considering to give a singular fuck what Netanyahu says? Like, this is a very small community that needs to be... It needs to be sorted in our country. Fuck off, Netanyahu. Like, fuck off. It's all I can say. Like, shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Like, he's already put disinformation into this event. He needs to be told to fuck off.
responded to that, though I note that the Home Affairs Minister and the Prime Minister saying, look, at different levels of government, we have started to implement some of it. But even the envoy herself, still in that position, today said, I want the government to respond in full to that report and show that they're serious about doing this and doing it quickly.
And what about the mood in Australia with regard to the Muslim community as well? I mean, what difference has it made that this man being described as a hero who disarmed the father was himself from a Muslim Syrian background?
Yeah, look, it's interesting, I think, Krishna, because you're not hearing any of the leaders, either at a state or federal level, explicitly making that point that you have just made, but I don't think it is lost on anyone. And I think what leaders have been at pains to point out is that this man is an ordinary Australian. That's what an ordinary Australian
3.2% Muslim.
I think the broader point they're trying to make is that Sydney and Australia is often
explains
cited
why there's
as
such a
one of the best
large
examples
turnout
of
for
successful multicultural societies. What we've seen, though, in the last couple of years, particularly since the
About 1
October 7
million.
attacks, is that fracture lines that probably have existed all along have somehow bubbled up. They have not been contained in the way that they perhaps have been in the past. Australian leaders often publicly make a bargain with the broader community that we welcome people to this country from all over the world, but leaders ask that you leave behind the problems of the regions, the countries, the conflicts that you have escaped. I think what we're seeing at the moment, because of conflict, but also because of the access to information and vision from conflicts around the world, is that those distances are not...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with genocide. You know, pretty sure that destroys those lines. Not sure about you.
longer so great. It's all much more proximate. The geography that kept Australia separate from so many of the world's problems no longer acts as a constraint or a barrier to those problems existing here as well, Krishna.
What about the fact that this family were on the police's radar? Is this being seen by anyone as a police failure?
Look, it's certainly questions for the intelligence agencies. ASIO, Australia's intelligence agency, had investigated the son, the younger of the two gunmen, who is still alive, who is in hospital under police guard as I'm talking to you now, in 2019 for possible links with a terror cell with connections with ISIS. What the authorities are saying is that there was no evidence that this individual or even his family, they interviewed all of them at the time, had any intention to act on anything or to participate in anything that that cell may have been planning. The questions, though, that are now being raised are about the two men, the two gunmen. Reportedly, they travelled to the Philippines not very long ago. And so that seems to be much of the focus of investigations now because, of course, Southeast Asia has a long history of fundamentalist Islamic terrorism. Obviously, Jamaat Islamiyah was the big player when the Bali bombings occurred, but the Philippines has a long record of this as well.
And how does it seem to you a day on in terms of the impact on the country?
Hey,
I mean,
Jack.
obviously, this is
What's
holiday
the name
time.
of that one group in the Philippines?
Abu Said.
Abu Sayyaf. Who's that?
Sayyaf.
Who's Abu Sayyaf?
It was a guy. I forget.
He's a soldier in a bunker.
Yes. That's it. Where is it? It's here somewhere. I gotta find it. There it is.
A soldier in the bunker.
Oh my god, that's loud.
Is politics and the nation reasonably united at this point?
It's when there's a big bushfire, a big natural disaster, Australia does very clearly, overtly rally around, and it's sort of a straightforward equation.
Yeah,
I think our leaders
is
are
actually
trying to lead the
dominated by
nation in that direction.
Calvinists. The worst kind of Protestants. Isn't that crazy?
I don't think it's very high. It's like a small percentage, but it's higher than that. 43.
Yeah.
So
Big
it's not a
time
majority.
Calvinist settlement.
Yeah, it's pretty
Australia
nuts.
was.
And it's overall decline in religion in general, but 43.9% are Christian.
How many are Calvinists specifically? I just know that it's... You want to know why I know that it's Calvinist? Because I have that mod to give countries their actual religion, and that's what Australia will become.
Hilarious. That's right. The religion, I can't remember which game I took it in, but I took the Dreamtime religion because it looked neat. It had the hand. So it was the city-state UI. Better city-state UI. Yes?
Huh? Better city-state UI, yes.
Okay. Disable. Okay. Back. Cool.
doesn't say anything specifically about Calvinist Methodist Church. Cistercian? The fuck? Catholic? Church of England? Benedictine monk?
You gotta look up. Calvinists died out. It was a big time thing back in the day. They were the big colonialist Protestants.
Christian Reform Churches of Australia.
There's many branches of Calvinism as well.
Roman Catholic. Martin Luther. Okay, it's these guys. Presbyterian. Is that what you're talking about? Anglican, Baptist, and Presbyterian?
I'll look it up.
Yeah, you're going to have to look it up, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right now, but it is more complex. It is much more complex. Even if you think about Krishnan, the response...
I'll make some comments and then be followed by the Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, Commissioner Chrissy Barrett, Minister Tony Burke, and then Minister of the Peaceism, which is, of
what
course,
was it listed as?
ancient
Reformed
hatred.
Christianity?
We have seen a series...
Reformed Churches of Australia.
That would be Calvinist, yes. And it's...
of appalling attack.
Continental Reformed, Presbyterian, and Congregational, as well as parts of the Anglican known as Episcopal in some reason, Baptist, and in addition to a majority of persons belonging to the Methodist faith.
Interesting. Interesting. The maps are so interesting. Oh, you can just play the Mediterranean. Pangea. We should do Pangea. That's fun. Wetlands. True Start Mediterranean. True Start Earth. Huge.
Yeah, they don't have... They can fuck you with resources on those, though.
Yeah. Interesting. The snowflake looks interesting, too.
Acts targeting Australia's Jewish community. That culminated on Sunday...
You know what? I don't actually give a fuck what Elbows has to say.
The Jewish community, Sydney, and the whole country have come together in remembrance and defiance in the wake of the Bondi terror attack. Hundreds gathered and continue to gather at Bondi Beach in emotional scenes. Among the mourners, the Sydney Swans and the Israeli ambassador to our country. Overnight, the Opera House was lit up with a menorah in solidarity with Jewish Australians and to remember the 15 innocent lives taken. As we go to air, 24 people remain in hospital, 3 of them fighting for life. John Paul Gonzo begins our coverage.
At the growing shrine to victims of the Bondi massacre, sorrow is turning to fury.
There is an anger. There's an anger that we were allowed to be picked off like fish in a barrel at a place like this, that this ideology has been able to ferment here in this country for multiple years.
Sunday's terror attack is still sinking in as more victims are identified, including 82-year-old Marika Pagani, a dedicated volunteer remembered for living her life to the fullest, and Reuven Morrison, who threw bricks at one of the gunmen and chased after him.
If there was one way for him to go on this earth,
I don't mind,
he would
honestly.
be fighting a terrorist.
I'm just going to pick someone I haven't played before.
How to live in a world without him. I don't know how my children will live without him.
Among those paying their respects, Israel's ambassador to Australia, who says his heart is torn apart.
This is insane. And it's also very important to remember that when we're talking about the Jewish community, we're talking first and foremost about Australians, Australian citizens.
15 people were killed in the beachside massacre. Dozens more were injured, including some critically. An atrocity Jewish leaders say was inevitable.
He's been talking very loudly and very clearly this entire year for anyone who could listen.
that what started off with graffiti is going to end up with bodies, and it's exactly what's happened.
The hero who helped stop the shooting, Ahmed El Ahmed, is among those recovering in hospital. The New South Wales Premier meeting him overnight, the Prime Minister today, both sharing the nation's gratitude for his astonishing bravery.
He was trying to get a cup of coffee, simple as that, and found himself at a moment where people were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
That courage was shown by police too, including a veteran detective who killed one of the gunmen. And officers including Constable Scott Dyson and probationary constable Jack Hibbert, who were injured. Their families thanking the community and first responders for their support. A community still reeling, taking comfort in each other.
Hey, why are there Israeli flags when this was an Australian terror attack?
You know, I'm an Aussie, but it's made me more Jewish than I've ever been.
Joining mourners at the memorial, players from the Sydney Swans, along with strangers, Bondi residents and Jewish Australians.
Our days of proudly walking the streets as Jews and congregating in places like this to mark our festive days, to bring our children to things like this without any fear, I think that's long gone.
From the depths of despair, a symbol of hope overnight. The Opera House illuminated with a menorah, a show of solidarity in dark times. John Paul Gonzo, 10 News.
And Olivia Blunden is at Bondi Beach for us. Liv, it really must be sombre where you are now.
Yeah, and this really is the saddest place to be in Australia today, and I think that's because the gravity of what's taken place here has finally started to sink in. You might be able to see behind me some of the tributes here. This place has become not only a place to grieve and remember, but it's also become a place of reflection. We've spoken to a number of people here. Rabbi Mendel is one of them. He says this is a turning point for Australia in terms of our takeaways and our learnings, but also the way we choose to embrace what it really means to live in a multicultural society.
It's overwhelming, but it's so beautiful, and it's what Australia is all about, and it's what we need to bring back. And if there's a silver lining out of this horrific time, it's that. It's bringing community back. It's bringing Australia back to the values that we love and we cherish.
And in the coming days, we'll begin bearing
I don't disagree with that.
Revive all that sorrow and pain and the realization that these people are gone forever.
That's just a sad reality, isn't it? And we've also spoken to a lady named Victoria. Her dad was shot here on Sunday. He's thankfully recovering well in hospital now. She says that her sadness has turned into anger.
Damn.
Jew hatred, let's call it what it is. Jew hatred, some sort of idea that Jews rule the world, or, you know, or Zionists rule the world, or have all the money in the world. Where is it? Please give it to me. I don't know. You know, this hatred is not normal.
Victoria, like many others here, say they're proud.
Like, I hear what she's saying, but, like, they have to realize that Israel's actions and Netanyahu are, like, the primary driver of this modern iteration of anti-Semitism, and is half the reason that Nazis are getting the speed behind them to come back the way that they are. Like, yes, this was a Daesh attack, but it, like, my first question was, white writing on guns? Because I would have expected a Nazi shooting at Jews. Right now, in the current scenario, in the current situation in Australia, I did not suspect an ISIS attack first. And I don't think I would have been the first one. Well, it was a pledge to Daesh, right? It was inspired by, trained apparently by ISIS. Yes, like there's, I sent you the video. Like, it was a pledge to ISIS from what we know. And I think it's safe to call it an ISIS terror attack. I think that's perfectly fine. ISIS inspired is fine too. Well, this is what we don't know. And this is what we've been waiting, and this is what we've been hoping to find. But I don't think it's going to come out for a little bit. I think we're seeing little bits of it leaked every now and again. And we won't actually see it all come out. We'll have to piece it together later. But it fits ISIS. And it makes sense that if they were trained by a group in the Philippines, that they would make their attack more similar to every other ISIS attack. Most ISIS attacks have IEDs put in their cars, right? Like
I
there's
mean,
explosive
the
planted and shit.
ISIS attack is really, it's the randomness of the attack that. More often than not, it's mass shootings with ISIS. That's why I say ISIS continually proves that it's one of the most effective things in terror attacks is just to use guns.
Because the thing that didn't, because the reason I didn't instantly think ISIS was because there was no car beforehand. We've seen a big trend where it's a car then shooting.
They only do that sometimes.
But the
most ISIS attacks that take place are just mass shootings, often in public squares.
Yeah, okay.
Not always events like this. When it is events, then it's more often that they'll use a car.
Because we saw that the American dude who pledged to ISIS drove a car through and then did a shooting. But yeah, like my first question was Nazi, but no, turned out to be an ISIS, at least inspired. So, you know, whether, and obviously ISIS doesn't give a shit about fucking Palestine. Maybe these guys were specifically radicalized by the genocide in Gaza. Maybe that is a considerable factor. That is not out of the realm of possibility. It still doesn't make this related to Palestine, and ISIS attacks have nothing to do with Palestine. And painting this picture that it does is very dangerous. And I think that if they continue on with this rhetoric and they don't cool it the fuck down, we will see somebody try and drive a car through a Palestine protest. Like, I strongly expect something like that to happen in the near future if they continue with this rhetoric, trying to tie this attack to the Palestine movement. I think it's very fucking dangerous.
Proud to be Australian, but they've never felt more Jewish than they have done today.
Thanks, Liv.
Okay.
New details are emerging about the movements and obsessions of the two terrorists.
That's an interesting
but there is still
thing to
nothing
say.
to indicate a precise motive or to show
That's
at what
such
point
a-
the father and son
think about
decided
that.
to become a...
Well,
Like,
a couple
like,
people
they
have
were
said
like,
that
we
in
are
the
Australian,
interviews.
but I've never felt more Jewish than today because, like, for most of these people, they've never actually been attacked for their identity, like the past has
true.
done to Jews.
Yeah, Australia is
So,
pretty...
like, we talk about it a lot with other minorities where there's generational trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I wonder how heavy that generational trauma feels when something like this happens to people.
That is an interesting question. I imagine it would come back pretty hard. Oh, Fudge left. Goodbye, Fudge. We didn't say... At 4:20.
I knocked my microphone fuzz off, and I'm pretty sure it went under
Again.
the desk. Well, I always do, because it's not designed for this. It's designed for an H4n.
Yeah, okay.
Or an H2n?
A killing
I think
machine.
It's an H4n.
Hugh Remington joins me at the desk. Hugh, what do we know?
Well, Ange, we're getting some clues as to how this father and son worked together and how they developed their radicalisation, unnoticed, it seems, by counter-terrorist agencies. Police sources have told us they are now investigating a trip Naveed and Sajid Akram made to the Philippines just last month. Islamic State operates in the south of the Philippines.
There you
Mick
go.
Willing, who's a former New South Wales Police counter-terrorism chief and a former Deputy Police Commissioner, told me a short time ago...
The camp.
Yeah, and it was for a month, from what I saw.
So, like, that's the thing is they initially said they're not sure if it's not a lone wolf attack and linked to other things. But, like, normally lone wolves attacks, you don't have a training camp involved.
This is true.
So...
And that's what makes it so interesting. And why I'm...
It's very funny that the first thing that happened was Mossad trying to say it was IRGC, and then the IRGC downplaying it, though.
Yeah.
Like, why are you downplaying this when there's no evidence it's IRGC? It doesn't even meet their profile. And it's like just because Mossad was saying it, or is it just because they're Jews that you're trying to justify the attack, you know?
Yeah. Interesting. Norway seems interesting. I would have to go aggressive early, though.
Oh, they're not very good. That's why I make them the AI.
There will be not just a coroner's inquest, but also presumably a criminal trial at Hebel.
You should play Yongle or Tarjan.
What?
Yongle or Tarjan. You'll really like Tarjan, but Yongle is fucking broken.
I kind of like... I might play Japan.
Japan's pretty good too, as long as you're the one guy. The Divine Wind guy.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I might do this.
It might make you spawn on a little island instead of on Pangea.
So be it. I'm gonna go with Japan. I think. Standard adjacency bonus. Huh. Okay. The logistics half the time units do not receive damage from hurricanes. That are at war with Japan receive 100% unit damage from hurricanes. That's great. Alright.
Believes potentially even a royal commission into all of this and how things will be brought to light.
The Philippines, as we well know, particularly the southern part of the Philippines, has had a long history of insurgency and Islamic-driven ideology and extremism down there. So their movements over there in the Philippines,
trauma
will be,
often does that.
Obviously, part of the investigation. The Australian Federal Police have strong liaison networks over there in that part of the world, and I'm sure right now that those networks have been activated and they're getting whatever information they possibly can.
So, Hugh, could more have been done to stop them?
This is the question everyone wants to know, isn't it? Because we know that Naveed Akram was checked out by the intelligence agency ASIO 6 years ago for his links to an Islamic State cell. He was still a teenager at that time. That was about the time he was engaging in religious preaching. Pretty basic stuff that he was posting up online. Here's some of that. He dropped off the radar at some point because ASIO deemed that he was not a significant threat. But of course, the two men, the father and the son, did go on to claim allegiance to Islamic State. It was one of those IS flags that was found in their car. ASIO deemed...
So this is the very, very start.
That he was not a significant threat.
And there's the flag. I think they said it was homemade.
But of course...
Which is probably why it looks a bit dodgy. But there's the flag. It's pretty cut and dry.
The two men, the father and the son, did go on to claim allegiance to Islamic State. It was one of those IS flags that was found in their car at Bondi Beach. There are also reports today that Naveed Akram, the son, was a follower of a notorious hate preacher who goes by the name Abu Usaid, based in Sydney's Bankstown. We, personally, here at 10, have not found any evidence yet that the two men were closely linked. Doubtless, though, that will form part of the inquiry. A former ASIO agent went public in April of this year saying he believed that that preacher's so-called prayer centre in Bankstown was radicalising Muslims towards Islamic State. Islamic State, of course, is a listed terrorist organisation. It's been linked to multiple attacks, not just across Western democracies, but across much of the Islamic world as well. Now, in July, that preacher lost a case in court.
But, like, in Afghanistan, like, the Taliban would just use anything white as a flag and not even write on it for a lot of stuff to show that they had claimed that territory.
Mm-hmm.
In the federal court that had been brought by the Executive Council of Australian jury, at least one of whose members was injured in the shooting at Bondi Beach. The preacher's real name is Wissam or William Haddad. He is shunned by mainstream imams in Australia. The federal court found he was a racist who had engaged in deliberate public vilification of Jews. Now, how deep was that connection between that preacher and the Bondi shooters? Doubtless that will form part of the inquiries.
Witness who who wasn't in the best shape, who was caught.
All right, victim.
5 miles from the heart of downtown Sydney, sandstone headlands give way to a beach whose name in the Dharawal language means the sound of waves breaking over rocks. Bondi. But 2 evenings ago, it was the sound of gunfire that echoed across Australia's most famous beach. The 24-year-old gunman who survived and his father,
The
who was
fucking
killed,
cheese.
opened fire on a Hanukkah event.
Like, it's, don't get me wrong, great opener. Okay.
Their 10-minute
But,
killing
like,
spree left.
Did that cheese come out of a can, bro?
15 dead. Australian police today said they were investigating why the pair travelled to the southern Philippines last month. The Australian Prime Minister said there was evidence they'd been inspired by the Islamic State group. Extraordinary dashcam footage has emerged of a man in the pale purple shirt wrestling with one of the gunmen, then snatching his weapon. The shooter then pulls another gun and kills the man and his wife. Boris and Sophia Gurman were about to celebrate their 35th wedding anniversary. These pictures from 2019 show the son, Naveed Akram, proselytizing to strangers in Sydney.
Always pray.
Two of his associates from that time have been jailed for links with terrorism. Naveed Akram was interviewed by Australian intelligence, but never arrested. This looks like a massive intelligence failure, was it?
It has the hallmarks of that, but I'm not privy to the detail of their intelligence research and analysis. But at the moment, it does look like that. And we need to get to the bottom of that,
like we've
because
done enough
what we
coverage of this
expect
today,
from our
or do you
security
want to
service, as
coverage that you're
Brits
playing
expect from
rolling?
MI5, is they will keep life safe
Yeah,
to the
keep
very
us
best of
rolling.
their abilities. And that means...
What?
Hang on. I'm closing other tabs.
I got a few videos here.
If you have someone who is associating with terrorists, you not only talk to them, look at them.
But he had been talked to.
Yes, but then apparently he fell off the radar, which at the moment seems inexplicable.
If true, it's a failure that would vindicate the view of many
Bro
in the
just gave
Jewish
like the
community
worst
that
interviews
they
of
are
his
no
career.
longer safe here.
No.
Like, go back and listen to that shit.
They've already
That was
faced a
so
surge
funny.
in anti...
The very best of their abilities. And that means if you have someone who is associating with terrorists, you not only talk to them, look at them.
But he had been talked to.
Yes, but then apparently he fell off the radar, which at the moment seems inexplicable.
If true, it's a failure that would
Then he fell off
vindicate
the
the
radar.
view of
That's not what
many
happened.
in the Jewish community that they are no
They're like,
longer safe
if
here.
you do this, then it will prevent. Well, they did do that. And he's like,
They've already faced a surge in anti-Semitic attacks, which happened to coincide with Israel's 2-year-long bombardment of Gaza. They felt vulnerable, and they said so. Per capita, Australia has the highest number of descendants
I saw that they got the
of
gun off him
Holocaust
too, which is
survivors
pretty
of
good
any
effort on
country
them.
in the world outside of Israel. Parents and grandparents who came here to get as far
was
away
that?
as humanly possible from the horrors and darkness of Hitler's
somebody
Third
just
Reich.
run something over.
Aside from
Oh,
the
wait, it's the game
transgenerational trauma they carry,
I turned
it's
it
also
down.
impacted the politics and allegiances of Australian Jews, a large proportion of whom are stridently pro-Israel.
Having walked around the floral display this morning, I feel the sadness and the grief. But I also know that the Jewish community in Sydney and in Australia is angry. The anger is red hot anger. We knew that this was going to happen. I think that what has happened in Gaza has
Here we go.
lit a fuse. They say
don't
that
say.
anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. Anti-Semitism had never really disappeared from Australia's streets It was simply simmering beneath the surface.
Many in the Jewish community have criticised the Prime Minister for not fully implementing the recommendations of his own anti-Semitism envoy 6 months after they were published. Anxiety simmers here, too, in Lakemba, in Sydney's southwest, where Muslims comprise 60% of the population.
Oh my God, she got so close. I know.
People going to the mosque, Muslim students, people going to school.
Fearful of a backlash?
Exactly, because they're fearful that they will be targeted by right-wing extremists that see them as the perpetrator. Pain and crisis is something that we don't like, but the Muslim community has gone through this. I mean, we remember our neighbours in Christchurch. We know the pain that comes alongside that when you are targeted because of who you are.
That's a good point, actually.
And I think that's the compassion that we're ready to offer to our Jewish brothers and sisters.
There was widespread relief here when the Bondi hero turned out to have been a middle-aged Muslim immigrant who disarmed one gunman. Today, the Prime Minister paid a visit to Ahmed al-Ahmad in recognition of his courage.
He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians. He is a very humble man. Tomorrow he will undergo further surgery.
A sombre silence has descended on Bondi. It's hard to find words in the face of unspeakable evil. For the people of Bondi, for Jews, for Muslims, for Australians, the enormity of what happened here is slowly now sinking in.
Jonathan Miller reporting from Sydney. Well, joining me now is Mark Greger, the former senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the former Israeli ambassador to the UK. He was born in Australia and grew up there. Mark Greger, welcome back to the program. I mean, you left Australia, I think, when you were 21 years old. I don't know if you still have relatives there.
I didn't put us on the same team as well this time, but I figured
and horrified.
I figured it would be better that way.
Of the last few days.
Nobody has to worry about war.
First of all, thank you for having me. It's good to be back with you, Matt. It's been a while, as I said, and it's a pity it's under such circumstances. I have siblings in Australia. I have extended family in Australia. Of course, I've been on the phone with them.
We can also do joint wars.
A lot. And what your reporter said about Australian Jews being predominantly the descendants of survivors of the Holocaust, people like my father, who arrived in Australia immediately in the post-war period, who wanted to get as far away from Europe, which for them was this one large cemetery. Their communities had been annihilated, their families had been murdered. They just wanted to get as far away from Europe and all that represented for them, which was hatred and discrimination and genocide, and to find a corner of the world where they could rebuild their lives in a free country. And the Australia that we saw just now in your report, that's not the Australia that I remember, that I grew up in.
I mean, there were people in Jonathan's report and also people in the reports that we did after the Manchester attack a few months ago.
They're not interested.
Of Jewish citizens in Britain and in Australia wondering whether those countries were still safe for them, contemplating moving to Israel, something that they hadn't done in the past. I mean, are those countries, is Australia still safe for Jewish citizens?
Well, it should be. I mean, that's the obligation of the Australian government, just as the British government has the obligation to make sure that British Jews are safe.
Government can't.
And I remember when I was the ambassador of Israel in the United Kingdom, there was very
Nobody
good cooperation on the.
It's fucking absurd to even propose that the government could.
I think that, well, certainly like I said, it's Daesh attacked Jews specifically because they knew that would be the most effective thing to attack.
That's a pretty good explanation.
There's a common thing that racists say that they don't mean when they say it, and it's, I'm not racist, I hate everyone equally.
Yes.
That might be the case for ISIS. Like, I don't know if they even care to, like, put Muslims above other people, you know, but they never attack, like, Muslim sites because that's, you know, like, that's a Muslim site instead of a Christian site, you know? So it's like they're more likely to attack, in the West at least, they're more likely to attack.
Yeah.
But they'll also, like, they attack Shias. You know? Like, those Muslim sites, fine to attack.
Yeah, well, they're heathens.
these sort of security issues between the organised Jewish community and the British government, and the Jewish community would praise what the British government does and acknowledge what the British government does to help keep British Jews safe. Unfortunately, from what I hear from my family and other friends in Australia, that's not the way the Australian Jewish community is looking at the actions of the Australian government, and you have to ask why.
Well, why? Why do you think that's the case?
I think wide opinion in the Jewish community, and once again, I don't speak for the Jewish community, I don't speak for the government of Israel, I'm only speaking for myself. But from my impression, it is that they don't think the Australian government has followed through. I mean, the words are good words. One can't complain about the words of Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, but has he followed through in action? I mean, I think even his closest supporters would have to tell you that what we saw was a failure. I mean, 15 people murdered on Bondi Beach is not something that should be considered a success story.
Well, there's a difference between an intelligence failure, which I think we heard in Jonathan's report, a senior intelligence official.
All right, let's move on.
Is there not
In
a
with
thing
that
that
breaking
gives me
news,
shit for-
police sources confirming.
I said, is there not a thing that gives me shit for mines?
Don't know.
In just the past few
think I'm gonna
minutes, the charges
fucking grab
have now
this 'cause
been
I'm next
laid
to a
over the Bondi terror attack.
Okay.
John Paul Gonzo is live with the latest
Ah, the
details.
religion.
John Paul, the
Yeah,
accused
I grabbed
gunman,
it.
is now
County on.
facing dozens of charges.
59 to be exact, Sandra. Naveed Akram faced a bedside hearing from hospital this afternoon where the 24-year-old was charged with 15 counts of murder, one for each of the victims of the attack. He's also facing terrorism charges, which relates to committing a terrorist act, placing explosives with intent to cause harm and displaying a prohibited symbol, the ISIS flag, on his car. He is also facing 40 counts of wounding with intent to murder, which relates to the dozens of people police say were injured
think about that
in
for a
Sunday's
second.
terror attack at Bondi.
Pause
Sandra,
and think about
the
what I just
24-year-old
said.
is still...
They banned the flag.
The flag is banned, so you can't buy it in the country. What did that do?
They made it.
Like, did that prevent ISIS from being in the country? It just
must have
added an additional charge to somebody who is already going to have enough charges. Like, what did that do?
Clearly nothing. Crazy. Who'd have thunk it?
Could they afford a can of spray paint?
You have to ask the people at the counter to get the spray paint. It's behind glass. You see, it's
so
regulated.
They're gonna, the guy at Home Depot or whatever the fuck you have goes, "You're not gonna make ISIS flags with this, right?" I'm required to ask that.
No, of course not. This is racial discrimination. Hi, Coupe. You can be my.
Oh, watch out! Coupe is a higher difficulty than the rest of the AI.
Oh, really?
I gave him that advantage because it's a Pangea map.
Hilarious.
So be careful with him. He'll fuck you up, bro.
In hospital for injuries he sustained during the shootout. These charges just the start of what will be an incredibly long and complex legal process.
Of the Philippines says there's no evidence the alleged Bondi gunman undertook, quote, terrorist training during their visit to the country last month. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. also strongly rejected what he called the misleading characterisation of his country as a militant training hotspot. Australian police have confirmed the pair did travel to the Philippines, but say the purpose of their trip is being investigated.
A little over 2 weeks before carrying out the horrors on the Hanukkah event, Sajid and Naveed Akram spent almost a month in the Philippines. Immigration records show the pair travelled from Sydney to Manila and then Davao City, arriving.
Intelligence sources said to the ABC that that's what happened. So, do we trust the intelligence sources? It's hard to say.
On November 1 aboard a Philippine Airlines flight. Davao in the southern Philippines is located around 200 kilometres by road from known hotspots for groups with IS links and other militant organisations.
So the southern Philippines has had a sort of variation of a jihadist insurgency running for the best part of 3 decades, since at least the 90s.
There are reports the pair underwent military-style training in the southern Philippines, possibly near the city of Marawi. It's a place that attracted global attention in 2017 when it was seized by IS-inspired militants for 5 months, with the aim of making Marawi the capital for IS in Southeast Asia. The city eventually liberated by the Philippine army, but the presence of militants has not gone away.
Islamic State has largely taken over as the dominant jihadist sort of ideology in that part of the world. It is much more atomised and kind of low scale and smaller scale than it has been previously. However, there is still training infrastructure and camps throughout the southern Philippines.
Police allegedly found 2 IS flags inside the car the father and son used to drive to Bondi, along with improvised explosives. Authorities have labelled the deadly shooting IS-inspired.
Generally, it means that they didn't have a direct connection to the group. They were not operationally directed by the group, but they simply followed the group's ideology, tenets, and basically general orders to carry out attacks without really having any kind of direct connectivity with it.
The younger Akram had come under investigation by Australia's domestic intelligence agency, ASIO, 6 years ago, but neither he nor his father were under surveillance at the time, effectively slipping under the radar.
Interesting.
Dr. Levi West says based on the assumption the duo trained at a militant camp for 4 weeks, suggests strong links to IS.
They had strong network ties
to
somebody somewhere in the Islamic State ecosystem. You can't just show up to a militant training camp in the southern Philippines and expect to get anywhere close to the camp itself.
He says while Australia has a strong working relationship with Philippine authorities,
because like IS, their propaganda is way more anti-Christian than anything else. But it's just really, it's framed as non-believers in general, but like they do like a lot of like memes and ad campaigns around Christmas and like attacking Christmas. So does Al-Qaeda, but they both kind of do that type of shit around Christmas where they'll be like putting out those types of mimetic type of images around Christmas. And like I don't know if they would have attacked Jews specifically if they didn't have the facilitation of a higher up. I just don't have a high opinion of the lower ISIS grunts and their decision making. Normally the lone wolf attacks are like just really random shooting a cafe or something. But actually knowing a date and stuff like that, I think a lot of the lone wolf stuff ties into the same thing that is a mass shooter thing of a feeling of control. And I think because ISIS offers that route that these people can see like a purposeless life, like finally they're giving their life a purpose in the end type of control type aspect. I think that's a very common in lone wolf attacks. And that's why when it was a father and son, I was also like really suspicious of it not being a lone wolf thing. And also from my assumptions right now, the son was the one who was more radical.
Yes, that's what I read
and
as well.
And pulled the dad deeper into
Yeah.
it. So if they were their own cell acting, then he would definitely, the son would be the leader here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the one who got caught alive. So
yes. We'll see what happens.
The region poses a big extremist threat.
Where you've got a relatively lawless component to that part of the world that allows training facilities to exist, then the southern Philippines probably, at least in terms of geographic proximity to Australia, is probably the top of the list.
Virginia Langerberg, SBS World News.
And SBS has contacted the Australian Border Force, confirming it's received our inquiry, but yet to provide a response
They have
to
more
our
family.
questions.
I'm curious what they have to say. Yeah, you know, we won't know till we know.
After the deadly attack at Bondi Beach, and investigators are trying to piece together the motivations of the alleged shooters. But as investigations continue, internet users have also faced false responses around the mass shooting. The attack, which left 15 people dead, has become the latest flashpoint in concerns about AI systems and social media, as online platforms have scaled back human fact-checking and content moderation. And among the falsely reported claims was the misidentification of Ahmad al-Ahmed, now being referred to as the Bondi hero. X's AI chatbot Grok repeatedly misidentified Ahmed as 47-year-old Edward Crabtree. And it also wrongly claimed the footage of Ahmed tackling the shooter was an old video. And one of the perpetrators was also misidentified as a 30-year-old Pakistani man living in Sydney. AI-generated photo showing the shooting as part of a film set was also shared, blurring the lines between facts of this deadly terror attack and fiction. Well, Australia's internet safety regulator has reported receiving multiple complaints around the sensitive incident, saying that authorities may consider action against platforms and services amid the rise of misinformation. On this, we speak now with Dr. Belinda Barnett, who is Senior Lecturer of Media at Swinburne University, Hawthorne. It's good to see you, and I am looking forward to this conversation with you. First, social media has been overwhelmed. We've been talking about this, Dr. Barnett, from misidentifying a Pakistani man to fabricating fake heroes. Can you tell us what this says about the speed and the scale at which these false narratives now spread online, especially during a crisis?
Yep. Well, it tells us that it's given superpowers by AI, and that AI has kind of exacerbated a cycle that already existed on social media, where misinformation can go viral and sometimes even get traction in news outlets.
Yeah, all that turbocharging indeed. The AI tools like Elon Musk's Grok chatbot, they're among the first to falsely name the suspect. You're talking about that supercharging. Do you then think that we are approaching a point where the public can no longer tell what is real?
I think it's got a lot more difficult to tell what's real. But I think there are some things that that you can do, particularly in the period of time after a major incident like what happened in Australia on Sunday. You can check the source of information immediately and make sure that the source, for example, has no motivations behind what they're sharing. And it's really important to think twice before you retweet or reshare information about whether or not it's factual.
You know, Dr. Barnett, with what happened 3 days ago, was it exactly as you expected, the way things blew up on social media? Did anything surprise you?
No, unfortunately, it didn't surprise me, and I was kind of dreading that might in fact happen, because at the time that we all went to sleep in Australia, we didn't know the identity of the terrorist, the attacker. And so that means there's a vacuum of information. There's people that are highly emotional and want an answer, but there's a vacuum in terms of the official information to fill it, because the information doesn't exist yet. So that's a really perfect time for misinformation to take root. And when we saw this invented name of Edward Crabtree, for example, that had been generated by artificial intelligence and originally appeared on a false news site before it made its way into Grok.
Epic. So you hear that? The AI is pulling shit from these Nazi websites.
Amazing. That's fucking great. Are we all surprised?
We're really searching for information. So if they, for example, went to X and asked X what the identity of the attacker was, X would respond at that time with a false name. So this meant that the information had a degree of power in terms of virality.
Yeah, it's powerful, and social media did fill in that information gap. Australia's ban on social media for under 16s, we know it's meant to protect kids, but then came this Bondi shooting. So, Dr. Barnett, the wave of unchecked fake news and conspiracies came along. Has this ban already been undermined by the very crisis it was meant to address?
I think it's too early to tell. I mean, it was only implemented a week or two ago. So check in 6 months down the track and we'll tell you whether or not it's effective. I've personally got high hopes for it. The idea is that we protect kids from misinformation like this, as well as the other safety issues that social media presents.
Okay, so AI has made some missteps, lots of hallucinations in quite a high-handed way. Who do you think then should be held accountable for this? The platforms that host it, the AI tools generating it, or the governments? Are they slow to respond? What does a real plan take to counter fake news going into the new year?
I think the platforms need to be held responsible for the content they host in the same way that a broadcaster is held responsible for the content that it broadcasts. So these social media platforms have been incredibly reluctant to call themselves or see themselves as publishers, because that means they have a responsibility around misinformation, for example. They have to very quickly deal with misinformation. So, yeah, in an ideal world, they would take responsibility.
And Dr. Barnett, help reflect on this for us, for regular users like you and I, especially during moments of national tragedy. What are the risks of being exposed to this flood of content? And what's the cost to society then, when our shared understanding of events is shaped by algorithms rather than the truth?
Yeah, well, we saw how misinformation can contribute in terms of the UK riots. If a particularly divisive piece of information takes root online and then there's ramifications, it gets picked up by news outlets, for example, it can have social effects. It can increase division and hatred, social unrest.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for talking through all these points with us, Dr. Belinda Barnett, Senior Lecturer of Media at Swinburne University, Hawthorne.
Maya yet again is here in studio with us. Maya, in the aftermath of the Bondi Beach attack, footage has emerged of a mysterious hero disarming and tackling one of the alleged gunmen. Scores of users praising this courageous bystander, identified by journalists initially as Ahmed Al-Ahmed, but soon other accounts claimed those praises were misdirected. Tell us more.
Yes, exactly. So colleagues from 7 News, that is Australia's most watched news service, were the first to identify the mysterious hero. It is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43 years old, originally from Syria, now living in Australia and working there as a food seller. But immediately, other users started to treat this information as disinformation. Let's take a look at this post on Facebook, basically resharing a video, a reel on Facebook, where you see Ahmed being thanked for saving so many lives. But there is a caption here telling a whole different story. The caption is, "This hero is actually named Edward Crabtree, not Ahmed. He's a lifelong citizen of Australia, according to this user." So other users online started to wonder, then who is the real hero? Is it Ahmed or is it Edward? And even Grok, the AI embedded within Twitter, within X, started to praise this mysterious Edward Crabtree, even generating a full biography for this man. Other users claiming that erasing basically the poor and brave Edward Crabtree was pro-immigrant propaganda. This tweet saying the name is Edward Crabtree and not some Ahmed or Mohammed. So eventually we know the truth because we've reported about it here on France 24. The exact name is indeed Ahmed El Ahmed and not some Edward Crabtree who has not been involved in that story whatsoever.
And Maya, have you been able to trace the origin of this rumour? Where exactly did it initially come from?
Well, first, we found this kind of post on Facebook sharing some sort of screenshot from what appears to be a screenshot from a media outlet mentioning a Bondi local who's supposed to be an IT professional. Apparently, this person even agreeing to an interview here to the media outlet in which he said, "I just acted." Tracking down this media outlet, we ended up on this post on X this time, and at the end of the publication of the post, you see the source with a link. So obviously, we clicked on the link and we ended up on a website, on a story that I'm going to show you right there. You're seeing the story posted on something called The Daily. But in this story that is supposed to be an exclusive interview from the hero, with the hero himself on his hospital bed, well, you see that there is no photo, no video, only the screenshot of footage that's been circulating widely online. And even the so-called senior crime reporter in the byline here, you don't see any profile picture, so it's even stranger. And when you read the story, you see that Edward Crabtree is described in great detail, but for example, that he's supposed to be born and bred in Sydney, but nothing in the story here makes sense. Nothing matches what happened yesterday, including basic facts like, for example, the exact timing of the attack. But after all, what did you expect? Because this website is completely fake.
You're telling us the whole website is fake?
Yes, exactly. That's what I call commitment to disinformation, Sharon, because this website is probably created with the help of AI.
This is not just something people do.
On this
you understand?
No. Here, for example,
like
these different stories.
Like, we already know that like Mossad is instantly involved, right? Like they were the first ones to say that the IRGC did this, and like they actually like started like going like there's Mossad in Australia. Like I don't know what the fuck was up with that, but like the entire IRGC network lit up with this. I've never seen them light up after a terrorist attack.
Interesting.
So like my thing is like did Israel just light up just because these guys were lighting up, you know?
Maybe.
And also, but like, there's never been conditions for an attack like this, which is why it's not abnormal that these channels lit up the way that they did. Because we're looking at it in comparison to every other thing. It was intentional. I don't think it has to do with... No. Mossad initially said that the IRGC was linked to these guys. Like, it was one of the first things that happened after the attack, is that they tried to say IRGC did it. And now they're in Australia trying to look at connections to the IRGC. And so that's why I was like, we gotta let them cook. Like if they need to, like if they can't come up with anything, then like it doesn't fit IRGC profile. You know what I mean? So it's very weird that these networks lit up the way they did. And it's like obviously because of the political climate why they lit up the way they did.
Yeah, Netanyahu did say the hero was a Jew.
You see only generic pictures, stock photos maybe, or pictures generated with AI. There is just this story that is the lone breaking news story about the Bondi shooting. And you have most of the links that simply do not work, such as the contact page. So also another hint is that the name of the story maybe is created to resemble a true media outlet, the Daily Horse here, that describes itself as a newsroom of young journalists delivering news for young people in Australia. But as you can see, there is no link between these two websites. And finally, we looked at the information behind the domain name here, and we saw that the domain name was registered on December 14th, meaning the day of the attack. Second clue, the address linked to the website is in Iceland, which is really weird if you have a website claiming to be a credible, a trustworthy media outlet in Australia. Since then, this fake website has been deactivated. So finally, in the end, there's little mystery left about who's the real hero in the story. We had the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, who posted a photo with the real hero that you see here on the photo at the hospital where he's currently recovering from his injuries, and confirming, obviously, the name Ahmed Al-Ahmed, and finally confirming that this man is a real-life hero. That's the main truth in this story.
Maya, thanks so much for taking us through all of that. Maya, yet again, with tonight's Truth or Fake. Do stay with us. We'll be right back with more world news.
Busy day on the beach. Both clubs had nippers in the morning, and then we had Christmas parties that afternoon and evening. So we were both in our Christmas parties when the tragedy occurred.
Fuck, I didn't send emissaries.
We heard gunshots at Bondi Surf Club. We heard gunshots, and people knew they were gunshots straight away. So they took cover. But some of our members could see what was happening from our club. Our club's right in the middle of the beach. North Bondi is further up the beach, so they could hear it, but they couldn't see what was going on. They could just see people running past. Some of our members could see the playground with children in it, and some of our members went out under fire to get those kids into the safety of our club. So we had first responders on the ground with people with horrific injuries, and our lifesavers are trained to run towards and help people, run towards danger to help people, and that's exactly what our members did.
Our initial reaction was to provide shelter. People were running up the beach, so we opened the club up and just ushered people in. Then found that we had 5 of those people were wounded, gunshot victims. So we started to administer first aid to those people. Then the next thing was to assist the paramedics with equipment, and our lifesavers with their skill jumped in and helped the paramedics. And the paramedics were very accepting and grateful for our help, and there were circumstances where our lifesavers were administering the first aid with the paramedics overseeing them. It was a real team effort there.
First tonight, we now know the names of the couple who bravely tried to stop the Bondi massacre before it began. They were Boris and Sophia Gurman. Boris, alongside his wife, attempted to disarm one attacker before they were gunned down. According to their family, the couple, who've been married for 34 years, were devoted to each other. The Gurmans are among the 15 killed in Sunday's terror attack. These are some of their names and faces. It's been just over 48 hours since terror unfolded at Bondi. So let's go to Hannah Stewart now, who joins us from the memorial there. Hannah, you have new details tonight about the surviving gunman's condition.
Fuck, I didn't send emissaries again. I always press enter too soon.
Taylor, we've learned that Naveed Akram has woken from his coma. Police are now set to charge the 24-year-old for carrying out Sunday's terror attack alongside his father, Sajid Akram. Now, we also have an update on the people who were injured that day. 22 patients remain in Sydney's hospitals. Those people who are recovering are in the thoughts of the people gathered here at Bondi tonight, alongside those who lost their lives, also remembering the incredible acts of bravery that we saw that day. A final act of incredible bravery, unarmed but undeterred, taking on a terrorist. Boris Gurman, alongside his wife Sophia, wrestles one of the gunmen, prizing the rifle from his grip, but Sajid Akram gets another weapon, killing the couple. Their family said in a statement tonight, "We are heartbroken by the sudden and senseless loss of our beloved Boris and Sophia Gurman, but we feel an overwhelming sense of pride in their bravery. This encapsulates who Boris and Sophia were, people who instinctively and selflessly tried to help others. Tomorrow would have been Sophia's birthday." Another Australian hero, Ahmed El Ahmed, who also wrestled the gunman. His first public words, thanking others and praying for them. But as he awaits surgery tomorrow for gunshot wounds, he is in the thoughts of so many.
Your courage is inspiring. Thank you very much. He was trying to get a cup of coffee. Simple as that, and found himself at a moment where people were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
And Australians are paying
making me
tribute.
nervous over here. They're already got frowny face and they got a big military.
Coupe is unfriendly and settled a city right where I wanted to put a city,
Alongside
so I'm
Ahmed
pissed with
was
him.
Reuven Morrison, who
What
hurled
side
I'm
of
not
the
happy.
country you at?
shot and
I have
died
no idea. It
waiting
looks
for
like the
help.
top.
If there was one way for him to go on this earth, it would be fighting a terrorist. I don't know how to live in a world without him. I don't know how my children will live without him.
The 62-year-old fled persecution in the Soviet Union. His adopted homeland wasn't safe either.
The Australian government is to blame. They've had the warning signs for so long.
Hi. Any other terrorist attack?
She's a
Hold
victim.
on.
It's okay.
No. It's not directed at her. This is a narrative that I've been seeing a lot. No other prime minister has ever been blamed for a terrorist attack. Stop garnering political points on the bodies of dead victims. Anthony Albanese is not to blame for a fucking terrorist attack. Just like Tony Abbott wasn't responsible for the Lint Cafe siege, and fucking John Howard wasn't responsible.
But George Bush did do 9/11.
George Bush did do 9/11, that is correct. But John Howard was also not held responsible for Martin Bryant and Port Arthur. So, in that respect, shut the fuck up. Other than that, I feel for you. This is a fucking tragedy. Like, this is really bad. Like, this is something that we should have been unified around. Instead, political point scoring is the preferred outcome here, I guess. Can we stop?
Jewish community has been begging and begging and begging for action.
There is an anger. There's an anger that we were allowed to be picked off like fish in a barrel at a place like this, that this ideology has been able to ferment here in this country for multiple years.
The family of the massacre's youngest victim, 10-year-old Matilda, was at the Bondi Memorial today.
I was face painting Matilda's sister.
And
we spent some time together and they were both so sweet.
Now her little sister left distraught.
She say, "Mom, I can't cry anymore. My eyes dry now. I can't cry anymore. And we just want Matilda back and running happy here on the beach."
A beach that has been forever changed, but where many continue to gather on the third night of Hanukkah to pay their respects. Taylor, there's still a large crowd of mourners at Bondi Beach. You might be able to hear them singing at the moment. That's something that we've seen several times tonight as the crowd has come together. People are still laying flowers at a floral tribute that's grown exponentially. We've also seen a Jewish candle, a menorah lit tonight, a tradition during Hanukkah, but speakers tonight have also said that it's a symbol of light overcoming darkness, which is a message that's certainly resonating with a lot of people here today. There's been a lot of emotions here at the vigil, but the speakers have been telling people to preach a message of solidarity and strength as they remember these devastating events. Taylor.
Thank you, Hannah. The search for the motive and methods of the killer has now extended overseas. Police are investigating a trip the pair made just weeks ago to the Philippines. National Affairs editor Hugh Rimerton has the latest.
We don't know when they were radicalised, but by the time they launched their slaughter of innocents, Naveed and Sajid Akram were fully signed on with the terror group Islamic State. The evidence there at the scene.
The vehicle, which is registered to the younger male, contained IEDs, but I also confirmed that it contained 2 homemade ISIS flags.
Last month, the father and son made an overseas trip.
The reasons why they went to the Philippines and the purpose of that and where they went when they were there is under investigation.
The southern Philippines is an ISIS stronghold, notorious for terrorist training camps and frequent attacks on Filipino Christians.
The Australian Federal Police have strong liaison networks over there in that part of the world, and I'm sure right now that those networks have been activated and they're getting whatever information they possibly can.
Did you build
In
a wonder?
his late teens, Naveed
I'm not going
Akram
for wonders
tried
this game.
online preaching.
Guys, spread the Allah wherever you can.
At least
Spread the
not
message
this early.
that Allah is one wherever you can.
Around this time, ASIO learnt of his links to a known ISIS recruiter, but he fell off the radar. And at some point he shifted from faith to fury.
It appears the alleged killers were interested only in a quest for a death tally.
There are reports he came under the sway of notorious Sydney hate preacher Wissam Haddad,
No
who
shit.
was successfully sued this year for preaching racial vilification against Jews.
It confirms that the days when Jewish communities and the Jewish people can be vilified and targeted with impunity are long gone.
Hate preachers can now expect even closer focus.
Radical perversion of Islam is absolutely a problem.
Through his lawyer,
Of
Wissam
Islam?
Haddad denies any knowledge or involvement in the
Leave him
Bondi
alone.
atrocity.
We should start calling it
have found
Islam.
No
He's
evidence of
trying his
any
best.
association between Haddad and the 2 killers, but any links will be investigated by police.
What is
Islam,
that? Any
however,
links?
is not on trial.
These are the
Lemmy-
alleged
when
actions
Lemmy Winks
of those
versus
who have
WikiLeaks?
aligned themselves with a terrorist organisation, not a religion.
Hugh Riminton, 10
True.
News.
As we heard, investigators are examining that month-long trip to the Philippines by the Bondi gunman. But when did the country become a so-called ISIS hotspot? The terror group began a fresh expansion into Southeast Asia in 2014, but it was 2 years later when it launched a significant recruitment drive in the Philippines. The following year, a group of ISIS militants seized the city of Marawai on the island of Mindanao, a prized spot for terror training due to its dense jungle. The Philippines army fought back and eventually regained control 5
shouldn't have
months
done this.
later,
I really am
killing
gonna go
hundreds
for
of
builders here
insurgents in
before
the
I settle.
process.
But
Fair
that
enough.
wasn't the end of the violence.
I'm going
as
for
ISIS
settlers. I want
continued
my
to
3
attract
cities
new
before I
members
start.
and crucially, foreign fighters.
I already
In
have 4 cities,
2018,
that's why I wanna
10
go to
people
builder.
died when a
What the
white van
fuck?
packed with explosive
Yeah.
detonated in the town of Lamitan. In 2019, 20 people were killed when 2 bombs exploded at a cathedral on the main island of the Sulu province, for which ISIS claimed responsibility.
You want to know?
In the weeks
secret?
after, the chairman
Go on.
of the Philippine
Okay.
Institute for Peace, Violence
When
and
you're training
Terrorism
settlers,
Research told
use your
the New York
builders to
Times
chop trees.
ISIS is the most complicated
Ah,
evolving
okay.
problem for the Philippines today.
I don't have trees.
A problem
Yeah, that's
that
like
doesn't
that
seem
opening
to be
builder.
going
That's what you
away.
should save him for, is chopping the trees.
Okay.
Political leaders, current and former, have visited the Bondi Memorial, where some have been welcomed and others met with emotional hostility. Former Prime Minister John Howard was greeted with applause from the crowd as he claims efforts to strengthen Australia's gun laws are an attempt to avoid a discussion about anti-Semitism.
No way.
Has more from Parliament House.
I'll take that.
At a time like this, a grieving nation looks to leadership and
Look,
politicians
anything
past and
anything that gets the focus away from this fucking idiot government, away from gun control, is good. We need to have the discussion about extremists. That is the problem. Not just Islamic, all of them, which includes Zionists.
present have received a mixed reception as they pay their respects.
Does
Pauline
Meg
Hanson
Dito,
and
that
Barnaby Joyce welcomed
city
with
where the
open arms
Christians
at Bondi.
believe that revelation will happen?
Hostility directed
I don't
towards Home Affairs Minister
I'm
Tony
asking
Burke
anyone who
as
does.
emotions run high.
Emotions are high and people are angry, and I understand that completely.
John Howard applauded. God bless you, John. The former Prime Minister was
God
today
bless
scathing
you,
of
John.
Anthony Albanese's efforts to combat anti-Semitism. He claims the push to reform Australia's gun laws in the wake of the Bondi terror attack is being used as a diversion. National Cabinet's looking at the biggest changes to gun control since John Howard's crackdown in 1996 after the Port Arthur massacre. He says tougher laws are always welcome to close loopholes, but
I do not want this debate post this horrible event.
Where is Aleppo?
To be used, the focus on guns to
Wrong
be
guy.
used as a pretext
No.
to avoid the broader
Look
debate
at this
about the
gay
spread of
share
hatred of
screen.
Jewish people and anti-Semitism.
This is not a time for politics. This is
Is
a
that a
time
city-state?
for national unity.
the Prime Minister's defending his government's efforts to stop the spread of hate as he seeks to display strength and leadership at a time of anguish and anger. Bipartisanship in the past 2 days, though, has been limited.
We hate
the
angry
Australian
people.
community has broken 2 new national donation records in the wake of the Bondi shootings. 50,000 appointments were booked to give blood in New South Wales, which is more than double the previous record.
Now is when you do this?
8,000 donations of blood.
Been needing
plasma
fucking
and
blood for a
platelets
long
were
time,
made
guys.
across the country.
To put this in perspective, for somebody in trauma, they may need 100 individual donations to save their life. So this is an urgent priority. Don't give up if you're at the end of the line. Make an appointment.
Despite the overwhelming response, more blood is still needed, and people are encouraged to book appointments in the lead up to Christmas.
And we're done with this stuff.
Look at a little scout party here.
Ah, yes. No, I don't want you. I understand and I wish to proceed.
Actually, you know what? Let's not do this.
Uh-oh.
I changed my mind. Let's
Uh-oh.
not do terrorist stuff to further give clarification on what happened, because YouTube will fuck us. Let's not do that. Let's watch Nazi groups instead.
For quite a while, I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good, and yet all the hate is on white males.
You would get beat up if you said something racial to a black person.
You saw that happen?
Yes.
They said something like, man, the hood ain't the hood anymore, as in, like, they were unhappy with my response.
Almost exclusively white communities exist all around the United States off of paper merely because of socioeconomics, and that if you are wealthy enough, everyone who becomes wealthy enough will buy into a more or less white-only gated community. But I would not be able to afford that outside of working my entire life to build up a bunch of businesses, but I would like to have kids.
I want my kids to be taught that their ancestors did great things, not that they were the villains of history.
Correct, and Arkansas is nice. As far as I know, the laws are you just need to let them know that you're going to be homeschooling, and then after that, there's no testing that you need to do, or they don't really check up on you.
The first community that really went after us was the r/Jewish subreddit. I had CPS come out here because they had complained to CPS trying to get my kids taken away. The health department has come out here. They just blanket made complaints to everyone. I mean, I do have Mein Kampf, but I think that's just historically relevant. Who wrote that one? Mein Kampf? Yeah. Hitler. Oh, shit. He's sort of the central villain of the 20th century. So if you don't understand what he thought, then you're, again, missing a big piece of history. Did he make mistakes? I believe so.
What do you think the biggest mistake was?
Invading the Sudetenland.
None of the other stuff.
The other stuff? Well, it depends on what you mean.
Just like the Holocaust and everything.
Holocaust? I don't know about all that.
Everybody thinks Genghis Khan is cool and he
There
killed
it
more
is.
people than Hitler. The question is how fast that will take for Hitler to be as cool as Genghis Khan. I don't know. Total brown Gorper victory.
What's your favorite thing to cook?
I like making tacos.
That's fun.
Despite the fact that we do have, taco nights sometimes, we also have traditional European food nights.
I really love breaded chicken, like fried chicken. I like pizza, I like typical stuff.
Look, I was a big Dr. Dre guy
the editing on
for
this
like
making this
my
look
teenage
as
years when
stupid
I was
as
like working
possible.
out and everything like that. But then I was like,
Outstanding.
I don't think it is as soothing to my soul. And that goes back to just like anthropological data that we have about the difference between like rhythm and harmony.
What about you?
I don't listen to rap music. I listen to gospel music.
Okay, who's your favorite gospel artist?
Of course you do.
Probably Skillet.
You say Skrilla?
Skillet.
Skillet. What do they sing about?
It's like a rock Christian band.
Okay, cool.
Hardcore, we love Jesus.
Okay, let's...
They're not
Let's
European.
But the Caucasus Mountains, Caucasian ancestral birthplace,
Uh-huh.
is technically in Central Asia.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. You know, some Italian Americans, like in Staten Island, think they're not white.
Oh,
they
do they?
say, I'm not white, I'm Italian.
Yeah, and that has a lot to do with the historical uses of the term white. For legal reasons, I believe Italians and Irish were actually always considered white.
Thank you. Can you show us around, you think?
Sure, of course.
You're watching Channel 5 News. Broadcasting
is that in-person purpose dip in mobility decline. In 2019, in that emergency, ladies and gentlemen, the USA is in the state of emergency. And that emergency is related to rapid community decline. In 2019, more than 60% of Americans thought that in-person community involvement was very important. Today, that number is beneath 27%, marking the sharpest dip in modern US history. Consequentially, loneliness is at an all-time high. 17% of Americans reportedly have no friends at all and spend the majority of their time either at work or on social media. In my opinion, that's bad.
I don't think we're actually collectively benefiting from being the richest country on earth so much these days.
You could drive for a half hour in any direction and still be in just more suburbs.
If there's one thing that I want people to take away from our entire Channel 5 catalog, it's that community is the most important thing on earth. Aside from helping us to meet our core emotional needs, I believe that community really is like existential therapy that helps us to deal with the dread that accompanies the human condition. From the moment that we actualize death as young children, we spend the rest of our lives coping with the fact that
interviewing white supremacists because he
an
really
eternal
had it
silence,
going
likely
into like a great video in the beginning, just editing it. Like I could have watched 30 minutes of that, of them just saying dumb shit back to back. I swear to God, bro, this fucking already have very low
I think it's
opinion of
facetious. I think it's facetious, to be honest.
Waits
So,
us at
I'm
the
just
end
saying,
of this
like-
strange,
It seems very
beautiful, and
sarcastic.
painful
Better not
journey.
go there.
But community, unlike life itself, offers permanence. Through a strong and continuous community, you can achieve something close to collective immortality, at least in your own mind, which helps to assuage the fear of death in a way that makes life less painful. It's deeper than getting a beer with the homies, which also is happening way less.
We told you recently about a steep decline in partying among young people, 70% down.
Simultaneously, people are spending more time online than ever before. And by online, I mean on social media platforms. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. This is only compounding the mental health effects of isolation. 40% of Americans between 18 to 22 admit to being an active social media addiction. 50% of Americans say that social media has had a negative effect on their personal relationships. 60% say it's impacted their self-esteem for the worse due to comparison. 80% admit to being deceived by social media content on a regular basis. And the average screen time for an 18-year-old American in 2025 is 8 hours and 39 minutes per day. Now, let's pivot and talk about the content that dominates social media platforms. As we mentioned in our previous video about Baltimore, bad news makes more money and travels faster than good news. And social media platforms are rival companies who measure success through engagement, which means keeping your eyes glued to the screen for as long as possible. Statistically, this is best done by deploying content that markets crisis, fear, or disaster. So the users who dominate these platforms and eventually become parasocial leaders are experts in doing just that, scaring people. Scaring the hell out of them, usually by shaping a distorted version of the outside world that keeps their followers both inside and engaged into a feedback loop that carefully mimics community.
We've all been exposed to the same sources of information online as well. We're like part of the same online subculture.
I primarily use
Which
X. My algorithm is mostly right-wing political content. Nick Fuentes gets fed to that.
Okay.
I didn't start out nearly as identitarian as
Now
I am
it
now.
makes sense.
Even my own comment section, in many ways, persuaded me that this stuff is more important than I was giving credit to.
But it's important to remember that regardless of politics, all people fundamentally want the same thing in life and are just grown babies looking for somebody to play with.
We do games, traditional, like the Highland games. Those are traditional Scottish games.
Even before I lived here, I would come and visit and bring my poker set, and we would just do like very low stakes, like $5, $10 buy-in. It's just a fun night with the blokes, grand old time. And then sword fighting is one of the things I really like to do.
Sword fighting? What kind
It's
of sword
with that lens
fighting?
that I want you to watch today's documentary.
Bit of
which
mucking
revolves
around with
a
the boys?
whites-only Christian settlement in rural Arkansas called Return to the Land.
Yeah, my name's Eric Orwell. I'm the president of the Return to the Land Private Membership Association.
We call it The Settlement. This is our first intentional community for people of European heritage, planning many others around the country.
Yeah, we have 3 acres, the RV and the solar system and everything.
So this is a homesteading project, pretty much.
Yeah.
Have you been able to harvest your own food?
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of tomatoes, peppers, melons.
What are the main tenets of the community?
Well, we believe in traditional European values,
You don't know
traditional
what that
nuclear
means.
families, monogamy.
We're not looking for the
Throwing shit out the
weird
window?
Whatever trans things are going on now.
Not being able to
not for
feed
that.
your people
Basically, what you
and
would find
creating
in
crime to
traditional European
imprison them and then
religious texts,
going
like
out
the New
and
Testament,
doing colonialism?
like the
Constantly
Hogmaw
going
and
to
Norse
war.
paganism.
How many people do you think live in this community right now?
We have,
Justifying
I think, if you include children,
slaughtering
something around
Muslims
like
because they
35
did
or
it
so.
first.
And we've got hundreds of new people accepted just in the last, I don't know, few months.
A lot of people
Dominating
are
the
concerned
entire
about rapid demographic
Middle East,
change,
not
mass
even Middle East,
immigration, and just what's
Mediterranean,
happening
then
to our countries.
falling,
Why not just like go to
creating
Idaho?
the dark ages.
Because I'm not just thinking about what would be convenient or easy now
White culture,
for us.
baby.
I'm also thinking, what will the country look like for my kids and grandkids? Coeur d'Alene, I looked up the census information, and it's dropped nearly 10% of the white population in the last 20 years. That's mostly immigration.
I grew up in Montana.
Did you notice a significant demographic shift in Montana?
Not yet, but it's happening. It won't be long.
And where'd y'all move from?
I'm from Wisconsin.
And whose idea was it?
It was his idea.
I did notice that
No way.
race mixed kids I didn't think looked as attractive as kids who were pure race, but you know, that's
Pure
anecdotal.
race.
So going back to the very beginning, you said you grew up in Southern California?
Yeah.
What part of the area?
The south of LA County, La Mirada.
Okay, cool. So you pretty much grew up like in a pretty diverse area.
Oh yeah, my elementary school was primarily Mexican. I remember we had some kind of cultural day and they asked like, you know, where your ancestors came from, and they were writing it on the board, and it was like Mexico, 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 England, Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. I mean, I have no other identity I can go back to. I'm a quarter or more Norwegian, and then I'm German, and I'm English. So I can't say that I'm English, I can't say I'm German, I can't say I'm
Sure you
Norwegian
can.
alone.
Pick
I'm
a
not
lane.
even like majority any of those things. So the only identity that I have, ethnocultural identity, is
All
as
I
a
think
white
is
American.
boo-hoo.
And I think that's most white Americans.
I mean, here's an idea. Who gives a fuck? I'm a quarter Dutch. I think most of my other family is Irish. You know what I identify as? Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Seriously, it does not matter. It literally does not matter what color somebody's skin is, where they came from on the fucking earth. Who cares? Get a grip. I'd say touch some grass, but you're clearly touching the wrong grass.
Americans, actually.
It seems like the idea of white people or whiteness that we know today that's referenced by the media or by the Associated Press is a relatively new construction. Like talking to my grandparents who grew up in Philadelphia, you had different sections of town that belonged to different very tight-knit European communities. You had the Irish neighborhoods, German neighborhoods, Italian, Polish, Greek, and then with the mass influx of African Americans from the South during the Great Migrations, those lines kind of dissolved and they became a more loose unit of pan-European whites who fled the cities, and that's part of the reason that Philadelphia became so overwhelmingly black. And so now I don't know my ancestral Irish culture because it dissolved as a result of the political situation of the time. A lot of traditions have been lost throughout the process of white assimilation.
Yeah, and that's true. That's definitely part of it. I don't think Mexican heritage has those same issues. Latinos, though, it's interesting.
I think
they
he's
come
also
from a bunch of different
phrasing
indigenous
questions in a way to get them
backgrounds,
to answer them.
plus the Spanish influence. Yeah. And they have no problem like seeing their commonality, and they kind of embrace it. Like La Raza, it means the race.
Pura la raza latina.
And they're very pro this kind of unified Latino thing.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm at the Waffle House. not too far away from the RTTL settlement. Very different vibe, but I'm happy to be here. Anyways, we were just talking about Mexico and Spanish stuff, so I figured now's a good time to tell you that Channel 5 actually has a second Spanish language channel with all original content from across Latino America. So if you guys want to check out a couple videos, such as Lucha Extrema, or Nahuatl Language Survival, or Inside Tepito, Mexico City's largest counterfeit market, or Mexican Independence Day, or so many more things, you can check all these videos out on Canal 5. Just type in Canal 5 Latino America. You should see like a circle. Looks kind of like Channel 5, but instead of being blue and red for America, it's green and red for Mexico. So if you want to give us a sub, a like, or whatever, maybe comment, gracias Andres, este video es muy chistoso. I really appreciate it. Once again, that's Canal 5. I'm trying to expand our coverage across the world, country by country, society by society. So maybe there'll be Channel 5 Africa or Channel 5 Russia in the future. But for now, we've got Canal 5 Latino America. So if you want to check it out, like I said, the link is in the description box and the pinned comment of this video. All right, guys, back to Eric and RTTL. After grappling with the lack of ancestral connection during his formative years in LA County, Eric decided to attend a performing arts school in upstate New York. During his schooling, he became infatuated with the works of classical European composers, who gave him a sense of tradition that he finally felt connected to.
I went to school at Eastman for French horn performance, so I'm a big fan of, Bruckner and Brahms and Strauss and Mozart and Beethoven, all that stuff.
After college, Eric's admiration for the Mozarts of the world morphed into a total obsession with Greek philosophy and ancient European history.
Those old European cultures.
Today, Europe stuff is still his primary fixation and passion.
I personally have a lot of respect for the Dutch. The Mycenaean Greeks were this big force at the end of the Bronze Age.
The religious traditions of pagan Europe had valuable things to teach us.
All European people are descended from 3 ancestral groups: the Western hunter-gatherers, the steppe herders, and then from the Neolithic farmers who came from Anatolia around 9000 BC, initially into Greece, and then spreading everywhere else.
As a Neoplatonist, I kind of agree with Iamblichus. I like Atlantis
I
research. That's never hot.
I believe in Iamblichus.
100%. And they were also in Western Europe at various
I also
times.
believe in
But do you have
leprechauns.
French pride?
I'm not French.
These interests ultimately led Eric into a career in philosophical content creation, beginning with his first videos over 13 years ago.
The term philosophy was first coined by Pythagoras. What we might call pleasure and pain, I think
Who
more
was
neutrally
well-known
and generally
as
could be
a
termed
cunt.
positive and negative subjective value. We can talk about
That's the
that
dude they
level of
made drink
egotism
poison,
as
right?
being a
I think
kind
so.
in its own right.
Gradually, from
handle him
2016
anymore. They're
on,
like,
these
"Oh my
videos
God."
became more politicized, focusing a bit less on Plato and metaphysics and more on a shadowy global elite who uses mind control on the unawoken masses.
We can sacrifice, racial purity at a national level if we get cultural and racial integrity at the local level.
It's this kind of content that caught the eye of most current RTTL settlers.
I believe I came across Eric's X account. He has kind of a philosophy channel on
Oops,
YouTube
I
and
accidentally
X.
declared
So
war
I
on a
found
city
him
state. I
through
didn't mean to do
philosophical
that.
content.
I teach
Misclicked
courses
when
on
trying
Plato
to
and
say no.
Aristotle online.
Through
Accidental
that,
war.
heard about
Whoops.
Return to the Land and became interested.
RTTL was initially marketed as a positive, community-based regression to a pre-industrial society.
The way a state should be run is in the interest of the people,
Wait, I'm sorry,
not a
I'm
set
sorry, I
of
didn't mean to.
corporations, not just the ruling class, not just one
8
man.
turns until I
And if you
said,
take the
"I'm
race
sorry,
stuff out
bro, I
of all
didn't mean
this,
to."
I mean,
He's already
living
got
this way does
chariots
provide a
next to
pretty
me.
gratifying existence to people who've grown up in either Gen Z
I
or millennial
misclicked,
American
bro, I'm
society,
sorry.
where almost everyone is chronically online and frantically scavenging to pay rent in a limited job market.
What are some things that you've built here that you're very proud of?
I don't know, I probably built like 30% of that starter home, maybe like 40% of the little cabin over there. Oh yeah. The other cabin over there, I might have built like 40%
I mean, these
of
guys
that,
are just.
Do you feel like labor gives you
These guys are just fucking commies. Living on a commune. But they're Nazis.
the most personal gratification
So
as far
funny.
as your role here?
As far as my role here, yes. It's also like a good thing to like keep each other responsible. Like it's very easy, as a teenager, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get off of school and I'm gonna go home and like play video games and, do whatever else you do as a teenage boy in your bedroom for like 4 hours and then like before you know it, the day's gone,
Yeah.
Whereas here,
I
if
fucked
me
up
and
so
Jonathan,
bad with that
we're like
misclick.
being unproductive or whatever, we can kind of kick each other in the ass and be like, hey, like, What's going on?
What's your favorite thing to do around here?
I like to cook. I've cooked for the guys that work here. I don't really have hobbies or anything.
Oh my god,
She
she's
cooks
so
a
cringe.
killer steak.
I like being appreciated for my cooking.
Almost everyone here at the land, I think, worked on this.
You proud of it?
Well, it was our first build, so most
It
guys
looks
don't
like
have any
shit.
experience, and we're just learning from YouTube.
So YouTube taught you to build a house?
Yeah, essentially.
We bought it like raw, undeveloped land, so that's been exciting.
What's the thing out here that you're most proud of in this homestead project so far?
Probably the garden.
Raw,
I
undeveloped
feel like
land.
they
They
put a
really
lot of
just wanna
work
be
into just getting this
colonialists so
ready for us to be here.
So I believe that polities should be small in scale to the point where you could conceivably know everyone in the community. I think there should be a diverse set of communities for people to choose from, like the Greek city-states. You know, if you didn't like how Corinth was governed, well, you could move to Athens.
Building from the intellectual framework that Eric has created, race seems to almost arise as an unnecessary flashpoint for a group of people in a virtually all-white area who are primarily concerned with their homesteading project. Yet still, it's brought up constantly.
I hate to be that guy, but like I've had a lot of black friends.
Okay, top 5 black people.
A fucking
Tommy
tornado.
Sotomayor, or Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Let me think. The Hodge twins and
It just
Jesse Lee
took out
Peterson.
all
The
those
Hodge
average-
twins! Bro said the Hodge twins and Jesse Lee Peterson.
A tornado.
Incredible.
That guy's cavalry that was coming at my city.
I suggest you get
Brother, that's
Like, one of my best
called
friends ever used to be Puerto
kamikaze.
Rican.
That's
He was
some
a lot of
divine
fun,
wind,
but
baby.
It's sort of like, you know, you have these big ethnic blocks that are like boulders, right? And you can build a bridge across and like meet in the middle and be friends with someone from another ethnic group, of course, right? But it's very unstable. It doesn't
No,
I'm
last.
fuck
gonna have
off,
to go
tornado.
pretty
Get out of my
soon. Puerto
city.
Rican friend.
Oh, thank
I'm gonna
God.
have to go pretty soon.
He moved back to Puerto Rico.
We sad?
I was a little bit sad, yeah.
Damn, that sucks, man.
Hey guys, what's up? Communities like the one here in the Ozarks are real-life manifestations of online echo chambers. When people start relying on Facebook groups, message boards, and fringe YouTube channels for information, the digital feedback loop eventually spills into the real world. Beliefs get reinforced, outsiders get villainized, and an entire town can start to mirror the same closed-circuit worldview you normally only see online. So naturally, before we put boots on the ground and go inside, we get informed using what you news.
No, we're not married.
yet. Oh, you guys are dating?
Yes.
Courting.
What's courting?
Courting is just like
Cringe.
dating with more steps. Essentially, we have to be like verified by our supervisors and guardians, people we look up to and respect, and they both monitor our relationship and help to advise whether or not we are good for each other. If they decide we are good for each other, then they
Cringe.
walk us along and help us to pursue the relationship that would, you know, end in the best outcome, which would be getting married and having as many children as possible.
For Jonathan, who grew up in a Mennonite colony until he was 6, exiting standard society and courting his future wife in isolation is the only viable option for long-term success in today's dating culture.
What is right with
Married
the dating
man is
culture?
lining
Every
up
woman on
troops
the
against
internet
me.
is more or less advertising
nervous.
herself as sexually accessible. And so if
You're
that's
probably
what you
gonna
want to
die.
do as a bloke and throw your soul away for a quick goon, yeah, it's great. Dating culture for
quick
that.
goon,
The
he
problem with that is, and we see this demographically and statistically, the birth rate is going down exactly because of the over-accessibility of sex. The marketplace value of sex and monogamy as a whole is basically at an abysmally low level, probably the lowest it's ever been in human history that I've ever studied. And that does not benefit the future generation of our offspring. It does not actually benefit a happy life. People above the age of 40 who are married long-term have significantly happier lives, both male and female.
I notice you have a ton of kids.
Yeah.
How many you got?
Number 5 on the way.
Okay, cool. What's the plan for education for the kid?
I'm homeschooling. It's going pretty well. I know
This is a
everything that
cult,
they need to
Andrew.
learn.
You're in a
It's going to
cult.
be nice being in the community when they get a little older and I'm going to need help
is
filling
a
in
cult.
certain subjects I'm not comfortable with. That's another reason I'm glad to have the community because
how- this
I
is
don't
how you get
necessarily
child
want to
abuse.
sift through every piece of
I
history
mean-
to
and
know
I mean a
what's
specific kind
acceptable
of
to teach
child
the kids or
abuse, too.
not. I trust the guys here.
I'm not overwhelmed by the evidence for the exact official narrative, like it was precisely 6 million.
You know, there's Black
Oh
Wall
my
Street.
God.
Back in the era of segregation, there are examples of prosperous black communities.
Black Wall Street, I'm pretty sure got burned down in a race riot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into the details there, that's another one of these narratives.
Jesus
Slavery
Christ.
was bad, but also everyone else practiced slavery too.
They're
North
hitting
America was
all the
very
points.
sparsely populated when we got here.
It's important to note that interwoven into these tropes about community building and heritage celebration is a much more intense core, and one that embraces controversial and outdated race science.
Black college-educated people still tend to be more violent criminal than white high school dropouts.
Really?
Okay, Jontron.
Yeah, the average IQ in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa is under 75, which is considered mentally disabled. East Asians have measurably a higher average IQ than Europeans, and they're less criminal, and they're more prosperous.
So you're saying Asians are smarter than us?
Yes, on average. Yeah.
Like every Japanese person I've met, or like Korean, seems really smart, but I've met some Chinese people where it's like, really? I feel like they're fudging the numbers on that one, to be honest.
As far as most experts are concerned, all of these IQ numbers are fudged. Here's a bit more about that from somebody who knows his shit, because I feel like it's worth it.
These tests were made for the purpose of figuring out who's going to do well in school. It doesn't predict terribly well to many kinds of real-world successes. There's so much it doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you about emotional intelligence, creative intelligence, common sense, wisdom. There's so much more to a person than just their IQ. I would say the major problem has been what's sometimes called scientific racism, but it's not really scientific.
Are you specifically mad at me over
using
the
the
city
guise
state
of science to advance racist views,
Oh.
because you
I mean,
sometimes get
does it make
racial
it better that it
differences
was a
in
misclick
different kinds of test scores,
Norway?
including IQ, that don't take into account where those differences may come from.
It's okay, I
It
got
was
Brussels-
convenient for
Brussels
some
isn't
people
made.
to
Coupe
say,
doesn't
well,
like me
look,
chopping down
we
trees.
can divide people by nationality or socially defined race or ethnic group or religion into different IQ groups, and they probably believed themselves that it told you something, but it didn't tell you what they thought it told you. People with high IQs are often better at convincing themselves of whatever they want. So in other words, they use their IQ for self-justification. They're better at justifying whatever they want to believe. So if they have an ideology, they may have a very weird ideology, but they'll find ways to defend it even if it's not factually accurate. I don't know the details of the people you're studying in Arkansas, but I think that making judgments about people solely on the basis of high IQ is a serious mistake.
Michael Jordan is not a genius.
I don't know Michael Jordan. I've never assessed him. I don't know that much about him. But you see, he's a good example of someone with adaptive intelligence. And in terms of adaptive intelligence, I mean, like, wow, he's done a great job.
Anyways, back to Eric and the fed-up whites of the Arkansas wilderness.
What do you think was modern white America's Treaty of Versailles moment?
I guess like the Civil Rights Act.
You know, there's a basis for equal rights under the law, and that was kind of the nominal intention of the civil rights movement, but it went way beyond that and has ended up restricting people's freedom.
One counter argument that I would make to that is that, you know, in the 1940s and 50s, World War II ends, all the returning veterans come home. The GI Bill allows returning veterans to get low-cost mortgages on new homes. This is when Levittowns were being built and suburbs were being constructed at a very rapid rate. Cul-de-sacs were sprouting up, and the American dream was hatched. You know, white picket fence, nuclear family. Now, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which basically decided who could live where, had racially restrictive covenants that said only white people can live in this area. Minorities can't live. They can only live in certain red-line zones.
Civil Rights
I was
Act
about to say, look
comes
at
in
me, but you
64.
can't.
After
Coupe's
redlining
got
had
it
already
set
began,
up, and he's moving up
after
above me,
deindustrialization
and I'm
in
like,
urban cores
nah.
places
You
like
better
Philadelphia,
watch
Chicago,
out.
and
Don't
Detroit,
fuck with him.
barren, and there was a mass
Well, I'm
transfer of wealth
currently
that just surrounded
more advanced
suburbia.
than him,
so
I believe.
what do you think about the notion that by the time the Civil Rights Act was passed, they already had the short end of the stick?
I would say that they were not at an advantage, obviously. The expectation that the black community should have reached parity in a generation is crazy. Obviously, that would be impossible. It'd require massive top-down social engineering and redistribution of resources. Now, we have done that over the 20th century, but I think we overcorrected.
Well, for example, like small business loans, right? Like there was something that they sort of blew the water off of like 6 months ago or something like that. And it's basically a fact that if you're not a white male, like you're getting like, I forget the exact number, so don't hold me to it, but like $90,000 more dollars
Just a
to start
matter
small
of
business
fact, in
just
my
because you're a minority.
opinion.
You know, as a white male, you're putting so much more back into the system and we're getting less and less out. It's
Fuck
basically
you,
parasitic.
fucking
In limited
volcano,
cases,
bitch.
maybe when it's historically verified.
Just trying to
Oh,
fucking clear this barbarian camp.
If Coupe moves his settler up, I'm gonna wage war on him and take his settler.
I would not fuck with Coupe if I were you.
He's not settling in the north here. I will
Attack 'em
take his
with
city.
loyalty.
Verifiable that this person
How do
was
you
a
do that,
slave on this
culture?
plantation, that plantation, the wealth went to this person. You know, if it's
religion
all
is good for
on the
it, too.
books, then I think that's fair.
I got a
Actually, some
holy side, that's
cases
good.
of reparations of that kind have taken place. So I'm all for that. But there's a more general narrative that black people are where they are in society today because of continual systemic oppression and white supremacy. And I don't think that's true at all.
Do you think there's any solution in America politically that could lead to a reduction in homicides in a place like Baltimore?
I think the options are remigration or death penalty.
It should be noted that RTTL's
Jesus
opposition
Christ.
to the Civil Rights Act is beyond an ideological one. And it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s ghost itself that could come back and f this place up. You see, the 1964 rulings included something called the Fair Housing Act, which was designed specifically to stop things like this from happening.
Isn't the Fair Housing Act technically supposed to restrict this kind of thing?
Well, no, because there are exceptions for private associations,
Crazy.
and we're
These
not
people are
selling
fucked in
real
the
estate.
head.
When people buy a share in the company that owns the land here, they're not getting a deed to land. They're getting the right to homestead in our community.
All the initial LLC members, they paid the real estate company directly through the escrow agent.
Unlike a residential development, which is owned by a real estate company that must follow fair housing guidelines, RTTL is an LLC, a limited liability corporation, technically operating on a commercial property that was once owned and zoned by a logging company. So the settlers there are actually partners in the company who must apply with the board to be shareholders.
So you basically buy stock in a company, and then that in turn gives you usage rights for the land.
Right, shares in a private company.
And company boards can refuse the sale of shares to whoever they want. They're not explicitly legally required to give a reason why. You see what they did?
I mean, obviously, European heritage is very important to us, and you'd be surprised really, by the number of people
I'm rushing a
that
settler to settle first, and I'm using my units to block him.
Yes.
It seems to be
That
working.
way, when he settles, he can start hitting his fresh settlement with loyalty.
Mm.
No, I want to go with the title.
despite knowing that, they'll get through the interview. I've asked them about their ethnic background, and then they mention, oh yeah, but I have a Colombian wife. It's like that kind of thing. It's kind of contrary to our values as an association.
What if the Colombian wife is like 100% Spanish blooded?
Well, then it's probably fine.
How much did that first share cost?
About 6K.
It's pretty low.
I think that was for about like 3% share in the LLC.
How much do you think it cost you overall to get to this current point?
Oh, not too much compared to like a normal house.
And how close do you feel like you are to true self-sufficiency where you wouldn't technically have to leave?
Pretty far away from that. It's a good goal. This is our first year really here, so let's just like adding one piece at a time.
You could build a small cabin or have a building delivered for 5,000 to 10,000.
Motherfucker.
So that plus the cost of the share itself, you could really reasonably get started with about 50,000.
Is your goal ever to pave these roads, or do you kind of like the rugged Appalachian feel?
No, I mean, one day if we could pave all these roads, it would be awesome.
Yeah.
But Orania in South Africa, they have 3,000 people. They bought an already existing town, you know, and then developed from there. And even they still have dirt roads. So it's going to be quite a while before we get these paved.
It should come as no surprise at all that they chose Arkansas for this project. It's a red state with low government oversight and a bunch of its own problems. Plus, the settlement is ungodly far from any population centers. It's hard to explain just how in the sticks this place truly is. The closest town is called Hardy, over 20 minutes away by car, and home to less than 1,000 people, only one of whom is black.
The locals didn't really have an issue with us. We've had good relations with most of our neighbors from the start.
There's a lot of people out here that I guess live and let live, you could say, which I appreciate.
Still though, despite the lack of local pushback, there is some concern that with this national news media attention, legal trouble could be imminent.
Potentially, the biggest hurdle is the legal hurdle. There's going to be a lot of legal challenges, I think, to go through with this sort of thing.
We've not been sued or fined yet, but we do expect that. People have made complaints to government departments. We've had requests for information from government departments. So I think investigations are happening, and we'll have to wait months to really find out.
Even with potential legal complications on the horizon, most people there feel like it's worth it. On the settlement, there's a tinge of nihilism in the air. Most people feel like the country at large is doomed.
I don't think that there's like good political solutions for it now. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? I think actually like people being present and like putting in the labor, kind of like I'm doing, not to toot my own horn too much, but like every single day, and living in a lifestyle that's more conductive to community is probably going to be the way forward.
So do you see places like this, return to the land settlements, sprouting up across the country as a potential way to actually counter the demographic shift?
I don't think it will counter the demographic shift as a whole. I think it will provide safe places for my kids and grandkids to grow up valuing their culture, and that's what I'm going for. You know, that's my goal.
I think the solution looks something like what we're doing here. I think that's probably the best course of action.
I think the best we can hope for with politics is just to be left alone. I don't think realistically with the electoral maps we're looking at right now, there's ever going to be Uber-based gets elected. Nick Fuentes actually could probably do a pivot which I think he's already kind of doing, where he focuses less on the race question, more on Israel,
cringe.
and gets a broader coalition for electoral politics, so it's possible, but
finally,
I don't think
the
it's going
volcano's
to be
finally
like
calm down
the
enough.
next
I can
Fuhrer or
cross down
anything.
and just clear this bar camp now.
And right now, there are several communities being
Fucking
organized.
annoying. Right
One of
when
the
I went to
things
clear
I've
it,
been
it
up to
fucking popped
lately
off.
is getting ready to go to all those sites where there are groups of people who want to do this and help them get organized, help them, decide who their board of managers will be for their companies that'll own their
Board
land.
of managers.
I left the settlement confused and honestly a bit sad. I mean, I know there's been problems and stuff, but it felt like shit was kind of all good not that long ago. The fact that people nowadays will go to such lengths to feel seen and heard is a symptom of a far greater social ill than meets the naked eye through this video. The American experiment is beginning to crack in new ways, and armies of the confused are shaping and writing the narrative. If I live a long and healthy life, I truly wonder how things will look when I'm 80 years old, and if I'll be equipped to explain to the youth of the future where and how we went wrong, or if we were ever right in the first place. I guess time will tell.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck
I was trying to find you, but now I have to deal with this fucking oopsie daisy of a misclick. Worst misclick of all time.
I'm going to try and rush this science so I don't fall into a dark age. Not good.
Fuck off. Next turn, I'm gonna sell iron to try and get some archers out. Because first they had cavalry, so I went more of an anti-cav route.
Yeah.
And they fucking switched to archers on me.
Any moment now, Nick Reiner will appear in court after being charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for allegedly stabbing his parents to death
Swordsman.
in their Los Angeles home. Famed Hollywood director
Nobody
Rob
wants iron.
Reiner and his
Uh-oh.
wife Michelle were reportedly dead for hours before their bodies were discovered by their daughter, Romy. This is Nick's first court appearance after being medically cleared. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany. Here's my co-host, Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Sandra Smith, co-anchor of America Reports, Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News contributor, and Marcus Lemonis, American businessman and host of The Fixer on Fox Business. Let's start here. Surveillance video is helping investigators track his movements before and after the alleged killings. The video you see now shows Nick Reiner surrendering to police just
I'm
after
gonna fall
9
into a
p.m. on
dark
Sunday.
age.
Here's the Los Angeles County
Yay.
District Attorney on what Nick might be facing.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Now watch this. This is new video. It's surveillance video, and it shows Nick Reiner calmly walking outside a gas station. That gas station located very close to the Brentwood home in which the murders took place. This was just before midnight on Saturday. And a new report shed some light on Nick Reiner's alleged past struggles with drug addiction, with a source telling the New York Post, quote, he would do meth and not sleep for days, and then have outbursts, breaking things, punching walls. He was a ticking time bomb. The source also alleged that Nick destroyed the guest house more than once and then laughed at the chaos he caused. You know, Emily, we'll hear from the defense and the prosecution at various points as this plays out. And the defense, we'll see if they try to make an insanity claim. But the prosecution, I fully expect that they will point to some of these somewhat lucid actions, calmly walking down the street, going into the convenience store, making a purchase. Did he get that hotel room before or after the murder? Was he methodical in doing so? What did the staff see? We will see these countering facts, and they'll be used by each side.
Indeed, and the success of
Yeah,
that
that's called a
particular
trial, Kaylee.
defense
Great.
is sort of incumbent on
Thank you for
successfully
describing what a
arguing
trial
or
is.
proving that individual did not appreciate the nature of his actions or the consequences. And the reality is that inside the adjudicatory system, with the psychiatry of it all, there's a lot of different analyses that go on. So, for example, you just mentioned that now he's been medically cleared, so he is indeed going to the hearing. You know, that's that step one of, is he a danger to himself? Is he a danger to others? Can he appreciate the hearing? And then moving forward, it will be mental competency to stand trial, mental competency to appreciate the sentencing, the insanity defense, which would be if it indeed proceeds to trial. So there's sort of all of these different steps along the way where defense might, we expect, be arguing those things. But at the end of the day, I think if we take a step back, our conversations as a society include a lot of compassion, and rightly so, for those that are addicted, those that are on drugs and whatnot. And it's a horrific, sort of debilitating disease. But also in this society, it needs to it's ensured that there is consequences for actions, and that violence and such hate and such rage and such horrific acts are not absolved simply because someone is high. They're not absolved simply because someone has demons that were manufactured, and certainly not the result of opportunities in a loving family that person had. So
what? Like I said, you're on Japan, so it might spawn you on your own island. Watch you're on your own tiny island with just him.
Potentially a jury that will essentially say, are you just trying to pull one over on us when we see pretty clearly what happened? You nonchalantly sauntering around and join big holiday parties and the like, and then somehow
I think I have
your demons got a hold of you.
Sandra, I have a lot of questions about the hotel room. So it's 4 a.m. He gets this hotel room. It's the night of the party, the Conan O'Brien party, where allegedly he had some erratic behavior, some disputes there. But then they say he looks fine. He has no lacerations on the face when he checks in, but he's a little tweaked out. And then it's the staff that cleans the room later. This is all from
Vote
TMZ.
for scientist.
And they find a bloody
All
shower.
religions
they find blood
have
on
been
the
founded.
bed.
They can only have
drapings
a certain
over
amount.
the windows.
So everyone has already
clearly
founded a
cleanup,
religion.
But my question becomes, did he check into the room, go commit this, and then go back with the blood? How did the blood get there?
Hopefully there's more surveillance video. Hopefully there's more eyewitnesses. And a lot of the witnesses, when it comes to his mental capacity and what his state of mind was when he carried this crime allegedly out, will be the witnesses at the party. I truly believe at Conan O'Brien's holiday party. You know, there are conflicting reports over what the crazy questions that he was asking guests at that party, how he was behaving, whether or not his father or mother rebuked his behavior on site. There was the reports of the disputes, that there was heated arguments with their son. These details are still incredibly unclear. And was he living on the property of the parents? Did he have direct access to the home? And to go to your point, Emily, about the compassion for families who go through these challenges, especially with their own children, how difficult it is for them to navigate what one day might look like differently from one previous or the next. it's incredibly difficult for them to navigate that and to anticipate what could come, knowing they're incredibly volatile people, whether they're on drugs or having a mental breakdown or whatever it may be.
Norway's
How were they
moving a
to expect
catapult.
this, obviously? But they probably and most likely have had many uncertain days, whether or not they go to bed fearing that something like this could happen. I take myself through all of those things, but for the couple to have been asleep and have this allegedly carried out at 3 o'clock in the morning, were they in a place where they felt comfortable enough to go to sleep? But the daughter, clearly, what she has said on the record so far and what we've learned there, she clearly told the police once the parents were found.
What they're
that he
saying
was
on
a
the fucking
danger.
video.
And she knew this, and there was obviously signs leading up to this moment.
Were they in an area that they
This
considered
detail of the New
themselves
York Times
safe?
Out of my mind, Kaylee. It's the one detail that is just really haunting to me among many. This is the daughter, Romy. She goes to the house. The day after the party on Sunday afternoon, she's 28. She fled the house in anguish upon encountering her father's body inside the house. Her roommate waiting outside called 911. The person said, listen to this, Romy Reiner did not see her mother's body in the house and learned from the paramedics outside that she was dead, too, the person said.
It's horrifying. And, part of the compassion that we as a system can have on families who are struggling with this is providing them with options. We know that this young man was in and out of rehab throughout his young adult life about 18 times, according to some reports. And he even admitted in an interview back in 2022 that rehab did nothing for him, that he would go into it, that he would resist it, and he would come out and he would go back to the exact same kind of behavior again. And especially if there were indications of violent behavior on his part, what were the parents supposed to do? They can't get the police involved unless a crime has been committed. And we as a society have basically removed all sorts of long-term care institutions that were meant for people struggling with mental health. We've gotten rid of those. So this is the problem, is they didn't really have many alternatives besides what they were doing. And, I think about the movie that Rob Reiner made with his son, Being Charlie, that dealt exactly with this issue about a son struggling with addiction. And there's one line in that film from the father where he looks at his son and he says, how can I help you? Tell me how to help. And
But they're the same color, so it's so hard to see who's who.
They wanted to get him the help that he needed. But I think in this case, they just couldn't because there weren't many options available to them.
So a lot of those clips and them promoting the movie have been surfacing all across the internet. And here is one clip. And just watch. Rob Reiner has so much love and compassion for his son, Nick. This is them interacting. This is 2016.
You don't set out to have a cathartic experience or this will be therapeutic in some way, but the fact that we were dealing with things that Nick had gone through and how I had related to it and how his mother had related to it, it forced me to have to see more clearly and understand more deeply what Nick had gone through. And I think it forced him to see things that I had experienced during this process. And it definitely brought us closer together.
Marcus.
Look, I think we've eloquently described that the lack of competency or competency doesn't remove accountability. But I want to really get focused on the families, millions of families in America today that are dealing with children or parents that have an addiction, that have problems, that have mental illness. And what must be going through their mind today? There's a family who's been ripped apart. And there are other families across the country who may have fear today that they may be the next ones to get ripped apart. So people are going to be paying very close attention to how the defense is going to structure this to make excuses. I hate to use that word, to make excuses or justifications for the behavior. If you have a family member who is riddled with drug addiction or who is riddled with anything like that, you understand that love makes you vulnerable. You tend to open yourselves up. And if you and I were brother and sister and I had an addiction, you would love me just the same. But you would become more vulnerable because you would be meeting me at my darkest place, at my darkest moment, and may not have the ability to see it coming. And that is what I fear happened to the Reiner family. They didn't see it coming because their love clouded their judgment.
Yeah, and their daughter's life forever changed, their brother forever changed. And it's tough in these family disputes. There might be relatives testifying against relatives.
Yeah.
It'll be hard to watch. All right.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to...
Who is Will Kane?
Reiner. Only one? Okay. Let's do this.
One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today is also...
Oh, come on. Okay, dude. Yeah, no. Here's another FBI moment. Apparently, they thwarted a terrorist attack in Los Angeles, in my own backyard.
Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office...
I will say this. I don't know the exact details of what they actually investigated.
Fucking lay
and
off the
uncovered,
Warhammer,
but
kid.
I will say this. Given the way that they approached this in Portland, Oregon, I don't believe anything that they're saying. Okay? It's very difficult for me to believe that these guys are being sincere. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because if you recall, in Portland, Oregon, the Department of Homeland Security said that they had uncovered a secret Antifa terror cell. They were claiming that there was a secret Antifa terror cell only blocks away from the ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. And then the media actually investigated it. And they found out that it was one guy who was letting people piss in his bathroom.
Amazing.
That is what the Department of Homeland Security acted like was a terror cell deeply embedded in the community next to an ICE facility. So like when these guys are talking about how they're uncovering left-wing terrorism, you got to take that with a grain of salt.
Along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests,
Out in the desert? I'm sorry. Where out in the desert? Like 29 Palms? Or are they just talking about like a group of like a bunch of poly people were caught talking about how they're going to go out in the desert and light fireworks for New Year's Eve celebrations?
The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed, coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated,
I think Coupe's unhappy
organized
because I'm boxing him
campaigns
in.
of targeted intimidation,
what you gotta do.
radicalization, threats, and
Wait until I
violence
fucking
designed
annex that city-state, and then he won't be able to move.
silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes, and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize.
Hassan Abi is about to defend the terrorists, not terrorists, just fireworks. Excellent script. Here comes the bully. Hassan Abi is about to defend the terrorists. Chatter, I'm going to ask you sincerely, do you currently trust this administration's FBI? Like, even if you trusted the FBI in the past, like, I'm going to need to see some very significant proof before
You're fucked.
before I go along with whatever
I'm good.
they're saying. More than I trust you, well, I think this is an increasingly smaller number of people, because most right-wingers don't even like their own FBI, especially after the Charlie Kirk assassination and the way they Kash Patel has handled himself throughout this process. Are you Kash Patel's girlfriend? Is that you in the chat? The DOJ criminal complaint cites a meeting of 5 co-conspirators of the bombing plot. At least 2 of the 5 were FBI. One was a paid informant, and the other one was an undercover FBI employee. Oh, here we go. They already called out their shot from afar, where they said that they were going to uncover, that they were going to start uncovering and targeting left-wing radicalism, left-wing violence, left-wing terror cells in the country at a time when, even if you were to look at political violence historically, in the last like 30-40 years or so, the overwhelming majority of political violence has come from the right. So of course, in the interest of justifying this extra scrutiny, in the interest of trying to find left-wing political terrorism or whatever, and act as though they have thwarted successfully instances of leftist violence before they started, they're going to do the same that they did to Muslims in general in the post 9/11 universe. I mean, there is plenty plenty of evidence and plenty of failed, botched investigations in general where the FBI would go up and find autistic Muslim teenagers on the internet and be like, hey, comrade, do you want to go really stick it to the man? Here's some Tenorite at this location.
They're under siege,
engaging in the act of entrapment,
can't hit 'em. It's
greatly
all
pushing
Brussels.
people and trying to persuade people to entrap them ultimately to get a pat on the
He's
back.
only got warriors.
Now they're
I'm
trying to
good.
do it to, I guess, leftists.
And counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case.
Let me tell you about the
four
plot in
defendants
this case.
are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 40.
Did the DOJ/FBI just make up a fake group, or are they embellishing this to the extreme? Right after they messed up yet another public investigation Brown shooting, they claim to have unfolded a massive plot of leftist group in California, but there's a problem. Either this group doesn't exist, or is literally just 4 people the FBI arrested and are massively overstating it. The official complaint said that the group is an offshoot of the pro-Palestinian group Turtle Island Liberation Front. But the Instagram account that the FBI noted in connection to the group says that this group's Los Angeles chapter is its founding chapter. A TILF, Turtle Island Liberation Front Instagram account said its founding chapter is in Los Angeles, and its goal is to free Turtle Island, an indigenous name used to refer to North America, from the illegal American empire. The FBI said Monday that a 5th individual believed to be connected to the name TILF, Turk I'd Like to Fuck, extremist group, was arrested in New Orleans for allegedly planning a separate attack. Anyway, but the FBI also claims another individual was apprehended and thwarted in New Orleans as well as part of the same group. The Instagram account for Turtle Island Liberation Front is an empty account made in October that only shows a repost of their founding LA chapter. The LA account only goes back to the July of this year, and when you look at its following, you'll note that there are no other chapters, just the LA account following its other account. Outside of that, there aren't any serious mentions or presence of this group.
Just
There's
because
an
of
unrelated
loyalty,
Twitter
'cause I'm in
account
a
by the
dark
same
age.
handle that seems to be run by a Canadian who isn't affiliated. Turtle Island is the name used by some Aboriginal groups to refer to North America, but other than the FBI/DOJ mentioning Turtle Island Liberation Front and that Instagram account, the only other time the name pops up is in a fictional Reddit vexillology meme from 2021. Do you believe it's fake? Be real? Oh, dude, there's only 2 alternatives here. There's only 2 options. Either they tapped into a group of LARPers, like the silliest of the sort, or it's just completely made up. It then doesn't appear mentioned online again until 2023 in a mod for a video game called Hearts of Iron, a political military sim.
Amazing.
Where an alternative history mod called Twilight of the Anthropocene.
Well, I wiped out his
has
army,
on
so
a tiny
he can go
background
fuck
group
himself.
the same name. The mod is a satire. To put that game mod into perspective, it also lists Kim Jong-un and Richard Nixon as a part of the Californian corporatocracy under Curtis Yarvin, and lists Boris Johnson rising to be president of the United States. Oh my God, Omega autism, Omega political autism. After this, there seems to be no online references to any Turtle Island Liberation Front that aren't referencing the game meme until this year in July, when the group suddenly creates an Instagram account. Then in October, they create a matching Facebook. Their posts are things like "Resistance is glorious" and "Peaceful protest will never be enough." And long rants that sound like a caricature of what MAGA thinks left-wing values are. Its gross calls to violence that have no place in legitimate political discourse.
I might fuck around and take his city.
I'm so glad I stamp out this kind of
Yeah, it's right,
LARPy
Coupe.
bullshit
Fuck you.
with regular frequency.
Get the fuck away
This
from
is
me.
also part of the reason why I do this, because some of you dumb I think, if I didn't do this, would probably get duped by a federal law enforcement officer. I apologize to some of you dumb but some of you dumb are unironically so easy to manipulate that a federal law enforcement agent could straight up come to you and be like, "Come on, comrade, look alive. Let's engage in some direct action. We must change our methods before it's too late. True resistance means seizing the means of production. It means disruption." Peaceful protest relies upon the idea that we can appeal to the morals and benevolence of those in power. We are not dealing with benevolent good faith actors. We are dealing with fascist colonizers. Fascism does not care about the morality or justice. There's nothing for us to appeal to. They do not have the interests of the working class, of minorities, of the LGBTQ community, or of women in mind. When we take to the streets and march with no destination in mind, no government or corporate building, we mean to occupy and disrupt. We aren't doing anything more than holding a parade to make ourselves feel good. Even occupying a building is not enough. Marching without purpose and without disruption does nothing to prevent fascism from advancing on us all. True resistance means seizing the means of production. I need to stop telling people like, oh, you're going to build the revolutionary vanguard in your backyard. Because maybe some people are like, no, I will actually. And then this is the result. No, revolution now. Revolution now, comrade. It's happening.
I gotta go pretty soon. Maybe.
Don't wait for someone else to do something.
Wants
Join
to
in the
make
fight now.
peace
We need
with
all
me
of us to make
after
change
I fucking
actually
squeeze
happen.
it.
All across Turtle Island, tribal nations have been occupied for the last several countries, and our occupiers, the colonized state
Clear
known
the
as
city,
America,
I can
is to
dispatch
this
my
day.
army to go find you.
It does look like I'm at the top.
Love you.
And now,
who have you found besides Coupe?
Scotland.
I haven't found him,
Saladin.
Okay.
He's right down the bottom, I believe.
Okay.
That one.
Enacting mass violence on the world. It is our job to stop them. We're in the belly of the beast, and we absolutely must destroy it from within for a better world, not only for ourselves, but for everyone affected.
Oh my
by
God,
the
my
brutal
city's going to
colonization project that is the okay. And then the rest
fucking
of it,
him.
I don't know. So there are two options. This group is a fictional patsy created to give a win to the DOJ, FBI, and a news
I gotta go
cycle
kill
and
the city.
fodder for anti-left messaging, or 4 people in October started a group based on a meme name and are dumb extremists who plotted something and the FBI caught them and rightfully arrested them, but is overstating the size of the group. The problem I have with number 2 is simple. The FBI is incompetent. We've seen how they handle public investigations. Yeah, it's true. Even with hundreds of campus cameras at Brown, FBI couldn't develop a subject. I mean, yes, the FBI is not exactly a trustworthy trustworthy actor here. Okay, this was their Instagram, Turtle Island Liberation Front LA, and from what I understand, this was some of the this was some of the stuff. Liberator, an American catastrophe, fascism, death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front, death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine. Check their shoes. We can't see what their shoes look like. FBI arrests 4 alleged members of radical pro-Palestinian group accused of plotting New Year's Eve bombings. Antifa rules. 2 FBI, 2 CIA, 1 ATF. God damn. The co-conspirators meet on December 7th to further discuss the bombing plot and their intent to conduct future attacks on federal officials. Based on information from the CHS and FBI personnel, including an undercover FBI employee, UCE, who was present during the meeting, I know the following. On or about the early morning of December 7, 2025, the CHS and the UCE met with Carol Page and a male known to the group as Nomad, later identified as Dante Gaffield. Carol stated she had the plan and handed Gaffield 4 sheets of paper with writing on the front and back of each page, which Gaffield and the UCE read. The handwritten plan given to the FBI plant states that IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. They put it in writing and then handed the writing of the complex IEDs that they were going to build and use to liberate Turtle Island, comrade. And they handed it directly to the FBI informant. Yes, very considerate of them to do such a thing.
1, each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a...
Oh, come on. Okay, dude. Yeah, no.
It's pretty
this seems
fucking funny.
real to me. I shouldn't be making light of such a dangerous terrorist organization that a bunch of super terrorists that they uncovered the plot of. This is not just your average homegrown terrorist. This is a dangerous super terrorist.
Member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carroll's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carroll also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carroll also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents.
This sounds like the Gretchen Whitmer plot. Yeah, except the difference there is right-wing white nationalists are way more prominent and way better organized. Because, like, there is no equivalent to the Proud Boys on the left, right? There is no centralized structure of street militants that engage in like street violence with regular frequency. The closest you can get to is like Black Bloc, but that's not a centralized movement at all. Anti-fascism is an act, not an actual movement, right? Like, while there was definitely federal law enforcement agents like putting their hands on the scale with the Gretchen Whitmer stuff too, in this circumstance, like, the amount of push that you need to do, the amount of manipulation that you need to engage in is far more significant, in my opinion, because there's no real mobilization taking place of this sort
always eating
on the
every
left at
time.
all. It's just simply something that people say is happening, but it's usually not something that's happening at all. Partially because there is no real, like, major organized left. There is, however, an organized right. They're far more organized, down to more extremist elements, and far more willing to engage in acts of violence, and have engaged in acts of violence. There's no left equivalent to, like, Atomwaffen, you know?
Agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an
Just
encrypted
upgraded to
messaging
fucking
application.
trebuchets. God damn
As
it.
part of the plan, the 4 defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today. We disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face, and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in Charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
It's a place already famous across the world.
No, you gotta give me more. I need more about this group, please. Black Lotus is a villain group in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, I need to see more from this very valid, very real, very legitimate, revolutionary left militancy that they thwarted. Wait, this is a video? Watch 4 radical members of Turtle Island Liberation Front who call themselves the Order of the Black Lotus are seen constructing pipe bombs in the Mojave Desert. Accused ringleader Audrey Carroll told an FBI confidential human source at the time, "What we're doing will be considered a terrorist act." Hey, speaking to the microphone again, I couldn't catch it. I mean, can you tell me that one more time? Now we know why they can't stop school shooters or even catch them. We were talking about where the funds went in the FBI. Now you know. Why would they go out to the desert to construct pipe bombs that could be done in someone's basement? Yeah, but you can't get a fucking drone footage like this if you do it in someone's basement. If it's even real at all and not like entirely made up by the FBI, this is the clearest case of entrapment of all time. The 4 allegedly conspired to carry out the bombings on New Year's Eve at 5 or more Amazon-type logistics centers operated by 2 identified companies in Orange County and Los Angeles. The accused domestic terror cell members Audrey Carroll, 30, Zachary Page, 32, Tina Lai, 41, and Dante Anthony Gaffield, 24, aka Nomad, will make an initial appearance in a Los Angeles federal court Monday. Verdant Force and Black Lotus are both Magic the Gathering cards. This is 100% made up. I mean, look, if there's one thing you can bank on, it's that this administration will f it up no matter what, which is precisely the reason why I have very, very little confidence. Even when they're more competent, they still always did rely on entrapment with regular frequency and failed to criminally charge or failed to convict people on stuff like this. And this is an extra incompetent administration, so who knows? But I suspect that if it's even real at all, it would probably be like the FBI informant. Like the assessment will be, how much was it the FBI informant or the FBI assets own personal involvement that got them to this, got them to even build something like this? You know what I mean? If it's just mostly when the WhatsApp group chat is leaked or when the Signal group chat is leaked and it's the FBI informant constantly being like, listen up, comrades, we got to do more direct action. It's not enough that we're protesting. It's cool that we wrote the Death to ICE placards on the protest, but we got to do more than just protest, comrades. We have to go out in the desert and build pipe bombs. Trust me. When it's like that, when that's the guy leading the conversation, most normal systems of law enforcement,
I was gonna say when this video is done, I gotta go, but the video is done, and it is 4:30. So we'll do 2 more turns after this one. So next turn and the turn after that, and then I gotta go. Interesting.
I finally have it set up where I have the actual siege on the city.
I'm going to be able to take my city that's going to Coupe before it goes to him, so... I'll put another shorter video on. This'll work.
We wanted your Hollywood perspective.
Oh, you want my my insight? I haven't seen the film work here. Is this the one that's on Amazon?
The $40 million.
Oh, this is the $40 million documentary.
Yep. It's getting a theatrical release.
Did they? Oh, this is.
I think
this is.
Yeah, in theaters, January 3rd.
In theaters.
This is Bezos's like sinecure, right? I mean, this is his.
Wasn't this one of his presents?
This is one of his presents. This is a Hanukkah present.
So, like, break the bodies of your workers that make all the profit for you, and take those profits and blast them into space, and do a puff piece about leading lady.
We can't get Guillermo del Toro's latest film in theaters, but we get Melania in all caps in a theatrical release, although in January, so we know how that's going to go over.
$40 million on a documentary?
These guys know how to allocate some capital.
I'll tell you something. This is total slush fund.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is like, we pay an appearance thing, or let us put you up. Or they created a completely animatron Melania, and this is not even her. She didn't even have to show up. That's possible.
It's just
it's all AI.
It's just weird that they're doing a January release. It's just like if they wanted this to be an Oscar consideration, they really should have released it at the end of this year. But it's just
now they have an excuse.
Now,
don't be ridiculous. That's okay. We're willing to put this at the beginning of the year because nothing's going to top
never
this.
forget it.
That's how it usually works.
Sorry, rest of the democracy documentaries. Everything's going to get compared to this now, and sorry. Okay, let's see this.
Here we go again.
The sucker is mine! You will forever stay mine. I will never lose Osaka. Not to Coupe. Not to fucking Free City.
Pause it for a second. Hold on.
No ADR to $40 million budget.
They gave so much money to Slush Fund that they used their iPhones to record stuff.
Also, here we go again at the beginning. It's like the trailer for like an action sequel. This is the first of these documentaries, Melania. Here we go again.
To be fair, it was the one like legible thing she said on.
Do you think that they will do that for the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a Disney thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Like
my
I'm going to
gosh.
Disney World.
The reason why she
Matt,
said, "Here we
you're
go
being
again."
asked to clip that. Here we go again. Okay.
I think this is going to be like a Star Wars thing, and this is actually going to end up being the third movie, and they're going to do all his wives.
Ooh.
So that's a little
Oh, right.
teaser. Here we go.
Going back and
Go back a little bit so see if we can decipher
try to
what they say.
figure out
I
what
didn't
you're
say
saying in the
anything.
trailer.
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm reading chat, buddy.
Ah.
The video is louder than me.
It is very loud. It's very low too.
We're going to have to see the captions on this when we go into the theater to watch it.
Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker. Peacemaker and defiant.
Pause it. I think she said, keep it up. I think she said, peacemaker into the fire.
I think she said and a father.
Into the fire?
No, she said and a father, I think.
Peacemaker and the father?
That makes more sense.
Intifada.
Oh, peacemaker intifada.
Yeah, I don't think she said peacemaker intifada.
She said globalize the infrattata.
A Rorschach test. So I feel like I'm looking at the blue dress.
Peacemaker and frittata.
All right, anyway, this is the second thing she says. First of all, Trump is barely easy to understand himself. So.
Our legacy will be that of peacemaker. Peacemaker and defiant.
And an identifier.
Beautiful. Together, with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Pause it for a second.
Did she say, is it safe
is it
directly
safe?
to camera?
First off, all the images up to here are like a guy opening a fridge,
A hat.
Here's a
signing a card.
Here's a menu.
Tissue paper. Ba, ba, ba.
A sketch of her inauguration gown.
So unbelievably intense. I'd be afraid to go take my kids to it just because, like, whoa, I don't think they can handle this. But the "Is it safe?" is stolen, of course, from Marathon Man. When Laurence Olivier is asking if he can go pick up the diamonds, and he is pulling teeth from Dustin Hoffman. So they literally picked the first words that you hear from it that you can understand.
Well, she would never
are
plagiarize.
Like a total horror show. Exactly.
With like-minded leaders, we have a voice.
Leaders.
Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
What? Why did they put that in? Why did they put that in?
Did you see? Did you see? I got elected president again. No, I didn't.
Sorry, you put in this gold cage.
I didn't.
There's no TV in here.
I didn't watch it, but I'm sure it was good.
I just sit in a quiet house instead.
I didn't. No, are you president again? Okay, that's good. You know I'm not coming to Washington, right? We're clear on that, right? Otherwise, I tell secrets about you, so this is a good thing for me. So I don't have to be with you anymore, right?
I'm dying to know what that was in reference to. If that was election night, it's the most beautiful thing.
I think that's what they said, yeah.
That's definitely election night.
because the teaser was
Vote
20
for
days
light
to become
cavalry.
first lady.
Oh gosh, I'm so
it's all
happy.
Did you watch
to
it?
the inauguration.
So the last 20 days of the election, is that what a... Huh?
I guess so.
Why would it be the
No, it was election
inauguration?
night. It said on the thing.
The text on the screen said she has
Earlier.
20 days to become
First lady.
first lady.
But
of the United States.
it's covering those 20 days. That's
Right.
how long they were with her. And the final shot where she's
we're
on the
saying the
phone.
same thing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we
it was the night of the election.
Right. Well,
But the question is it 20 days starting from the election or ending on the election?
Through the election, I
Oh, I
would
see. So the
imagine.
last
Did you
3
defeat the
weeks
city
of the
state?
campaign.
That's the access they had, yeah.
Okay.
It's beautiful
through
because you won't see me actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to,
Donald.
Now move towards where I
I
think
won't
you'll
have
be.
to have.
We'll have to see to find out.
I mean, that's
I'm on
what
the
I'm
edge of my
saying.
seat.
Now I want to know. Now I
I'm
wanna know.
convinced that they are going to insert little Easter eggs that are actually kind of shots at, given the way that trailer was done. And she's like, "Did you watch it?" No.
Right.
Like, I'm
Right.
convinced that there might be some shade in there, hopefully snuck in. But
You
I
didn't.
wonder if that was a debate that he was talking about.
But that's supposed to be like the cumulative moment for the trailer that's supposed to leave you wanting more. I guess it is leaving us wanting more because we want to know if they even spoke or were in the same
Yeah.
room together on
The
election
way
day.
they created suspense was by doing such a bad trailer
Yeah.
that you can't even tell what it's about.
Amazon bought that for $40 million. Just want
What?
to remind people.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Oh, it's the second term. I
Yes.
I get it.
I didn't at first.
No,
though.
Brian
I was like, what the
didn't
hell is she
get
talking
it.
about?
Brian didn't get it.
you got to dumb it down for these guys.
Yeah, Brian's not too bright.
I'm in the.
He
what is that
didn't
called?
understand it.
You know when they screen it beforehand to get notes? What is that?
Brian was in the focus group,
Yeah,
and he
focus
was the
group.
one who said that I
was
didn't
asked to
get
be
it.
Fuck off! Don't vote for this.
He didn't
outta
know
here.
that it
Fuck
was a
off.
first
Is it against
time
you?
that we
Yeah.
did it, so we could
Clearly have the
say,
target demo.
here we go
Don't
again.
fucking start with me, bitch.
You just can't understand art.
Trying
I
to
know.
find my friend.
Coupe's trying to make peace with me,
Did you
this
watch it?
motherfucker. Should I take his city or make peace? I should make peace.
Please.
Tell me you watched it.
Well, don't worry.
Who voted for this?
Go watch it on the
Shaka!
news.
Yes, I watched it.
Shaka, how could you? I must have liked those guys.
Yes, I watched it.
Yes, I watched it.
The TV is not on at all.
Oh, yes, you look so good.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. How much money do you think that thing is going to lose? What's most likely is
Probably
like
39 million.
the Heritage Foundation is going to buy $40 million worth of tickets. Hand them out free to people. I'll tell you something. When that thing comes out, we're going to reenact the entire movie.
Field trip, we're all gonna go?
No, we're all gonna reenact it.
Okay, but that means we have to see it.
I'm gonna rip the actual just soundtrack into the drop board and just randomly play.
I have dibs on Melania. I play Melania.
Oh.
Okay.
But
sorry, I don't think that's going to
I asked him for gold. I said, make it more equitable. He's going to give me 6 gold for 30 turns for waging war on me. That's right, bitch.
I like how it's a given that I'm not playing Melania as the one woman here.
Don't worry.
You're not Melania vibe.
You can
You're not
play
have Melania vibe.
into fire.
You can play the Donald.
I love cutting into a press conference to say something that nobody understands.
Peacemaker Intifada.
Thanks, Melania.
Incidentally, now, like, they had to pick out probably the best moments that resonate.
I know.
No money for ADR to clean
Peacemaker and we did a capital face.
That's what I'm saying. I thought they were all
It doesn't
about
know what word to like.
Maybe that was the AI upscale.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Peacemaker against the foreign.
Here we go again.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Great. All right. Now that the war has been solved and I've annexed my city-state, he is now blocked in. He cannot do shit. I have now connected my cities. He can't do shit. I have successfully blocked him in. The Scottish are underneath him. Coupe can no longer move. We love this. What do we want? Oh, fuck it. Let's...
I'm behind in science. Oh, no.
Behind in science? That's rare.
Yeah, it's because of this fucking city-state war I had to do.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully non-Madol cools the fuck down. Because it's rebelling rather quickly. Although I did take a builder and a settler from them as well, so that's neat. So I'm going to go settle a different city to the west and hopefully that cools it down. Oh, Osaka rebelled again. God damn it. Well, I think the era is almost done, and I'm going to be in a golden age, so that's alright.
I will not. Not looking great for me.
No?
Yeah, it's because that fucking war detour I had to do from a misclick.
Yeah.
It's okay. I got hella mountains, bro. Like, I am in so many
Mm.
mountains, so, like, I'm going to get tons of mountain bonuses for my campuses.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Temple, sure. Yokohama started rebelling because I took away my governor. trying to soothe Osaka. It's ironic. Man at Arms, are they anti-cavalry?
They're just infantry.
Yeah, okay.
They're supposed to. They're so it's because they got added to the game by the developers because if you don't get gunpowder, the gap between the Iron Swordsman is insane.
Yeah, okay.
So they had to do the man-at-arms to give a little balance there.
This is Benjamin Netanyahu. It's so cynical and so dangerous for Jews around the world for him to say this kind of stuff. I mean, it's sort of disgusting in some response. I mean, like, I wish
he's
this guy
inflaming
was not
anti-Semitism.
allowed to respond to these things. He is not a spokesperson for Jewish people. He's a spokesperson for Israel. If his policies were ostensibly meant to keep Jews safe around the world, guess what? Massive failure.
Well, it can't be his failure. It's the failure, apparently, according to him, of people that, God forbid, support Palestinian self-determination.
Your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness.
Just so you know, that's him basically blaming in the, 24 hours after this horrific attack at Bondi Beach, or Bondi, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but this, attacking people celebrating Hanukkah, anti-Semitic, horrible, horrible crime. That's Benjamin Netanyahu scolding the Australian Prime Minister because Australia recognized the Palestinian state. And
there's what?
3 horses and 2 iron.
Mm.
Just in that one space right there.
Damn.
And blaming that attack on that on doing so. I mean, it's beyond parody.
He should check in with his buddy Lindsey Graham, who seems to be blaming somebody else, not even associated with Australia. Do you imagine? But here is clip number 8. This is Lindsey Graham on Fox News yesterday.
Obama and Biden have a lot to do with
Obama?
this. I blame the terrorist.
Did he
But
just say Obama?
allowed ISIS to come about when he withdrew from Iraq. Trump destroyed the caliphate, killed Soleimani, and got out of the Iran nuclear deal. And the dumbass Biden, the biggest dumbass on the planet, withdrew from Afghanistan, obliterated our borders, and rejoined the Iran nuclear agreement, making the Ayatollah flush with cash.
Pause it for a second. First off, he did not rejoin the Iran nuclear agreement. I wish he had. ISIS is nowhere near Afghanistan. And this happened in Australia, which is not
Oh my God.
In any way impacted by our borders in America.
He blames our withdrawal from Iraq on creating ISIS, which is It's actually the opposite. It was our illegal war in Iraq
Should have made Iraq a
that
51st
created
state.
ISIS. Yeah.
Yeah, but get drunk for 25 straight years and see how you feel about it.
Yeah, that's true.
You got more to say, guys.
Obliterated our borders and rejoined the Iran nuclear agreement, making the Ayatollah flush with cash. If you're wondering what we're dealing with, Trump had them in a box. He killed Soleimani, the chief architect of terrorism in Iran. He destroyed the caliphate. He had them in a box. We had the Abraham Accords where people were recognizing Israel, and dumbass Biden comes along and tears it all up. And now we're fighting these bastards again. Obama and Biden.
Oh, he desperately wants another war. He just doesn't know where to attack. I guess we go and land on Bondi Beach. Like what? Like he doesn't know where to. Like where are we supposed to attack?
What time was that? Did he have dinner?
I know.
Strange delivery from our boy there.
In 2015, Lindsey Graham, there's video of it, but the quote, it just stands on its own. If you can't admire Joe Biden as a person, then you probably have got a problem. You need to do some self-evaluation. He is as good a man as God ever created.
Lindsey Graham
I
said
should have
this?
taken
Yes.
his fucking city.
I mean...
That was a mistake.
Well, it's 8. This is just like,
Oh boy.
I wonder if he's just trying to take, God knows what he's doing.
But that's both Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham are doing the same job there, by the way. Trying to use this horrific crime in
playbook.
Australia as a pretext for more militarism in the Middle East, whether it be by supporting Israel's genocide or whether it be by Lindsey Graham's crown jewel going to war with Iran.
It's the playbook, and it's disastrous, and it's the one we followed after 9/11, and it's horrible that we did, and we should learn something from this instead of just. And I think maybe, hopefully, people understand how inappropriate it is to turn this tragedy into Israeli propaganda.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
All right.
We do it every day at.
Last turn. Once this one's done, we'll save and we'll finish up. Because I got Osaka back. I think the era is about to turn, which means I'll keep my city, which also means that Nan Madol will stay as well and Yokohama will stop rebelling. I made it through, baby. Samurai. Yes. Oh shit, I'm about to lose Yokohama anyway. I don't think my change of era is gonna matter.
I'm coming, Jack. I'm getting closer to the north.
No, I'm good. I'm
no,
sorted.
no. I want to be able to find you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then.
I gotta go around Saudi Arabia now, but there's gonna be barbarians. Actually, I can probably open. Can I get open borders with them? Do we have open borders? I can't check right now. I'll be there so quick.
Repair monument. Food. Hell yeah, heroic age.
Oh no. That's okay. Now I can get a heroic age next time.
Non-Madol is still rebelling. +2 movement for all builders may purchase with faith. Settlers are 30% cheaper with faith and gold. That sounds good. Starting with 3 populations in cities. On the original continent, reform. Traders cannot be plundered. Oh, gold. I like gold.
I found a tribal village.
Nice.
Next to Saudi Arabia. Do you see snow where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta be really close. You gotta be right over here.
Oh, it looks like Yokohama stopped rebelling. My prediction was correct. And we're coming back, baby. We're back. We're back in business. We're fucking... Japan is back, baby! And I just settled a new city. Life is good. Life in Japan is good.
Yeah, I'll settle one next turn.
Okay. Save. Yes. Alrighty, we are done. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching. We are done. We are out of here.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria. And I am ending in 3, 2...